Welcome in, my tired dumplings. Tonight we're drifting toward one of ancient Egypt's strangest surviving stories, a tale of waves, fear, wonder, and a sailor who somehow made it back with more than just a story to tell. This is the quiet history of the shipwrecked sailor, an Egyptian tale that feels part adventure, part memory, and part dream. We'll move through the lonely island, the mysterious serpent, the sailor's return, and why this old story stayed with people long after the voyage itself had faded into the past. Before we get into it, I hope you're comfortable wherever you are tonight. If these soft little history dives help you relax, following along, leaving a kind review, or tapping a thumbs up helps keep this cozy corner going. And if you're still awake enough, tell me what time it is for you and where you're listening from. Now dim the lights, settle into your pillow, and let's gently sail into the story Egypt never forgot. Settle in tonight, and we will go through this together if we were a part of it. The year is somewhere near 1700 years before the Common Era, deep in the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, when the Nile still flooded on its own schedule, and scribes wrote with reeds dipped in soot and water. The story you're about to hear was copied onto a single papyrus scroll, the only copy that survived, and it has spent most of its long life resting quietly in a museum far from the river that first inspired it. Tonight we drift back to the moment it was told for the very first time, by one tired man trying to comfort another. You're standing on the deck of a boat moving north along the Nile, and the light has gone soft and orange the way it does in the hour before evening fully arrives. The water slides past in long unhurried ribbons, catching the colour of the sky and holding it for a moment before letting it go. Reeds lean along the banks. A heron stands so still in the shallows that you almost mistake it for a carving left behind by some careful hand. You're not the one steering this boat, and you are not the one who matters most aboard it. That role belongs to a man standing near the bow, a man whose title you do not need to know to understand his trouble. He is some kind of official, a leader sent out to handle a task for the crown, and the task has not gone as it was supposed to go. You can tell by how he holds his shoulders. You can tell by the way his eyes keep drifting toward the horizon, toward home, toward the conversation he is dreading. He has been away on a mission, the details of which barely matter tonight. What matters is that the mission failed, and somewhere ahead of this boat sits a king who will want an explanation. In a kingdom built on order and measured harvests and carefully kept records, failure is not a private matter. It becomes a report. It becomes a line written down by someone with very neat handwriting, and that line will outlast everyone currently on this boat. The official paces a little, the way people pace when their bodies are trying to walk away from a feeling their feet cannot actually outrun. He rehearses words under his breath. He discards them. He tries again. You watch him do this 3 or 4 times, and there is something almost funny about it. Watching a grown man with real authority reduced to muttering and recomposing the same 6 sentences, like a nervous student outside a teacher's door. Power, it turns out, does not protect anyone from dread. Beside him stands his attendant, a calm presence who has clearly seen this particular kind of pacing before. The attendant does not interrupt right away. He lets the official wear himself out a little first, the way you let a kettle finish its rolling boil before you take it off the heat. Only once the official's pacing slows does the attendant speak, and what he offers is not advice exactly. It is something gentler than advice. He offers to tell a story. Somewhere behind that anxious pacing sits a very ordinary worry dressed up in royal robes. The official is not afraid of monsters or storms or any of the dramatic dangers that fill the stories told to children. He is afraid of paperwork, in essence, afraid of the moment a scribe will dip a reed pen in ink and record, for the permanent benefit of history, that his mission did not succeed. There is something almost tender about that kind of fear once you notice it clearly, the very human dread of disappointing someone whose opinion happens to carry the weight of an entire kingdom behind it. You gather, from the fragments he mutters to himself, that his mission involves some delicate matter of negotiation, a border arrangement or a tribute agreement that never quite settled the way the palace had hoped. None of the actual details matter much tonight. What matters is the shape of the feeling, the particular flavour of having tried genuinely hard at something and still come up short. A feeling old enough to have existed in every century since people first started measuring success against someone else's expectations. The boat itself creaks softly beneath you, a low, companionable sound, the kind a well-built vessel makes the way an old house settles at night. Somewhere along the bank a dog barks twice and falls silent, and a fisherman pulling in nets for the evening lifts a hand in greeting toward the passing boat, unaware of the small private storm happening among its passengers. The river does not pause for any of it. It simply continues moving north, carrying official and attendant alike toward whatever waits for them at the end of the current. The official is not in the mood for stories. You can see that plainly. He has the look of a man who wants solutions, not entertainment, and a tale told on a swaying boat seems like the least useful thing anyone could give him right now. But the attendant is patient, and patience has its own kind of authority, the quiet kind that does not announce itself. He explains simply that there was once a man who went out on a mission far more dangerous than this one. That man lost absolutely everything in the process: his ship, his crew, his certainty that he would ever see Egypt again. He still came home in the end, standing in front of his king with nothing to offer but his own survival, and a story to go with it. That gets the official's attention, even if only a little. He stops pacing. He leans against the rail instead, arms crossed, the posture of a man who is still skeptical but willing to be distracted. The river continues to slide beneath the boat. The light continues to soften, and the attendant begins. You find yourself studying the attendant a moment longer before the tale fully takes hold, curious about a man willing to risk his own composure for the sake of comforting someone above him in rank. There is no flattery in his manner, no eagerness to please for its own sake. He simply seems to believe, with the quiet conviction of someone who has tested the idea before, that a good story told at the right moment can do work that direct comfort cannot. A window placed at the correct angle can let in light that a straightforward door would only block. He starts the way old stories often start, gently, without rushing toward the danger too quickly. He describes a ship setting out from Egypt, bound for the king's mining country, somewhere far south along routes that mixed open sea with stretches of careful coastal travel. He describes the crew, 120 strong sailors who had done this voyage before, and who judged the wind much as farmers judge the sky before a harvest. He describes the optimism of departure, that particular stubborn hope every voyage begins with, even the ones that end badly. You feel yourself drifting now, not away from the story but into it, the way attention sometimes loosens at the edges of a tale that is being told just for you. The boat beneath your feet, the orange light, the heron in the shallows, all of it begins to fold gently into the story the attendant is telling, much like one dream sliding into another without any clear seam between them. And somewhere in that folding you stop being a passenger watching an anxious official, and you start becoming someone else entirely. You become the sailor. You stand now at the rail of that ship, the one bound for the king's mining country, and the Egypt you left behind has already shrunk to a pale smudge somewhere behind you. The transition happened the way it always happens in stories worth telling, without a clean line between the old life and the new one. One moment you were listening, the next moment salt is on your lips and the deck is rocking gently beneath your sandals, and this has simply become your life now. The ship is solid, built from cedar brought down from distant hills, its joints sealed with care by builders who took real pride in their work. 120 sailors move around you, men chosen, as the saying went, for hearts braver than lions. You find that phrase a little dramatic for men who mostly spend their days coiling rope and arguing about rationed bread, but you keep that thought to yourself. Every crew needs its legend, even if the legend is mostly about appetite and snoring. The mining country itself remains, for now, mostly an idea rather than a place you have actually seen. A stretch of distant coast known mainly through the second-hand accounts of older sailors who have made the journey before. They speak of it the way people speak of any place that exists mostly in rumour, with a mix of respect and exaggeration. They describe veins of turquoise and copper buried in rock the colour of dried blood, guarded less by danger than by sheer distance. The king's interest in such places is practical rather than romantic, the steady, unglamorous business of keeping a kingdom supplied with the materials its craftsmen need. But practical business you have, learned, often produces the most memorable journeys. The early days of the voyage settle into a rhythm you come to appreciate. Mornings bring the smell of the sea mixing with the smell of bread baked in a small clay oven near the stern, a combination that should not work and somehow does. Afternoons bring long stretches of watching water that never quite looks the same colour twice, blue in 1 hour, green in another, sometimes the dull silver of a coin that has been handled too many times. Evenings bring quiet talk among the crew, men comparing stories of other voyages, other storms survived, other harbours that smelled like home even when they were not. You learn the names of a few sailors, though their names will not matter much by the time this story ends, which is itself a kind of lesson about how memory works. There is an older man with a permanent squint who insists he can smell weather 2 days before it arrives, a claim the younger sailors mock and secretly believe. There is a quiet young man who carves tiny wooden birds and tosses them into the sea for luck, a habit that costs him a steady supply of carved birds and earns him absolutely nothing in the way of luck, at least not yet. There is also the ship's captain, a broad, weathered man who speaks rarely but always with purpose, the kind of leader whose silence somehow carries more authority than another man shouting. He stops occasionally beside you at the rail, not for conversation exactly, more to share the view in companionable quiet. Once, without much explanation, he hands you a piece of dried fruit from his own private store. It is a small, unspoken gesture of welcome, and you find yourself appreciating it far more than its size deserves. Meals aboard the ship follow their own small ceremony, bread and dried fish and onions eaten cross-legged on deck while the sun does whatever it pleases overhead. You learn quickly that complaining about the rations is itself a kind of entertainment, a sport practiced by every sailor aboard with real dedication. The same men quietly finish every crumb on their plate, then ask, without much shame, whether seconds might be available. There is a comfort in watching grown men bicker affectionately over bread, the particular comedy of people who trust each other enough to complain freely. In the evenings, before sleep claims the ship, someone usually produces a small reed instrument and plays a tune that never quite resolves as you expect it to. The notes bend and wander the way the river itself bends and wanders north. You find yourself humming along after a few nights of this, badly, and nobody seems to mind. There is a kind of fellowship that grows quickly among people, sharing a small wooden space surrounded entirely by water. It is the sort of closeness that might take years to build on land, and somehow only takes days out here, where everyone's safety depends a little on everyone else's attention. The sky itself becomes a kind of companion during these early days, something you study far more closely than you ever bothered to on land. You learn to recognize the particular blue that arrives an hour after sunrise, paler and more hesitant than the deep blue that settles in by midday. You learn how clouds gather along the horizon in the late afternoon, soft and harmless most days, building structure without consequence the way a child stacks blocks just to knock them down again later. The stars, once full darkness arrives, spread out with a density that makes the sky feel closer to the sea than to anything you remember from home, scattered and restless and endless in every direction you turn your head. The ship hugs the coast for a while before committing to open water, the way a person edges into cold water rather than diving straight in. You watch the shoreline thin into a suggestion of land rather than land itself, a smudge of brown and green that eventually gives way to nothing but horizon in every direction. There is something both thrilling and unsettling about that moment. The moment when the world stops offering you any fixed point to measure yourself against. The sea does not care about your sense of direction. It simply continues, indifferent and enormous, in every direction at once. The crew adjusts to this indifference the way sailors always have, with routine. Routine is the quiet hero of every long voyage, the thing that keeps minds from wandering too far into worry. Ropes get checked, sails get adjusted, meals get rationed with the kind of careful math that turns ordinary men into amateur accountants. You find yourself falling into this rhythm too, grateful for tasks that do not leave much room for fear. Still, fear has its own patience. It waits for routine to loosen its grip, and it tends to choose its moment well. One evening, the old sailor with the weather-sensing nose goes very quiet during dinner, staring at the sky with an expression that makes the younger sailors stop joking almost immediately. He does not say much. He simply watches the horizon, where the clouds have started gathering in a shape none of you like, low and heavy and the colour of a bruise just starting to form. The wind shifts that night, not dramatically at first, just a change in temperature and direction that prickles the skin on your arms. The sea, which had been merely large, begins to feel large in a different way. The way a quiet room feels different once you realise someone else is in it with you. Conversation among the crew grows sparse. People check knots they had already checked. Someone laughs at a joke that was not particularly funny, the kind of laugh that exists mostly to fill silence rather than respond to humour. You lie down that night in the cramped space below deck, listening to the creak of timber and the slap of water against the hull, sounds that had felt almost musical a few nights earlier, and now feel like a held breath. Sleep comes in thin, unconvincing layers, the kind that lets you hear everything happening around you, even while some shallow part of your mind insists you are resting. Somewhere above you, footsteps move with more urgency than usual. Somewhere further off, thunder introduces itself for the first time, distant but unmistakable, like a guest arriving early to a party nobody wanted to host. The hours before dawn stretch out in a strange, suspended way, the kind of waiting that makes every small sound feel enormous. You hear water slap against the hull with a different rhythm now, sharper, more insistent, less like the gentle conversation it had been having with the ship for days and more like something testing the wood for weakness. Somewhere above, a rope creaks under tension. It was not quite built to hold, and the sound repeats often enough that you stop being able to ignore it, your whole body tensing with each new groan of timber. By morning, the sky has turned a colour you have never quite seen before, a kind of yellow-grey that makes the whole world look slightly unwell. The wind has stopped pretending to be polite. It pulls at the sails with real intent now, and the older sailors move with the brisk, wordless coordination of men who have done this dance before, and know exactly how serious it has become. Nobody needs to announce that a storm is coming. The storm has already arrived in everything but name, and the ship begins to climb and fall over waves that seem, impossibly, to be growing larger with every passing minute. You grip the rail and watch the horizon disappear entirely, swallowed by water and cloud and a kind of churning grey that erases the line between sea and sky. The ship that felt so solid only days earlier now feels like a leaf caught in a current far stronger than itself. And somewhere beneath the fear building in your chest, a small, strange thought surfaces. The thought that every sailor eventually has and never quite says aloud. The sea was never yours to begin with. You were only ever borrowing it. The wave that ends the voyage does not look special at first. It rises the way every other wave has risen for the past hour, dark and steep and edged with foam the colour of old linen. But this one keeps rising past the point where waves are supposed to stop, climbing until it blocks out what little grey light remains in the sky. In the half second before it breaks, you understand that this wave is going to be different from the others. It strikes the ship broadside. The sound that follows is not a sound you have words for yet. A deep, groaning crack that seems to come from inside the wood itself, as if the ship is announcing its own injury before anyone can see the damage. Water comes over the deck in a single overwhelming sheet, and for a moment the world is nothing but cold and noise, and the absolute certainty that you're no longer standing on anything solid. What happens next arrives in pieces rather than a clear sequence, the way trauma often does. There is the sensation of falling, though falling does not feel like the right word for something that happens in water rather than air. There is the taste of salt filling your mouth and throat. There is a strange sudden silence underwater that feels almost peaceful for half a heartbeat before your body remembers it needs air and starts fighting toward the surface with an urgency that bypasses thought entirely. You break the surface gasping, and the storm has not paused to notice your small personal crisis. Rain hammers down in a way that makes the boundary between sea and sky feel almost meaningless. Around you, pieces of the ship bob and spin in the churning water, broken planks and torn rope, and the kind of debris that, only an hour earlier, had been someone's home for the length of a voyage. You do not see the other sailors. You will not see them again. The storm has already decided that part of the story, and there is no negotiating with weather. Survival in moments like this has very little to do with bravery, and a great deal to do with simple, stubborn persistence. You grab onto a length of broken timber, not because you have a plan, but because your arms make the decision before your mind catches up. You kick. You cough up water that keeps trying to fill your throat again. You do not think about the future, because the future has narrowed down to the next several seconds, over and over, in a loop that feels like it might never end. There are moments, scattered through that long stretch of struggle, when your mind offers up strange, unhelpful fragments instead of anything useful. You think, absurdly, of a half-eaten loaf of bread left behind in your sleeping quarters. You think of the young sailor and his small carved wooden birds, wondering whether any of them are floating somewhere nearby, finally getting their chance to test the luck they were always meant to carry. The mind does odd things when the body is fighting this hard, reaching for small ordinary memories the way a drowning hand reaches for anything solid at all. How long the storm lasts is something you will never be entirely sure of afterward. Time behaves strangely when your entire attention is fixed on staying alive. It might have been an hour. It might have been most of a day. What you remember most clearly is not the duration, but the texture of it. Exhaustion eventually became its own kind of numbness. Fear eventually wore itself down into something closer to dull animal focus. At some point, without any clear moment of transition, the violence of the sea begins to ease. The waves grow less steep. The wind loses some of its sharper edges. You do not trust this change at first, the way you might not trust a bully who has suddenly gone quiet, but the calm holds, and holds again, and slowly your body allows itself to believe that the worst has actually passed. You're exhausted in a way that goes beyond ordinary tiredness, the kind of exhaustion that settles into the bones and makes even breathing feel like an accomplishment. The piece of timber you have been clinging to has kept you afloat, more by luck than by any skill on your part, and as the water continues to calm you, finally have a moment to take stock of just how alone you have become. There is no ship, there is no crew. There is, as far as you can tell in any direction, nothing but water meeting an indifferent sky. Your hands, you notice almost absently, have cramped into the shape of the wood they have been gripping for so long. Fingers curled stiff even when you try to flatten your palm against the surface of the water. There is a strange comfort in noticing something so small and ordinary in the middle of something so enormous. The way focusing on a cramped hand gives the mind a brief rest from the much larger and much harder question of what happens next. You let yourself stay there for a while, simply noticing small things, because small things are the only things your exhausted mind can hold on to without buckling. A wave lifts you gently, almost apologetically, as if the sea itself has grown embarrassed by what it did only hours earlier, and in that lift you catch sight of something that does not belong in this stretch of open water. A shape on the horizon, low and dark and entirely too still to be another wave. Land, or something close enough to land that your body decides to believe in it immediately, kicking toward it with whatever strength your arms have left to offer. The swim toward that shape takes longer than you expect and shorter than you fear. The way distances over water always seem to play tricks on judgment. Your limbs have gone heavy and uncooperative, moving more from habit than from any remaining strength. The shape ahead grows steadily larger, resolving slowly into something with texture and colour. The suggestion of trees rising up from a shoreline that had, until this moment, existed only as a hope. You drag yourself out of the water at last onto sand that feels almost shockingly solid beneath your hands, the kind of solidity you had forgotten existed in a world made entirely of moving water. For a long while you simply lie there, chest heaving, salt drying tight and itchy on your skin, listening to your own pulse the way you might listen to proof that you're still, against every reasonable expectation, alive. The sound of the waves behind you continues, softer now, almost soothing in a way that feels deeply unfair given what those same waves did only hours earlier. You notice, somewhere in your exhaustion, a strange detail about your own mind, the way it has already started separating the storm from the sea itself, as though they were two different forces rather than the same water behaving two different ways. Perhaps that separation is necessary. Perhaps no one could keep living near the ocean afterward without finding some way to forgive it a little. 3 days pass in something close to a blur. You remember fragments more than a clear sequence. You remember lying beneath the shade of a tree that seemed to lean over you with something like concern, drinking rainwater collected in the cupped leaves of plants you didn't recognize. Eventually you find the strength to sit upright and look, really look, at the place the sea had decided to spare your life upon. Grief arrives somewhere during those 3 days too, though it does not announce itself the way you might expect. It comes in brief, sharp moments between longer stretches of simple exhaustion, a sudden image of a particular sailor's laugh, a half-formed memory of the older man checking the sky the night before everything changed. You do not have the strength yet to properly mourn anyone. The grief simply waits at the edges of your awareness, patient and unhurried, content to be felt fully once your body has finished the more urgent business of staying alive. And what you see, once your eyes finally clear enough to take it in properly, does not look like any island you have ever heard described before. The island reveals itself slowly, the way a room reveals itself when your eyes adjust after stepping in from bright sun. At first you notice only the basic shapes, trees, sand, the gentle rise of land towards some interior you have not yet explored. But the longer you sit there, the more the details start to arrive, and the details are strange enough to make you wonder, just for a moment, whether the storm has done something to your mind rather than simply to your ship. Figs hang from branches in clusters too perfect to be accidental, alongside grapes that seem to have ripened out of proper season, heavy and dark and practically offering themselves. Vegetables grow in patches that look almost deliberately arranged, as though someone tends this place even though you've seen no sign of another living person anywhere along the shore. Fish move through the shallow water in numbers that suggest a sea more generous than any you have fished before, and birds call from the canopy with a confidence that tells you they have never once been hunted. You find yourself talking out loud within the first hour, mostly nonsense, mostly addressed to nobody, the way people talk to themselves once they have decided nobody is around to judge them for it. You name a particularly stubborn-looking rock near the shoreline, for no reason you can fully explain, and feel a small, absurd satisfaction afterward, as though introducing yourself to a piece of stone counts as making a new friend. It occurs to you, somewhere in that moment, that loneliness makes people a little ridiculous, and that there is no shame in it at all. You decide, after a moment of consideration far more serious than the situation deserves, that the rock looks like it has opinions, and you spend an embarrassing few minutes imagining what those opinions might be about your situation. This is not, you reflect afterward, your finest moment of dignity since the shipwreck. It is, however, the first time since the storm that something resembling laughter has made its way up through your chest, however small and rough it comes out. You eat finally, with the kind of relief that makes ordinary food taste like something closer to a miracle. Fruit juice runs down your chin, and you do not bother wiping it away. For a while, simple survival occupies your entire attention, and there is something almost embarrassing about how good it feels to chew, to swallow, to feel your strength slowly returning to limbs that had given up hope only days earlier. Once your hunger settles, curiosity takes its place. You explore a little further inland, cautious at first, the way anyone would be cautious in a place that has already proven it does not play by familiar rules. The island is not large, but it holds more variety than seems reasonable for its size. Patches of forest give way to open clearings, and small streams thread through rock that glints faintly in places, the kind of glint that makes you wonder, briefly, whether some of these stones might be more valuable than ordinary stones tend to be. The air itself behaves differently here too, warm but never harsh, carrying a faint sweetness that seems to drift from no single source, the way a well-tended garden smells slightly of everything growing in it at once rather than any one flower in particular. The breeze moves through the upper branches with a steady, unhurried rhythm. More than once you catch yourself simply standing still, listening to it, for no reason beyond the simple pleasure of feeling, for once, that nothing around you is trying to harm you. There is a quiet that settles over the place, but it is not an empty quiet. It has the texture of a held breath rather than true silence, the kind of stillness that makes the small hairs on your arms rise, without your fully understanding why. You find yourself glancing over your shoulder more than once, though there is nothing behind you each time you look, nothing but trees and the soft churn of distant surf. Several days pass this way, peaceful enough on the surface that you almost let yourself forget the strangeness underneath. You build a small shelter from fallen branches, more out of habit than necessity given how mild the weather stays. You fall into a simple rhythm of eating, resting, and exploring a little further each day, the way anyone recovering from disaster slowly starts trusting the ground beneath them again. It is on one of these otherwise unremarkable afternoons, while you crouch examining the glint of stone in a shallow stream, that the quiet finally breaks. You crouch near one of the small streams at one point, drawn by that faint glint you noticed earlier, and brush sand away from a cluster of stones that catch the light in a way ordinary rock never quite does. You're no expert in gems, but even an untrained eye can recognise that something here is unusual. There is the deep green of one stone, the warm gold flecking inside another, the kind of detail that would make a merchant back home weep with joy and immediately start calculating profit. You leave most of them where they sit. For now, your mind still too occupied with simple survival to properly appreciate the strangeness of standing quite possibly on top of real treasure. The sound starts low, almost beneath hearing, the kind of vibration you feel through the ground before you actually hear it with your ears. You freeze where you stand. The trees around you begin to shudder, not violently but with an unmistakable rhythm, as though something enormous is moving steadily closer, and the birds that had been calling so confidently only minutes earlier go suddenly, completely silent. You have already survived a shipwreck. You have already accepted that the sea can take everything from a person without warning or apology. But nothing about that experience has prepared you for the particular flavour of fear that arrives when you realise, with absolute clarity, that you're not actually alone on this island after all. The ground continues to tremble. The sound grows from a vibration into something closer to a low rolling thunder, and you find yourself backing toward the nearest tree, some instinct insisting that smaller and lower is safer than standing exposed in the open. Your heart pounds hard enough that you can feel it in your throat, and your mind, in the strange way minds sometimes work under pressure, keeps offering up the same useless thought again and again. You have nowhere to run. There is nowhere on this island that is not, in some sense, already part of whatever is approaching. What emerges from the trees is not what you expected, though you're not entirely sure what you expected in the first place. It is enormous, far larger than any creature has any right to be, its body coiling forward with a fluid, unhurried grace that seems somehow worse than if it had charged. Its scales catch the light in a way that suggests gold rather than ordinary skin. Along its brow, where eyebrows might sit on a person, runs a deep, rich blue, the unmistakable colour of lapis lazuli. The stone Egyptian craftsmen treasure above almost anything else. Gold and lapis are not colours chosen carelessly in the world you come from. They are the colours reserved for gods and kings, for objects meant to outlast ordinary wear, and some part of you, even through the haze of fear, registers that whatever stands before you was never meant to be ordinary. It is a serpent, though that word feels almost too small for what stands before you now. Its presence fills the clearing the way a held note fills a room, and for a long, frozen moment, you do nothing at all, because your body has not yet decided whether running or simply collapsing makes more sense. The serpent regards you with eyes that are dark and old, eyes that seem to hold something closer to weariness than the hunger you had braced yourself to see. And then, in a voice that rolls through the clearing like something closer to weather than to ordinary speech, it begins to ask who you are and how, against every reasonable likelihood, you came to be standing on its shore. You do not answer right away. Fear has a way of locking the jaw shut even when the mind is screaming at you to speak, and for several long seconds you simply stand there, trembling, waiting for some terrible thing to happen that never quite arrives. The serpent does not lunge. It does not even move closer. It simply waits, with the patience of something that has had a very long time to learn how to wait, and eventually that patience does what panic could not. It calms you just enough to find your voice. You tell your story in pieces at first, stumbling over details, the ship, the crew, the wave that ended everything, the days adrift before the island finally appeared. The serpent listens without interrupting, its great head tilted slightly, the way a person tilts their head when they are giving someone their full and undivided attention. By the time you finish, your fear has not vanished entirely, but it has thinned considerably, replaced by something closer to exhausted relief at simply having told the truth out loud to another living thing. The serpent's response surprises you. There is no judgment in it, no hint of the predatory menace you had braced yourself for. Instead, it tells you, in that voice like distant rolling weather, that you have nothing to fear here, that fate has spared you and brought you to this place for reasons that will eventually make themselves clear. It tells you that 4 months will pass. At the end of those 4 months, it says, a ship will come from your own country, filled with men you recognize. You will go home with them and live out the rest of your days exactly as you were always meant to. You want to believe this immediately. Exhausted people often want to believe almost any kindness offered to them, but some careful part of your mind holds back, unconvinced that a giant talking serpent on a deserted island is in any position to promise you a future. The serpent seems to sense this hesitation, and rather than insisting, it does something you did not expect from a creature this size and this strange. It tells you its own story instead, unprompted, the way people sometimes share their own pain, not to compete with yours, but to keep you company inside it. It tells you that it was not always alone on this island. Once it lived here surrounded by family, 75 serpents in total, including its own children, woven together in a life that felt, by its own account, complete. There was a young daughter among them too, brought to the island through her own quiet circumstance rather than birth, and the serpent speaks of her with a particular gentleness, the kind reserved for someone who simply belonged there even though she had not always. It describes, briefly, what those earlier years actually looked like, not as a list of facts, but as a collection of small remembered moments. There was the warmth of so many bodies coiled together at night, the noise of 75 voices overlapping at once. It was chaotic by the serpent's own account, and it was the best kind of chaos it ever knew. It mentions, almost as an aside, that it used to complain about the noise back then, the way anyone surrounded by family eventually does, and that it would give almost anything now to be annoyed by that same noise again. Then, on a day with no warning attached to it at all, a star fell from the sky. It struck the island with fire, and in that fire the serpent lost every single member of its family at once, all 75 of them, gone in a single unbearable moment that the serpent has had nothing to do since but remember. It tells you that it happened to be away from that exact spot when the star fell. A small accident of timing that spared its life while ending nearly everyone else's. Surviving by accident, it says, is its own particular kind of weight to carry, one that never fully sets down. You sit with that information for a moment, and something in your chest loosens slightly, not because the grief makes sense, but because you recognise it. You came from a wreck that killed everyone but you. The serpent came from a fire that killed everyone but it. Neither of you asked to be the one left standing, and there is a strange, quiet comfort in realising that survival is not always something a person earns through bravery. Sometimes it is simply something that happens to you, the way weather happens to a ship, and the only honest response is to keep living anyway. It tells you with a kind of weary honesty about the long stretch of seasons that followed the fire. It spent what felt like an unbearable length of time simply existing rather than living, moving through each day the way a person walks through a familiar room in the dark, by memory rather than by feeling. It says the island itself eventually became part of what helped, not because the grief faded, but because tending something, even something as small as a fig tree or a quiet patch of shore, gave the days a shape they had otherwise lost entirely. The serpent does not dwell in self-pity though, and this is perhaps the detail that surprises you most. It tells you, almost matter-of-factly, that grief like that either consumes a person entirely or eventually becomes something a person learns to carry alongside everything else. Somewhere along the long stretch of lonely years, it chose to carry it rather than be consumed. It says this without performance, without asking for sympathy, the way someone might mention an old injury that still aches in certain weather, but no longer controls their entire day. There is something almost funny, in a tired and tender way, about a creature this enormous, admitting that its biggest problem these days is loneliness rather than hunger or danger. You find yourself imagining, briefly, what an average evening on this island must look like for a serpent with no one left to talk to. The image, a giant gold and blue creature sighing dramatically at sunset with absolutely no audience, pulls something close to a smile out of you despite everything you have just been through. As it speaks, you notice small physical details you missed earlier in your fear. Its great coils shift slightly whenever it mentions its family, a kind of restless motion that seems involuntary, the body remembering grief even when the voices learn to sound steady. Its eyes, you notice too, soften considerably whenever the daughter comes up in conversation, in a way they do not quite soften for anything else. You find yourself wondering, though you do not ask, whether she survived the fire somehow, or whether her story ends the same way as all the others. The serpent does not offer that detail, and something in its expression suggests it is a kindness on your part not to ask. The serpent tells you that being brave is good, but it adds a caution to that statement too. It explains that boldness without patience is its own kind of danger, much as a person rushing toward home too quickly can trip over the very ground that was meant to carry them safely there. It encourages you to be patient instead, to let the 4 months pass the way a tide comes in, slowly and certainly, rather than fighting against a timeline you have no power to change. There is, it tells you, a particular kind of strength in simply enduring, one that gets far less credit than the loud, dramatic kind of bravery, but matters just as much in the end. It offers one more small piece of wisdom before letting the conversation rest, almost as an afterthought. It tells you that grief and gratitude are not actually opposites, as people sometimes assume, but closer to neighbours sharing a wall, each one audible through the other if you listen carefully enough. It says it is possible to miss what you have lost, and still feel lucky for what remains, both at once, without either feeling cancelling the other out. Learning to hold both, it says, is simply part of what it means to keep living after something terrible has happened to you. It adds, almost gently, that time does not actually heal anything on its own, despite what people back home might claim. Time simply gives a person enough distance to handle the same weight differently, the way a heavy basket feels lighter once your arms have grown stronger from carrying smaller loads first. Nothing about the original loss shrinks. What shrinks, slowly, is the amount of a person's strength required to carry it through an ordinary day. By the time the conversation settles into a comfortable quiet, the fear you arrived with has been replaced by something you did not expect to feel toward a creature of this size. Something close to trust, something close to companionship. The serpent, it turns out, was never the danger on this island at all. The danger was the storm you had already survived. What waited for you on shore, against every expectation, was something closer to comfort, offered by the loneliest creature you will likely ever meet. The months that follow settle into their own quiet rhythm, the way time does once fear has loosened its grip on a person. You eat well, the island continuing to offer fruit and fish in a steady, almost generous supply, as though it has been waiting a very long time for someone to actually appreciate it. You walk its small hills and learn its few paths, and though the serpent does not appear constantly, it returns often enough that its visits become something you find yourself looking forward to rather than dreading. There is a particular comfort in those visits that you had not expected to find on an island you arrived at half drowned and entirely alone. The serpent asks after your well-being the way an old neighbour might, and you find yourself updating it on small, unremarkable things, which fruit has ripened fastest, which patch of shore the fish seem to prefer in the cooler hours of morning. None of it matters in any grand sense, but the ordinary exchange of small details turns out to matter quite a lot when you have nobody else in the world to share them with. One afternoon, attempting to repay even a fraction of its hospitality, you try teaching the serpent a counting game sailors play to pass long hours at sea, tapping out a rhythm and calling out numbers. It is, by any measure, a strange sight. A creature large enough to swallow a goat whole, patiently tapping its tail against the sand in time with your count, getting the numbers wrong on purpose more than once just to hear you laugh. You decide, watching this, that even very old and very wise creatures apparently enjoy being silly sometimes, and you find that detail more comforting than almost anything else it has told you. You come to understand, over these slow months, that the serpent's loneliness runs deeper than even its first telling suggested. It has lived on this island for what sounds, by its own vague accounting, like a very long stretch of years, long enough that the specific count has stopped mattering to it. Visitors are rare, survivors washing up on its shore rarer still. You suspect, though it never says so directly, that part of why it offered you its own story so freely was simply that it had been waiting, for longer than it would probably admit, for someone willing to listen. There are quieter evenings too, ones the serpent does not share, when your own thoughts drift back across the water toward the life waiting for you on the other side of all this. You think of your household, the particular creak of your own front door, the specific way your own bed dips slightly on the left side from years of the same body settling into it each night. Homesickness, you discover, does not announce itself loudly most of the time. It arrives in small domestic details, the kind you never thought to miss until an entire ocean stood between you and them. As the 4th month draws closer, you notice a change in the air, a particular quality of light and birdsong that feels, to your now well-attuned senses like an ending approaching. The serpent notices your restlessness and reassures you again that the timeline it gave you has not shifted, that the ship is still coming, that patience is almost finished asking anything more of you. You spend much of that final stretch simply walking the shoreline, tracing the same paths you have walked dozens of times already. You find new small details each time, the way you might rediscover a familiar song by paying attention to an instrument you had previously ignored. You notice, for the first time, a particular bend in the coast, where the water turns a shade of turquoise so bright it looks almost unreal. You wonder briefly whether you will remember this place accurately once you're home, or whether memory will soften its strangeness into something more easily believed. And then, with the same calm confidence it has shown throughout your strange friendship, it tells you that a ship will indeed appear, and that when it does, you should be ready to leave with generosity rather than empty-handed regret. The morning the ship actually appears on the horizon, you feel a flood of relief so large it nearly knocks the breath out of you, followed almost immediately by a second quieter feeling you did not expect. Something close to sadness. You have spent 4 months convinced your only goal was rescue, and now that rescue has arrived, you realize you are leaving behind the one companion who helped you survive the waiting, a companion you will likely never see again. The serpent, in what might be its final act of generosity toward you, gathers gifts from the island and presents them for you to carry home. There is myrrh in careful quantity, along with fragrant oil and the dark coal used for lining the eyes, items any Egyptian household would recognize as luxury rather than necessity. There are giraffe tails, prized for ceremonial use, bundled neatly alongside a generous portion of incense, the kind burned in temples to carry prayers upward on smoke. There are elephant tusks too, heavy and pale, along with hunting dogs trained well enough to be useful rather than merely decorative, and apes and baboons that chatter with an energy that feels almost like celebration after months of relative island quiet. Loading all of this onto a single ship turns out to be its own small comedy, one the serpent watches with what you suspect is genuine amusement, even if its great stone face makes amusement difficult to read with certainty. The baboons, in particular, seem to consider the entire rescue operation a personal inconvenience, shrieking their objections at every crate and rope until the sailors are laughing despite themselves, exhausted and exasperated in equal measure. It strikes you, watching grown men negotiate with irritated primates, that even the most dramatic rescue in your life has room left over for ordinary chaos. It is, by any reasonable measure, an enormous fortune, the kind of cargo that could make a modest man wealthy and a wealthy man legendary. You try, haltingly, to find words large enough to thank a creature who has given you both comfort and riches in the same lonely act of generosity. The serpent waves this away, more or less, telling you simply to go home and live well. It asks only that you remember, when you're settled and safe, that you once met something that needed remembering too. You find yourself, in that last conversation, wanting to offer something back, some gift of equal weight, and coming up short the way you always do when the debt feels too large for any object to settle. The serpent seems to understand this before you can even finish stumbling through an apology for your empty hands. It tells you that you have already given it something rare simply by sitting with it. Through an afternoon of memory it does not often allow itself to revisit. This, more than any cargo, is the kind of payment that actually matters between two creatures who have both lost almost everything once. There is one more thing it tells you before the ship draws close enough to call out across the water. A small, almost throwaway prophecy delivered without much weight attached to it. It tells you that this island, the one that fed you and sheltered you, and gave you both wisdom and wealth, will one day vanish beneath the waves entirely. It will turn to nothing more than open water, much as all things eventually return to whatever they were before someone gave them a name. It says this without sorrow, the way someone might mention the weather, and you understand somehow that the serpent has long since made peace with being temporary. The ship's crew spots you not long after, and the shouting and scrambling that follows feels almost comically loud after months spent in a place defined mostly by quiet. They bring the boat close. They help you and your strange, generous cargo aboard, and as the island begins to shrink behind you, you find yourself looking back one last time, searching the shoreline for any final glimpse of gold scales or lapis blue. There is nothing to see. The trees stand still. The island offers no farewell beyond its own continued patient existence, the way a home keeps standing long after the people who loved it have gone. You sail north with the wind mostly at your back, the cargo secured below deck, your own body slowly remembering what it feels like to be a passenger rather than a survivor. The crew asks questions naturally about how a man presumed lost managed to return not only alive but absurdly wealthy. You find yourself telling the story in careful pieces, watching their expressions shift from polite disbelief into something closer to wonder as the details accumulate. It occurs to you, somewhere during that telling, that this is the very first time you have shared the story aloud, and that it will not by any means be the last. There are quiet stretches during that final leg of the journey, evenings when the crew has finally tired of questions and left you alone with your own thoughts at the rail. You find yourself rehearsing the story in your head even when nobody's listening, smoothing certain details, deciding which parts deserve more weight and which can be told quickly. You do not yet realize it, but you are already doing what every storyteller eventually learns to do, shaping memory into something that can be carried and shared rather than something that simply happened once and then was gone. The journey home passes more quickly than the journey out, the way return trips often do, helped along by favourable winds and a crew eager to deliver both their passenger and his unlikely fortune. You watch the coastline thicken from a smudge into something solid, then into something familiar, then finally into the unmistakable shape of home. The palms line the riverbank, the mud brick houses sit low against the sky, and the light carries that particular slant it only ever seems to carry over the Nile in late afternoon. The smell reaches you before the details do, the particular mix of baked mud brick warmed by sun, river silt and wood smoke that you had stopped noticing entirely before you left, and now find almost overwhelming in its familiarity. You realise, standing at the rail as the harbour comes into view, that you had forgotten how a place can smell like belonging, the way certain foods taste like a specific memory the moment they touch your tongue. Nobody warns you, before a long voyage, how much of home actually lives in your nose rather than your eyes. Word travels ahead of the ship the way word always does in places built around a river. By the time you step onto the dock, a small crowd has already gathered, drawn less by affection for you personally and more by the rumour that a man presumed dead has returned not only alive but wealthy beyond reasonable expectation. You move through that crowd in something close to a daze, the ground beneath your feet feeling strange after months spent on sand and the rolling deck of a ship, solid in a way you had nearly forgotten solid ground could feel. The audience with the king happens not long after, arranged with the particular speed reserved for stories too unusual to leave waiting. You stand before him with the island's gifts arranged carefully nearby, myrrh and incense and ivory and the rest. You tell your story from the beginning, the storm, the island, the serpent, the long patient months of waiting, the prophecy that turned out to be exactly true. The king listens with an attentiveness that surprises you, and at the end of your telling he does what kings in these old stories so often do. He rewards you, not merely with acknowledgement, but with position, naming you his personal attendant and granting you serfs of your own to manage. It is a transformation so complete that the frightened, half-drowned man who washed ashore on that island feels, by the end of it, like someone else entirely. The weeks that follow settle into a new and unfamiliar shape. You find yourself more than once reaching for habits the island taught you, scanning the horizon out of pure reflex, listening for a particular rhythm of footsteps before realizing nobody enormous and golden is coming to visit. Old life and new life sit awkwardly together for a while, the way two pieces of cloth from different looms never quite match in colour, even once they're stitched into the same garment. Eventually, though, the seams soften, and you settle into being a man who survived something rather than a man who is still actively surviving it. It is here, in the telling of this transformation, that the attendant story finally returns to where it began, on the deck of a different boat, with a different anxious man pacing near the bow. The attendant finishes his tale and looks at the official he's been trying, this whole time, to comfort. He makes the comparison plain, gently, the way you make a point you hope will land softly rather than land hard. He reminds the official that the sailor in the story endured loss far greater than a failed mission, and still found his way home, still found favour, still found a life worth living on the other side of disaster. The official's response, when it finally comes, is not the relief the attendant might have hoped for. He listens. He nods in the polite way people nod when they have heard something true but are not yet ready to feel it. Then he says, in essence, that comforting a man already determined to be anxious is a bit like offering water to a goose at dawn, on the very morning it is meant to be slaughtered. It is a strange, almost startling thing to say after such a tender story. It is in fact very close to how the original tale actually ends on the ancient papyrus that preserved it, closing not with triumphant comfort, but with a wry, weary acknowledgement that some worries do not simply dissolve because a good story was told. Scholars who study this papyrus, the one now kept safe in a museum collection far from the Nile that inspired it, have spent a long time debating what that strange final line is actually meant to mean. Some believe the official is rejecting the comfort outright, insisting that his situation is different and beyond the reach of any tale, however well told. Others believe something gentler is happening beneath the surface, that the official's joke is itself a small sign of loosening, the kind of dry humour that surfaces in a person only once the heaviest part of their dread has already started to lift. The text itself, frustratingly and wonderfully, refuses to settle the question for us, the way the best old stories often do. What is not in question, though, is the simple fact that someone, nearly 4,000 years ago, sat down with a reed pen and carefully preserved a story about fear and survival. That story carries the strange, persistent comfort of being told, "You are not the first person to feel this way." The papyrus itself, often called the tale of the shipwrecked sailor by the people who study it today, was copied sometime during the reign of the Middle Kingdom pharaohs, likely composed even earlier than the copy that survived. It stands as one of the oldest known examples of a story tucked carefully inside another story, a structure so effective that storytellers have been borrowing it, in one form or another, ever since. The single surviving copy eventually made its way, centuries later, into the collection of a museum in St. Petersburg, far from the river and the sand that first gave it life. Conservators there now keep it carefully sealed away from light and moisture, the same way you might protect something fragile enough to be ruined by ordinary daylight. It is a strange fate for a story about an island that sinks beneath the waves. The tale itself ended up preserved indefinitely, while almost everything else from its era, the actual ships, the actual sailors, the actual officials dreading their own actual reports, has long since returned to dust. There is something quietly remarkable in realizing that this particular technique, a frightened person being calmed by a story about someone else's fear, is old enough to predate almost every other piece of literature you have ever encountered. Long before anyone wrote down advice about facing hardship directly, someone in ancient Egypt had already discovered a gentler approach. Sometimes the kindest thing you can offer a frightened person is not a solution, but a companion, even a fictional one, who has already survived something similar. The serpent, lonely and golden and patient, never asked the sailor to stop being afraid. It simply sat with him in that fear, offered its own story alongside his, and let time do the rest of the work that bravery alone could not finish. The sailor, in turn, never claimed his survival made him fearless going forward. He simply carried the story home with him, the way you carry any object precious enough to be worth the weight, and used it, eventually, to sit with someone else's fear the exact same way it had once been sat with for him. That, in the end, might be the real reason this small, strange story, within a story, has lasted as long as it has. It has survived fire and flood, and the simple erosion of nearly 4,000 years, while so many other texts from the same era crumbled into illegible fragments or vanished entirely. It is not really a story about a sea monster or buried treasure, or even, despite appearances, about Egypt itself. It is a story about what it feels like to be the only one who survived something. It is about what it means to be handed, by someone who has survived their own version of the same thing, a little extra patience to carry the rest of the way home. Homecoming, the story seems to suggest, is rarely just about geography. The sailor returns to the same river, the same mud brick houses, the same king he left behind, but he does not return as the same man who departed. He carries an island inside him now, a serpent's grief folded in alongside his own, and the comfort he eventually offers the anxious official is not really about geography either. It is the comfort of someone who has learned, the hard way, that a person can be permanently changed by an ordeal, and still, somehow, land safely on the other side of it. You feel that thread now, faintly, the way you might feel the last warmth of a fire that has mostly burned down to embers. The frightened official on his boat, the shipwrecked sailor on his island, the lonely serpent who lost everything in a single afternoon, even the unnamed scribe who once decided this story was worth preserving on fragile, expensive papyrus, instead of letting it fade into ordinary forgotten speech. All of them reach toward the same simple, durable comfort. You're not the first person to be afraid. You will not be the last. And somehow, against every reasonable expectation the sea or the sky or a failed mission might throw at you, there is still very often a way home. Rest now, my tired castaways, just as the sailor finally rested once his feet found solid ground again. Let the story settle, the way papyrus settles into dust, slowly, patiently, leaving behind only what mattered enough to keep. And if you wake tomorrow still carrying a little worry of your own, know that you are simply joining a very old, very patient tradition, one that has always found its way, eventually back to shore. Imagine living in a world where nobody really agreed on how to figure out what was true. Not just disagreeing about the facts, that happens all the time, but fundamentally disagreeing about the process itself. Should you trust your senses, or are they lying to you? Should you rely on logic and mathematics, or should you look at the actual world around you? Can you even trust that the world around you is real? This was Greece in the 5th century BCE, and it was having something like an intellectual identity crisis. For most of human history, people had explained the world through stories about gods and heroes. Thunder wasn't a meteorological phenomenon, it was Zeus having a bad day. Disease wasn't about germs and immune systems, it was divine punishment, or maybe a curse from that neighbour who gave you the evil eye last Tuesday. But then something remarkable happened. A group of people in the Greek world started asking a revolutionary question. What if we could understand the world without resorting to supernatural explanations? What if there were natural causes for natural effects? What if, instead of just accepting that things happen because the gods will it, we could actually figure out how the world works? These early thinkers, we call them the pre-Socratics because they came before Socrates, which is a bit like calling everyone who lived before Shakespeare pre-Shakespeareans, came up with wildly different theories. Thales thought everything was made of water. Heraclitus believed everything was constantly changing, like a river you can never step in twice. Parmenides argued the opposite, that change was an illusion and reality was actually perfectly still and unchanging. You can imagine how confusing this must have been for regular people trying to live their lives. One philosopher tells you everything is water, another says everything is fire, and a third insists that motion is impossible, and you're not really walking to the market, you just think you are. It was like having too many fortune cookies with contradictory advice, except these philosophers were dead serious and would debate these points for hours. Then came Socrates, wandering around Athens like that uncle who asks uncomfortable questions at family dinners. Socrates didn't claim to know anything. In fact, his whole thing was admitting he knew nothing, which somehow made him wiser than everyone else. His method was to ask questions until people realized they didn't actually understand the things they thought they understood. This made him simultaneously the most important philosopher in Athens and probably the most annoying person at parties. Socrates had a brilliant student named Plato who took his teacher's question-asking method and built an entire philosophical system around it. Plato believed that the world we see around us is just shadows on a cave wall, imperfect copies of perfect forms that exist in some higher realm. That chair you're sitting on? It's just a flawed imitation of the perfect form of chairness that exists in the realm of forms. Plato's philosophy was beautiful, elegant, and deeply mathematical. It appealed to people who liked their truth pure, abstract, and divorced from the messy complications of everyday reality. The physical world, in Plato's view, was just a distraction from true knowledge, which could only be found through pure reason and contemplation. This was the intellectual world into which Aristotle would be born, a world where philosophers disagreed about everything, where the relationship between thought and reality was unclear, and where nobody had quite figured out how to systematically study the natural world. It was like the internet before search engines or a library where all the books were filed randomly, and nobody could agree on what counts as a book. The Greeks had made tremendous progress in mathematics, logic, and abstract thinking. What they needed was someone who could take all these brilliant ideas and connect them to the actual observable world. They needed someone who could bridge the gap between pure philosophy and empirical observation, between what we can think and what we can see. They were about to get exactly that person, though he would arrive from an unexpected place, not from Athens itself, but from the wild northern frontier of the Greek world. In 384 BCE, in a small town called Stagira on the Macedonian peninsula, a child was born to a family that straddled two worlds. His name was Aristotle, Aristoteles in Greek, which means something like the best purpose or excellent end, a name that turned out to be remarkably prophetic, even if his parents couldn't have known it at the time. Aristotle's father, Nicomachus, was the court physician to the Macedonian king. This was no small thing. Imagine being the personal doctor to royalty in an era when medicine was part science, part guesswork, and part hoping really hard that your treatments worked before the patient died. Nicomachus apparently did well at it, which suggests he had a combination of observational skills, empirical knowledge, and the bedside manner necessary to keep nervous monarchs calm. Growing up in a physician's household meant young Aristotle was exposed to a very different way of thinking than most Greek philosophers of his time. While Plato and his students in Athens were debating abstract forms and mathematical perfection, Aristotle was probably watching his father dissect fish, examine symptoms, and make careful notes about which treatments worked and which ones didn't. This early exposure to empirical observation, to the idea that you learn by looking, touching, measuring, and recording, would shape everything Aristotle would later do. Medicine in ancient Greece wasn't about applying perfect theoretical principles. It was about noticing patterns, testing treatments, and learning from experience. It was messy, practical, and grounded in the physical world. Tragically, both of Aristotle's parents died when he was young, probably around 10 years old. This must have been devastating for the boy, but it also set in motion events that would change the course of intellectual history. His guardian, a man named Proxenus, took responsibility for the orphaned child and continued his education. Young Aristotle grew up in Macedonia, which was considered the backwoods of the Greek world. Athenians looked down on Macedonians the way sophisticated urbanites have always looked down on rural populations. They saw them as rough, unsophisticated, and not quite civilized. The Macedonian accent was apparently a source of mockery in Athens, like speaking with a strong regional accent in a place that prides itself on its sophistication. But being from the provinces gave Aristotle something valuable, a certain independence from Athenian intellectual fashion. He wasn't raised in the echo chamber of elite Athenian thought. He'd seen how people lived in different places, under different systems. He'd been exposed to the practical, empirical approach of medicine rather than just the abstract reasoning of philosophy. When Aristotle was 17, an age when most of us were trying to figure out who we were and what we wanted to do with our Lives, his guardian made a decision that would alter the course of philosophy forever. He sent the young man to Athens to study at Plato's Academy, the most prestigious philosophical school in the Greek world. Imagine being a teenager from a small provincial town, arriving in Athens, the intellectual and cultural capital of Greece. It would be like moving from a rural town to the most exciting city you can think of, except instead of worrying about where the good coffee shops are, you're suddenly surrounded by the greatest minds of the ancient world debating questions about the nature of reality. Athens in the 360s BCE was extraordinary. It was recovering from the devastating Peloponnesian War, but still retained its status as the centre of Greek intellectual life. The agora, the marketplace, wasn't just where people bought vegetables and sandals. It was where philosophers held forth, where politicians debated, and where ideas collided and combined in fascinating ways. Plato's Academy sat just outside the city, walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, which is where we get the word academy. It wasn't a school in the way we think of schools today, with classrooms and curricula and final exams. It was more like an advanced research institute crossed with a philosophical monastery, where brilliant people gathered to think, debate, and pursue knowledge for its own sake. Young Aristotle, arriving from Macedonia with his provincial accent and his physician father's emphasis on observation, must have seemed a bit odd to the other students. But he had something they lacked, a mind that could absorb and synthesize information like a sponge absorbing water. Within a short time, it became clear that this young man from the provinces was something special. You know how in university some students just coast through, doing the minimum required to get by, while others become completely absorbed in their studies to the point where they forget to eat or sleep? Aristotle was definitely the second type, except more so. He didn't just study at Plato's Academy, he became its most brilliant and ultimately most independent-minded student. Plato apparently called him the mind of the school, which is high praise from someone who didn't hand out compliments lightly. But Plato also called him the foal or the reader, nicknames that suggest Aristotle was always reading, always learning, always consuming knowledge with an appetite that probably worried the Academy's librarians about the survival of their scrolls. Aristotle spent 20 years at the Academy from age 17 to 37. That's longer than many people spend in their entire educational career today. But ancient philosophical education wasn't like modern university, where you take classes, write papers, and graduate after 4 years. It was more like a lifelong apprenticeship in thinking itself. During these years, Aristotle absorbed everything Plato had to teach. He learned about the forms, about the immortality of the soul, and about mathematics as the key to understanding reality. He learned Socrates' method of questioning, Plato's theory of knowledge, and the elaborate philosophical system that Plato had built over his lifetime. But something interesting was happening as Aristotle learned. He was also beginning to disagree, not in small ways, but fundamentally. While Plato looked at a tree and saw an imperfect copy of the form of treeness existing in some perfect realm, Aristotle looked at a tree and thought, this tree right here is real and worth studying for itself. This might not sound like a revolutionary insight, but it was. Plato's philosophy essentially said that the physical world was less real, less important, and less worthy of study than the abstract realm of forms. Aristotle was starting to think the opposite, that you couldn't understand anything without careful study of actual physical things. Imagine being a student whose growing convictions directly contradict your revered teacher's fundamental beliefs. It must have created considerable tension. Plato had built his entire philosophical system on the idea that true knowledge comes from reason alone, that the senses deceive us, and that the physical world is just shadows on a cave wall. And here was his best student, increasingly convinced that observation and empirical study were essential to understanding anything. Aristotle began writing during this period, though most of his early works are lost. What we do know is that he was developing his own philosophical positions, often in direct contradiction to Plato's teachings. There's a famous saying attributed to Aristotle, "Plato is dear to me, but dearer still is truth." Whether he actually said this or not, it captures his attitude. Loyalty to his teacher, yes, but greater loyalty to following arguments wherever they led. The Academy during these years was like an intellectual pressure cooker. Students and teachers would debate for hours, testing ideas against each other, looking for weaknesses in arguments, and trying to build philosophical systems that could withstand scrutiny. It was mentally exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. Aristotle distinguished himself not just by his intelligence, but by the breadth of his interests. While other students might focus narrowly on one area of philosophy, Aristotle seemed interested in everything. Ethics? Sure. Politics? Absolutely. The natural world? Fascinating. Poetry and drama? Why not? He was developing into what we might call a polymath, someone whose curiosity encompassed the entirety of human knowledge. But there were social challenges too. Aristotle's provincial background and his Macedonian connections made him something of an outsider in Athenian society. Athens and Macedonia had complicated relations, sometimes allies, sometimes rivals, always regarding each other with a mixture of respect and suspicion. Being Macedonian in Athens was like being permanently foreign, never quite fitting in no matter how long you stayed. In 347 BCE, after 2 decades at the academy, Plato died. He was over 80 years old and had shaped Western philosophy more profoundly than perhaps any single person before or since. His death left a vacancy at the head of the academy, and many people, probably including Aristotle himself, expected that the brilliant student would succeed his master. But that's not what happened. The academy's leadership chose Plato's nephew Speusippus instead. We can't know exactly why. Maybe Aristotle's disagreements with Platonic doctrine were already too well known. Maybe his Macedonian background worked against him, or maybe there were personal factors we'll never understand. Whatever the reason, Aristotle found himself passed over for the position he'd spent 20 years preparing for. So Aristotle did what any reasonable person would do when faced with professional disappointment. He left Athens entirely and began an entirely new chapter of his life. He was 37 years old, intellectually mature and ready to chart his own course. What he didn't know was that his best work still lay ahead of him. Leaving Athens after 20 years must have felt like leaving home, even if that home had never quite accepted you as family. Aristotle travelled to Assos, a small city on the coast of what's now Turkey, where a former fellow student named Hermias ruled as a local tyrant. Though, tyrant in Greek didn't necessarily mean bad ruler, just sole ruler, which shows you how differently ancient Greeks thought about political terminology. Assos gave Aristotle something he'd never really had before: freedom to pursue his own philosophical vision without being in Plato's shadow. He established a small philosophical school, gathered students, and began to seriously work out his own ideas. It was like being a musician who'd apprenticed with a master for 20 years and was finally ready to compose their own music. But Assos also gave Aristotle something unexpected: love. He married Pythias, who was either Hermias' daughter or niece. Sources disagree, and ancient family trees are notoriously difficult to untangle. What we do know is that Aristotle seems to have genuinely loved her, which is worth noting in a time when philosophical marriages were often more about alliances than affection. The couple had a daughter, also named Pythias. Aristotle would later write about marriage and family life with the kind of nuanced understanding that suggests his own experience informed his philosophy. He understood that human flourishing wasn't just about abstract contemplation. It was also about relationships, love, and the texture of daily life. During his time in Assos and later on the nearby island of Lesbos, Aristotle began the biological, research that would occupy him for much of his life. The Aegean coast was perfect for this: tide pools full of sea creatures, forests with diverse plant life, and marine environments that changed with the seasons. It was a living laboratory, and Aristotle approached it with the systematic curiosity he'd inherited from his physician father. He would wade into tide pools, examining starfish and sea urchins with the focus of a modern marine biologist. He dissected squid, studied dolphins, and observed how different fish species spawned. He collected plants, noted their characteristics, and tried to understand the patterns that connected different forms of life. It was hands-on, empirical work that would have made Plato deeply uncomfortable. All this focus on the physical world, this belief that truth could be found by getting your feet wet and your hands dirty. Aristotle was developing a method that combined observation with logical analysis. He would look at many examples of something, say different types of fish, notice their similarities and differences, and then try to work out the principles that explain these patterns. It was the beginning of what we now call the scientific method, though Aristotle would have just called it investigating nature. His biological observations were remarkably accurate. He correctly described the development of chick embryos inside eggs, noted that whales and dolphins are mammals rather than fish, and documented hundreds of species with precision that wouldn't be matched until centuries later. Some of his observations were so detailed that modern biologists who've gone back to check have found them essentially correct. But then, in 343 BCE, Aristotle received an invitation that would change his life again. Philip II of Macedonia, remember that kingdom in the north that sophisticated Athenians looked down on, had a teenage son who needed a tutor. The son's name was Alexander, and Philip was willing to pay handsomely for the best education money could buy. For Aristotle, this was both an opportunity and a homecoming. He would be returning to Macedonia, the land of his childhood, but now as a distinguished philosopher rather than an orphaned boy. More importantly, he would have the chance to shape the mind of a young prince who might someday rule Macedonia. Neither Philip nor Aristotle could have imagined that this teenage student would become Alexander the Great, conqueror of the Persian Empire and creator of an empire stretching from Greece to India. But for 3 years, in a quiet grove in Macedonia, one of history's greatest minds taught one of history's greatest conquerors. Picture this. You're Aristotle, a 40-year-old philosopher who spent your entire adult life studying everything from ethics to zoology, and now you've been hired to teach a headstrong, ambitious 13-year-old prince who's already been training with weapons and horses, who's grown up hearing stories of military glory, and who shows about as much interest in philosophical contemplation as most teenagers show in eating vegetables. The tutoring took place at Mysa, a village in Macedonia, where Philip had established something like a private school for Alexander and a few select companions. It was quieter than the royal court, which was probably essential for any serious studying, and it had the kind of natural surroundings that Aristotle loved for observing and collecting specimens. What did Aristotle teach a future world conqueror? We know he introduced Alexander to Homer's Iliad, which became the prince's favourite book. Alexander reportedly slept with a copy under his pillow, along with a dagger, which tells you something about his priorities. The Iliad wasn't just entertainment, it was a manual on honour, glory, and what it meant to be a hero in the Greek tradition. But Aristotle taught more than literature. He introduced Alexander to philosophy, science, medicine, and the Greek ideal of education as forming the complete person, body, mind, and character all developed in harmony. He encouraged the young prince's curiosity about the natural world, his interest in different cultures, and his appreciation for knowledge of all kinds. There's a wonderful image of Aristotle and his teenage students, Alexander and his companions, walking through the countryside, discussing philosophy while observing plants and animals. It combines everything Aristotle loved: intellectual conversation, empirical observation, and the belief that education happens best when you're actively engaged with the world rather than locked in a classroom. Did Aristotle's teaching actually influence the man Alexander became? It's hard to say for certain. Alexander the Conqueror, who swept across Asia, wasn't exactly practicing the moderate contemplative life that Aristotle advocated in his Ethics. He was more interested in military glory than philosophical wisdom, more concerned with conquest than with the careful observation of nature. But there are hints of Aristotle's influence. Alexander founded cities throughout his empire and filled them with Greek culture, libraries, theatres, and schools. He collected botanical and zoological specimens during his campaigns and sent them back to Aristotle, supporting his former teacher's scientific research. He showed curiosity about the peoples he conquered, trying to understand their customs and incorporate them into his empire rather than simply destroying them. Their relationship was complicated, like many relationships between teachers and students, who've gone in different directions. Later, when Alexander executed Aristotle's nephew Callisthenes for alleged treason, it created a rift between them. Aristotle had shown Alexander how to think, but he couldn't control what the young man thought about or what he chose to do with his power. After 3 years, when Alexander was 16, Philip decided his son was ready for more practical education, namely learning to be a warrior and leader. Aristotle's job was done. The tutor and his student would go their separate ways, one to conquer the known world, the other to found a school and revolutionize human understanding. In 335 BCE, at age 49, Aristotle returned to Athens. Alexander was now king, Philip had been assassinated, and beginning his conquest of Persia. Athens was nervous about Macedonia's growing power, but Aristotle's connection to the Macedonian court actually gave him resources and protection that few other philosophers enjoyed. It was time for Aristotle to do what he'd been preparing for his entire adult life: establish his own school, develop his own philosophical system, and teach students according to his own vision rather than Plato's. The intellectual adventure was about to enter its most productive phase. When Aristotle returned to Athens in 335 BCE, he couldn't return to Plato's academy. It had its own leadership and its own Platonic tradition that Aristotle had largely rejected. So he did what any philosopher with ambition and resources would do. He founded his own school. The Lyceum, named after the nearby temple of Apollo Lyceus, became Aristotle's intellectual home for the next 12 years. Located in a grove just outside Athens, it was similar to the academy in being a place where philosophers gathered to study, debate, and pursue knowledge. But in crucial ways, it was completely different. For one thing, the Lyceum was far more empirically focused. Where the academy emphasized mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum collected specimens, dissected animals, gathered data, and built what was essentially the ancient world's first research library. Aristotle wanted his students to study the actual world, not just contemplate perfect forms. The school got the nickname peripatetic, which comes from the Greek word for walking around. This wasn't because they were wanderers or couldn't sit still. It was because Aristotle liked to teach while strolling through the covered walkways of the Lyceum. There's something about walking that helps thinking, as if the physical movement somehow facilitates intellectual movement as well. Imagine morning lectures where Aristotle and his advanced students would walk slowly through the colonnade discussing complex philosophical questions while the less advanced students listened and tried to keep up, both physically and intellectually. In the afternoons, Aristotle would give public lectures on more accessible topics, drawing crowds of interested Athenians who wanted to hear what this brilliant Macedonian philosopher had to say. The Lyceum became a centre for what we might call systematic research. Aristotle organised his students to collect and organise information on an unprecedented scale. They gathered constitutions from 158 different Greek city-states, analysing how different political systems worked. They collected biological specimens, built up a library of books and scrolls, and created charts and diagrams to organise information. This was revolutionary. Before Aristotle, philosophy was largely about individual thinkers developing their own systems. Aristotle turned philosophy into something more like a research enterprise, with multiple people working together to gather data, test hypotheses, and build cumulative knowledge. The library at the Lyceum was apparently extraordinary for its time. Aristotle collected not just philosophical works, but texts on every subject: history, medicine, drama, politics, and natural science. He understood that to think clearly about any topic, you needed to know what others had thought before you. It was an early version of the research library concept that would become essential to universities centuries later. During his morning sessions, Aristotle would address the more technical aspects of his philosophy. These weren't casual conversations, they were rigorous, systematic explorations of difficult questions. How do we gain knowledge? What is the nature of reality? What makes an action ethical? How should societies be organised? Aristotle approached these questions differently than Plato had. Instead of starting with abstract principles and deducing conclusions, he would often start with observations and work his way toward principles. He believed that philosophy should be grounded in how the world actually works, not in how we might wish it to work in some perfect realm of forms. His teaching method involved what we might call collaborative inquiry. He would raise a question, examine what previous thinkers had said about it, identify the difficulties with their answers, and then work toward his own solution, always testing his ideas against observations and common sense. The atmosphere at the Lyceum must have been intense but also collaborative. Students weren't just passively absorbing Aristotle's wisdom, they were actively engaged in research, debate, and the collective pursuit of knowledge. Some were dissecting animals and examining their organs, others were studying plant life or collecting information about different governments. Still others were working through logical problems or ethical questions. Aristotle himself was incredibly productive during these years. He wrote on an astonishing range of topics: physics, metaphysics, ethics, politics, poetics, rhetoric, biology, and psychology. His works weren't written in the polished literary style of Plato's dialogues. They read more like lecture notes or research papers, dense with argument and packed with observations. This wasn't because Aristotle couldn't write well. His lost dialogues were apparently beautifully written. It's because what survived were his working texts, the materials he used for teaching and research rather than for public consumption. It's like the difference between a professor's polished textbook and their lecture notes. The notes are rougher, but often contain more of the real thinking. The Lyceum attracted students from throughout the Greek world and beyond. Some came because of Aristotle's connection to Alexander, who was now conquering the Persian Empire and making Macedonia the dominant power in the Mediterranean world. Others came because the Lyceum represented something new in education. Not just learning to think, but learning to observe, analyse and understand the natural and human world. For 12 years, Aristotle led the Lyceum in this systematic investigation of reality. It was the most productive period of his intellectual life, when he synthesized everything he'd learned into comprehensive philosophical and scientific systems that would influence human thought for the next 2 millennia. But this productive period was about to end in a way that must have felt painfully familiar to Aristotle. Once again, political events would force him to leave Athens, once again demonstrating that philosophers, however wise, cannot escape the tumultuous currents of history. Before we discuss how Aristotle's time in Athens ended, let's explore what made his approach to knowledge so revolutionary, because this is really the heart of Aristotle's legacy, not any single discovery, but a whole new way of thinking about how we understand the world. Settle back into your cushions as we dive into philosophy, but I promise to keep it relaxed and avoid the kind of dense jargon that makes most people's eyes glaze over. Aristotle's ideas at their core are actually quite practical and grounded in common sense. Remember how Plato believed that true knowledge came from contemplating perfect, eternal forms that exist in some realm beyond the physical world? Aristotle looked at this theory and essentially said, "That's beautiful, but it doesn't help us understand the actual world we live in. If you want to understand horses, you don't contemplate the perfect form of horseness. You go observe actual horses." This might seem obvious to us now, but it was radical then. Aristotle was saying that the physical world isn't just imperfect copies of something better. It's real and worth studying for its own sake. That tree outside your window isn't a poor imitation of some perfect tree form. It's an actual tree with its own nature, and you can learn about trees by examining it. Aristotle developed what we call an empirical approach to knowledge. Empirical just means based on observation and experience. He believed that knowledge begins with our senses, what we see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. These sensations give us raw data about the world, which our minds then process into understanding. But Aristotle wasn't naive about this. He knew that senses can be deceived, and that appearances can be misleading. His solution was to combine observation with reason, to look carefully at many examples, notice patterns, and use logic to work out the principles underlying what we observe. His biological work shows this method perfectly. He didn't just look at one dolphin and declare he understood all dolphins. He examined many dolphins, dissected them, observed their behaviour, talked to fishermen about what they'd seen, and gradually built up a comprehensive understanding. It was painstaking, systematic work that required patience and attention to detail. Aristotle organised knowledge in ways that still influence how we think. He created the first system for classifying living things, grouping organisms by their shared characteristics. His categories weren't always perfect by modern standards, but the underlying method, observe similarities and differences, group things accordingly, look for the principles that explain the patterns, is still how biological classification works. Today, he applied the same systematic approach to other areas. In ethics, he observed how people actually live and what seems to make them happy, then worked out principles for good living based on these observations. In politics, he studied 158 different governments, noting what worked and what didn't, building a political science grounded in actual experience rather than abstract ideals. Aristotle's concept of causation was particularly influential. He argued that to truly understand something, you need to understand 4 different types of causes. Take a bronze statue as an example. The material cause is the bronze itself, what it's made of. The formal cause is the shape, the design of the statue. The efficient cause is the sculptor who made it. And the final cause is its purpose, why it was made. This framework might seem complicated at first, but it's actually quite intuitive. When you ask, "Why is this statue here?" you might mean, "What is it made of?" Or, "Who made it?" Or, "What's it for?" Aristotle recognized these as different types of questions that all contribute to complete understanding. His emphasis on final causes, on purpose and function, was especially important for biology. Aristotle understood that you can't fully understand an organ or organism without understanding what it's for. The heart makes sense when you understand it's for pumping blood. Eyes make sense when you understand they're for seeing. Everything in nature exists for a reason, serving some purpose in the organism's life. Now, Aristotle sometimes took this teleological thinking too far. He assumed that everything has a purpose assigned by nature, which isn't quite how evolution actually works. But his instinct that function and purpose are essential to understanding was fundamentally sound. Modern biology still asks, what is this for? Even if it answers that question in terms of evolutionary advantage rather than in inherent purpose. In logic, Aristotle literally invented formal logic as a discipline. He developed the syllogism, that method of reasoning where you start with two premises and derive a conclusion. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It sounds simple, but Aristotle systematically worked out all the valid and invalid forms of this kind of reasoning, creating a tool for checking whether arguments actually make sense. For over 2,000 years, Aristotle's logic was essentially all of logic. It wasn't until the 19th century that mathematicians developed forms of logical reasoning that went beyond what Aristotle had created. That's an extraordinary intellectual achievement, creating a system so robust that it remains fundamentally sound for millennia. Aristotle's ethics emphasized something he called eudaimonia, usually translated as happiness or flourishing, but he didn't mean momentary pleasure or simple contentment. He meant living well in the fullest sense, developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging with your community, and using your reason well. The key to eudaimonia, Aristotle argued, is virtue, but virtue understood as a kind of skill, or excellence that you develop through practice. Courage isn't something you're born with, it's something you cultivate by repeatedly facing your fears appropriately. Generosity is a habit you develop by practicing giving well. Every virtue lies between two extremes. Courage between cowardice and recklessness, generosity between stinginess and wastefulness. This is practical ethics grounded in how people actually become good, rather than abstract theories about moral perfection. Aristotle understood that becoming a good person is like learning to play an instrument. It requires practice, guidance, and the formation of good habits over time. In all these areas, biology, logic, ethics, politics, Aristotle's method was similar. Start with careful observation. Notice patterns, work out underlying principles, test these principles against further observations, and build systematic understanding. It was the birth of organized science and systematic philosophy, even though Aristotle wouldn't have recognized those as separate disciplines. What made Aristotle's approach so revolutionary was this combination of respect for empirical observation, with confidence in human reason. He believed we could understand the world, not through divine revelation, not through pure mathematics divorced from reality, but through the careful, systematic application of our observational and rational faculties. This was optimistic without being naive, empirical without being merely fact-collecting, and systematic without being rigid. It was a vision of human knowledge as something we build gradually, collectively, through careful attention to reality and rigorous thinking about what we observe. And now, with your tea perhaps growing cold and your eyelids perhaps growing heavy, we need to see how Aristotle's story ends, because even the greatest philosophers cannot entirely control the historical currents that sweep them along. In 323 BCE, news reached Athens that would change everything. Alexander the Great had died in Babylon. At the age of 32, the empire he'd built with astonishing speed was already fracturing as his generals fought over the pieces, and in Athens, anti-Macedonian sentiment that had been simmering for years suddenly boiled over. Aristotle found himself in an impossible position. He was Macedonian by birth, had been Alexander's tutor, and maintained close connections to the Macedonian court. For 12 years, Athens had tolerated his presence because Macedonia's power made it necessary. But with Alexander dead and Macedonia temporarily weakened, old resentments surfaced. Someone brought charges of impiety against Aristotle, the same charge that had been used against Socrates a century earlier. The specific accusation was something about honouring a friend in ways reserved for gods, which sounds technical but was really just a pretext. The real issue was politics. Aristotle represented Macedonia, and Athens wanted to strike back at Macedonia however it could. Aristotle, now 61 years old, and having watched Socrates' fate unfold from his prison cell, made a different choice. He decided not to stay and face trial. According to tradition, he said he wouldn't let Athens sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' execution. So he left Athens, turning over the Lyceum to his student Theophrastus, and retired to Chalcis, his mother's hometown. Think about what this meant. For 12 years, Aristotle had built the Lyceum into the ancient world's premier research institution. He had gathered an incredible library, trained brilliant students, and created systematic approaches to nearly every field of knowledge. And now, because of politics he couldn't control, he had to walk away from it all. In Chalcis, Aristotle lived quietly for about a year. We don't know much about this final period of his life. He was likely working on his writings, perhaps revising and organising the vast body of work he'd produced over his lifetime. He may have been suffering from some illness. Ancient sources mention stomach problems, which given ancient medicine's limitations could have meant almost anything. In 322 BCE, just 1 year after leaving Athens, Aristotle died at the age of 62. It wasn't a dramatic death like Socrates' execution, or a mysterious one like Alexander's early demise. It was simply the end of a life that had been, by any measure, extraordinarily productive and influential. Aristotle left behind his daughter Pythias. His wife of the same name had died years earlier, and he'd later had a relationship with a woman named Herpyllis, with whom he had a son named Nicomachus. His will, which survived, shows him as a thoughtful, caring person who made provisions for his family, his slaves, whom he freed, and even his concubine's future. It's a touching document that reveals the human side of this towering intellect, but more importantly, he left behind an intellectual legacy that would shape human thought for the next 2,000 years. His works, or rather the lecture notes and research texts that survived, were preserved and eventually edited by scholars in later centuries. They became the foundation for education throughout the Mediterranean world, and eventually throughout medieval Europe. Now comes one of the most fascinating parts of Aristotle's story. Not what he did during his life, but what happened to his ideas after his death. Because unlike many philosophers whose influence fades with time, Aristotle's impact actually grew over the centuries, spreading far beyond the Greek world he knew. After Aristotle's death, his writings were preserved by the Lyceum under Theophrastus's leadership, but they weren't immediately famous throughout the ancient world. For several centuries, Aristotle was known more for his published dialogues, works that haven't survived, than for the dense technical treatises we now have. Then came a strange period where Aristotle's works apparently disappeared from circulation. According to tradition, they were hidden in a cellar in Asia Minor to protect them from being seized, where they suffered damage from moisture and insects. Whether this story is entirely true or partly legend, we do know that Aristotle's major works were relatively unknown for a couple of centuries. In the 1st century BCE, a scholar named Andronicus of Rhodes collected and edited Aristotle's writings, organising them into the form we know today. This wasn't just filing papers, it was an act of reconstruction and interpretation that shaped how we read Aristotle. The arrangement of his works, the way they're grouped and titled, comes largely from Andronicus's editorial decisions. As Rome became the Mediterranean's dominant power, Greek philosophy spread throughout the empire. Aristotle's works became central to higher education. Young Romans who wanted philosophical training studied Aristotle along with Plato and the Stoics. His logic became the standard method for teaching reasoning, and his ethics a framework for thinking about the good life. But Aristotle's most significant journey was yet to come. As the Roman Empire declined and eventually fell in the West, much of Greek learning was lost in Europe. The sophisticated intellectual culture that had produced and preserved Aristotle's works crumbled as cities shrank. Trade declined, and literacy became increasingly rare outside monasteries. However, Aristotle's work survived in the Eastern Roman Empire, what we call the Byzantine Empire, centered on Constantinople. Byzantine scholars continued to read, copy, and study Aristotle in Greek. Meanwhile, something extraordinary was happening further east. Islamic scholars in the expanding Arab world encountered Aristotle's works and recognized their value immediately. Beginning in the 8th century CE, a massive translation movement began in Baghdad and other centers of Islamic learning. Aristotle's treatises were translated from Greek into Arabic, often by Christian scholars working in Muslim courts. Islamic philosophers like Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and Averroes didn't just translate Aristotle, they engaged with his ideas, wrote extensive commentaries, and integrated his philosophy with Islamic theology and science. Averroes in particular became such an important interpreter of Aristotle that medieval Europeans would later call him simply the commentator, while Aristotle was the philosopher. This Islamic engagement with Aristotle preserved his works and developed his ideas in ways that would prove crucial for European intellectual history. When Europe began to recover economically and culturally in the 11th and 12th centuries, scholars rediscovered Aristotle, but often through Arabic translations and Islamic commentaries, rather than directly from Greek sources. The reintroduction of Aristotle to Western Europe was like injecting intellectual electricity into a system that had been running on minimal power. Suddenly, European scholars had access to systematic treatments of logic, natural science, ethics, and metaphysics that far exceeded anything available in Latin. It was like upgrading from a basic toolset to a fully equipped workshop. But this created a problem. Much of Aristotle's philosophy, particularly his ideas about the eternity of the world and the nature of the soul, seemed to conflict with Christian theology. Church authorities were unsure whether this pagan Greek philosopher from ancient times should be taught in Christian universities. Enter Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century Dominican friar who accomplished one of the great intellectual syntheses in Western history. Aquinas carefully worked through Aristotle's philosophy, showing how it could be reconciled with Christian doctrine. He distinguished between what reason could discover, Aristotle's domain, and what required divine revelation, theology's domain, creating a framework where both could coexist. Aquinas' achievement meant that Aristotle became central to medieval university education. Students learned Aristotelian logic, physics, ethics, and metaphysics as the foundation for their studies. The University of Paris, Oxford, Cambridge, all the great medieval universities made Aristotle the core of their curriculum. For several centuries, Aristotle's authority was so great that Aristotle said so was considered a sufficient argument to settle most questions. This led to some absurdities. Scholars would debate how many teeth a horse has by analysing what Aristotle wrote rather than, just counting a horse's teeth. Aristotle himself, who emphasised observation, would have been appalled. The scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries involved, in many ways, overthrowing Aristotelian physics and cosmology. Galileo's experiments contradicted Aristotle's claims about motion. Harvey's discovery of blood circulation contradicted Aristotelian physiology. Newton's physics replaced Aristotelian explanations of how things move. But interestingly, even as scientists rejected Aristotle's specific conclusions, they often kept his method, the emphasis on observation, the search for causes, and the systematic organisation of knowledge. Modern science isn't Aristotelian, but it's arguably descended from Aristotle's approach to investigating nature. Today, you might think Aristotle is just a historical curiosity, relevant only to scholars studying ancient philosophy, but his influence persists in surprising ways. Every time you use formal logic, you're using tools Aristotle developed. When you think about ethics in terms of character and virtue rather than just rules, you're thinking in Aristotelian terms. When scientists classify organisms or analyse functions, they're following procedures Aristotle pioneered. His political science, his analysis of poetry and drama, his psychology, and his understanding of how we form concepts, all of these continue to influence how we think, often without our realising it. Aristotle is like the foundation of a building you live in. You don't usually notice it, but everything rests on it. As your tea grows cold and the hour grows late, let's consider what Aristotle's life and work mean for us today. Because this isn't just ancient history, it's about how we understand the world and our place in it. Aristotle gave us something fundamental: confidence that the world is knowable through careful observation and clear thinking. Before him, many people thought true knowledge required mystical insight or divine revelation. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary human beings, using their senses and their reason, could genuinely understand reality. This is such a basic assumption for us that we barely notice it. When you wonder how something works and decide to look it up or experiment to find out, you're operating on Aristotelian principles. The idea that we can figure things out by observing carefully and thinking clearly, that's Aristotle's legacy. His emphasis on studying actual things in the actual world rather than abstract perfections influenced the entire development of science. Yes, scientists have rejected many of his specific conclusions. His physics, his astronomy, and his chemistry were wrong in important ways. But his method of systematic observation, careful classification, and looking for underlying principles. That's still how science works. Aristotle's virtue ethics has seen a remarkable revival in recent decades. Modern philosophers rediscovered that his approach to ethics, focusing on character, habits, and human flourishing rather than just rules and duties, addresses aspects of moral life that other ethical theories miss. How do we become good people? What does it mean to live well? These Aristotelian questions feel more relevant to many people than abstract debates about moral principles. His political science, with its careful analysis of different forms of government and what makes them work or fail, still informs political theory. His understanding that politics isn't about implementing perfect systems, but about finding arrangements that work for actual human beings with all their flaws, that's a lesson every generation needs to relearn. In education, Aristotle's model of learning through apprenticeship and hands-on experience with a master teacher influenced how universities developed and still shapes how we think about advanced education. The idea of gathering students around a wise teacher to pursue knowledge collectively, that's the Lyceum's legacy, still alive in graduate seminars and research groups. But perhaps Aristotle's most important legacy is something less tangible, his demonstration that human knowledge is cumulative, that we can build on what previous thinkers discovered, and that intellectual progress is possible. Before Aristotle, philosophers tended to create their own complete systems from scratch. Aristotle showed that you could start with what others had learned, identify their insights and errors, and build something better. This is how knowledge actually grows, not through lone geniuses inventing everything themselves, but through communities of thinkers building on each other's work. Every scientific paper that begins with a literature review, every philosopher who engages with previous traditions, every scholar who stands on the shoulders of giants, they're all following the model Aristotle established at the Lyceum. Aristotle also showed us that intellectual breadth matters. In our age of specialization, when experts know more and more about less and less, Aristotle reminds us that understanding anything fully requires understanding its connections to everything else. His interests spanned from marine biology to literary criticism, and from formal logic to political science, because he understood that reality doesn't come neatly divided into academic departments. There's something profoundly human about Aristotle's approach to knowledge. He wasn't interested in abstract perfection divorced from lived experience. He wanted to understand the world we actually inhabit, messy, complicated, full of purposes and functions and constant change. He believed that ordinary things, plants, animals, human relationships, political systems, were worthy of serious systematic study. This might sound obvious now, but it was revolutionary then and remains important today. How often do we dismiss the everyday as uninteresting, searching for something more exotic or dramatic to hold our attention? Aristotle teaches us to look closely at what's right in front of us, because ordinary reality is actually extraordinary when you examine it carefully. His life also reminds us that intellectual work happens in communities. Aristotle didn't develop his ideas in isolation. He learned from Plato, taught Alexander, collaborated with students at the Lyceum, and engaged with other philosophers. Knowledge is social, built through conversation, debate, teaching, and collaborative investigation. And yet Aristotle's story also carries a cautionary note. His systematic approach sometimes became too rigid. His confidence in human reason sometimes led to speculation beyond what observation could support, and his influence eventually became so great that it stifled rather than stimulated inquiry. Aristotle said so became an excuse to stop thinking rather than a starting point for further investigation. This tension between respect for tradition and openness to new discovery is something every field of knowledge must navigate. We need to learn from the past without being imprisoned by it, to respect previous thinkers without treating their words as sacred scripture. Aristotle himself would have understood this. He honoured Plato while departing from Platonic philosophy, and learned from his predecessors while correcting their errors. As we near the end of our journey with Aristotle, imagine him in those final months in Chalcis, looking back on his 62 years. What did he think about when he reflected on his life? We can't know for certain, but we can imagine. Perhaps he thought about his childhood in Macedonia, watching his father practice medicine with careful attention to symptoms and treatments. Those early lessons in observation stayed with him throughout his life, shaping his entire approach to knowledge. Perhaps he remembered arriving in Athens as a young man, feeling provincial and out of place, but discovering at Plato's academy an intellectual home that would shape him for 20 years. Even as he eventually departed from Plato's teachings, he never forgot what he learned there: the importance of rigorous argument, the value of questioning assumptions, and the pursuit of truth wherever it leads. He might have smiled, remembering his time teaching young Alexander, that energetic, ambitious teenager who would grow up to conquer the world. Did Aristotle feel pride at his students' achievements, or dismay at how different Alexander's path was from the contemplative life Aristotle advocated? Probably both. Like any teacher watching a brilliant student make choices they wouldn't have made themselves. Surely he thought about his years at the Lyceum, those productive, satisfying years when he'd finally been able to pursue his own vision of what philosophy and science should be. The morning walks with advanced students discussing complex questions while strolling through shaded colonnades. The afternoon public lectures share knowledge with anyone interested enough to listen. The collaborative research projects have students collecting data on everything from fish to governments. He might have felt regret about leaving Athens, forced out by political circumstances beyond his control. To build something significant and then have to abandon it must have been painful, but perhaps he found some comfort in knowing he'd trained capable students like Theophrastus who could carry on his work. If Aristotle had known how his ideas would travel through time, translated into Arabic, preserved by Islamic scholars, reintroduced to Europe, becoming the foundation of medieval universities, influencing thinkers for 2,000 years, what would he have thought? Probably a mixture of satisfaction and bemusement, especially at the ways his ideas would be misunderstood, ossified into dogma, and eventually partially overturned. But he would likely have been pleased that his fundamental approach, careful observation, systematic thinking, and the belief that the world is knowable, continued to influence how humans pursue understanding. That was his real contribution, not any specific doctrine, but a whole way of approaching knowledge. Aristotle understood that knowledge is always provisional, always subject to refinement as we learn more. His works constantly engage with previous thinkers, building on their insights and correcting their errors. He would have expected, probably hoped, that future thinkers would do the same with his work. In his final days, perhaps Aristotle found peace in having lived a life devoted to understanding. He'd started with nothing but curiosity and intelligence, and he'd used these to investigate nearly every aspect of reality accessible to human inquiry. He'd been a student, a teacher, a researcher, a founder of institutions, and a systematizer of knowledge. He'd loved his wife, Pythias, his companion, Herpyllis, and his children. He'd formed friendships with students and colleagues. He'd experienced political success and political exile. He'd known the satisfaction of intellectual breakthrough and the frustration of unanswered questions. In short, he'd lived a fully human life while also living a life of the mind. The ancient Greeks had a concept that Aristotle wrote about extensively: eudaimonia, human flourishing, living well. By his own account, this came from developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging meaningfully with others, and using your reason well. By these measures, Aristotle had indeed achieved eudaimonia, even if his life ended in exile rather than triumph. When he died in 322 BCE, Aristotle probably had no idea that he was, in a sense, immortal. His body would decay like all physical things. He understood biology too well to imagine otherwise. But his ideas, his methods, and his approach to understanding the world, these would outlast empires and influence civilizations he'd never heard of. That's a legacy worth reflecting on as you drift towards sleep. A single person, through careful thought and systematic inquiry, can influence how millions of future people understand reality. The questions Aristotle asked, the methods he developed, and the knowledge he systematized, these became tools that countless others would use to build their own understanding. As you settle into that space between waking and sleeping, where thoughts become less linear and more dreamlike, consider this. Aristotle's greatest achievement wasn't any single discovery, but showing that the world is comprehensible. Before him, many people thought that true understanding required mystical revelation or abstract mathematics divorced from physical reality. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary people could understand the world by looking carefully, thinking clearly, and building knowledge systematically. Every time you try to understand something by observing it carefully, you're following Aristotle's path. Every time you classify things by their similarities and differences, you're using Aristotle's method. Every time you ask, What is this for? Or how does this work? You're asking Aristotelian questions. You might never have studied Aristotle in school. You might not be able to name a single one of his books, but his influence is in the very air you breathe intellectually, in how you think about causes, in how you understand living things, in how you reason about ethics, and in your assumption that the world makes sense and can be understood. This is what it means to be a foundational thinker. Not that everything you say is correct. Aristotle was wrong about many things, but that you change how people think about thinking itself. You create tools that others can use, methods that others can follow, and frameworks that others can build upon. Aristotle showed us that knowledge is not something revealed from above, but something built from below, starting with simple observations and building toward comprehensive understanding. He demonstrated that you don't need mystical insights or mathematical perfection to understand reality. You need careful attention, clear thinking, and the patience to work through problems systematically. This optimistic view of human knowledge, that we can figure things out, that the world is knowable, that reason and observation together can lead us toward truth, remains one of civilization's most important assumptions. When we doubt it, science stops, inquiry ends, and we retreat into authority and tradition. Aristotle also reminds us that intellectual work is deeply human. It happens in communities of teachers and students. It requires conversation and debate. It builds on what others have learned. It connects to the practical concerns of living well. Knowledge isn't just abstract information. It's part of how we flourish as human beings. As sleep approaches and this story ends, remember that the quiet philosopher from Stagira, who spent his life observing, thinking, and teaching, changed the world, more profoundly than many conquerors. His student Alexander's empire fell apart within years of his death. But Aristotle's intellectual empire, his methods, his insights, his approach to understanding, has lasted more than 2 millennia and shows no signs of disappearing. Tomorrow, when you wake and observe the world around you, noticing patterns, asking questions, trying to understand how things work, you'll be thinking in ways that Aristotle helped make possible. The morning light streaming through your window illuminates a world that Aristotle taught us could be studied and understood, rather than merely feared or worshipped. That's his gift to us. Confidence that the world makes sense, methods for making sense of it, and the belief that understanding is worth pursuing for its own sake, not for power or wealth or fame, but simply for the joy of knowing, the satisfaction of understanding, and the human fulfillment that comes from using our minds well. Sleep now, with gratitude for this ancient Greek physician's son who devoted his life to helping humanity wake up to the intelligibility of the world. May your dreams be full of wonder at the patterns that connect all things, the purposes that animate living creatures, and the joy of understanding that makes us most fully human. And when you wake, may you see the world with fresh eyes, not as a chaos of random events, but as Aristotle taught us to see it, as a cosmos, an ordered whole that our minds are capable of comprehending, one careful observation and clear thought at a time. Sweet dreams, and may Aristotle's spirit of systematic wonder follow you into sleep and beyond. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast frozen plain, somewhere in what will one day be called Siberia. The year is approximately 15,000 BCE, though calendars won't exist for thousands of years yet. The landscape stretches endlessly before you, a rolling expanse of tundra grass, patches of snow, and scattered stands of hardy pine trees that somehow survive the brutal cold. The air bites at your exposed skin with a sharpness that makes your eyes water, and when you exhale, your breath crystallizes instantly into tiny ice particles that drift away like miniature stars. This is the Pleistocene epoch, the great ice age that has gripped the Earth for millennia. Massive glaciers, some more than a mile thick, cover much of the northern hemisphere. But you're not standing on ice. You're in one of the refuge zones, the areas between the glaciers where life clings stubbornly to existence. The sun hangs low on the horizon even at midday, casting everything in a peculiar amber light that makes the snow sparkle like scattered diamonds. Your clothing is a masterwork of survival technology, though you wouldn't think of it that way. You're wrapped in carefully prepared animal hides, reindeer primarily, with the fur turned inward for warmth. Your boots are stuffed with dried grass for insulation, and your hands are covered in mittens made from the winter coat of a woolly mammoth calf. Every piece of clothing represents hours of work, scraping, tanning and sewing, with needles made from bird bones and thread made from animal sinew. Around you, the Ice Age megafauna go about their business with the casual indifference of creatures who've never learned to fear humans. A small herd of woolly mammoths moves slowly across the plain, about half a mile away, their shaggy rust-coloured coats swaying with each ponderous step. They're smaller than modern elephants, actually, only about 9 feet tall at the shoulder, but their enormous curved tusks, some reaching 16 feet in length, make them look like creatures from a fever dream. The matriarch uses her trunk to sweep away snow, exposing the dried grass beneath, and the others follow her lead, creating a scattered pattern of feeding spots across the white expanse. Further out you spot a woolly rhinoceros, its 2 horns catching the low sunlight. It's a solitary creature, this one, methodically working its way across the tundra, in search of the woody shrubs it prefers. Its wool hangs in ragged strips, not a sign of poor health, but simply the normal appearance of an animal whose coat has evolved to survive temperatures that would kill most modern mammals within hours. A herd of steppe bison, the ancestors of modern American bison but larger, with horns spanning 6 feet across, grazes in the middle distance. They're darker than the snow around them, their breath creating small clouds that hang in the still, cold air. One of them paws at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below, and the sound carries clearly across the frozen landscape. A sharp crack followed by the softer sound of ice crystals falling. But it's not the megafauna that you're watching most carefully, it's the wolves. They're everywhere in this landscape, though you have to know how to look for them. Unlike the megafauna, wolves have learned to be cautious around humans. They're not afraid exactly, not yet, but they're careful. You spot one now, about 300 yards away, sitting on a small rise. It's watching the mammoth herd with professional interest, but you notice that it occasionally glances in your direction too. Its coat is longer and thicker than the wolves of warmer climates, a magnificent blend of grey, black and white that makes it nearly invisible against the mixed landscape of snow and bare ground. These Ice Age wolves are slightly larger than their modern descendants will be, more robust, built for bringing down prey that outweighs them by thousands of pounds. This particular wolf probably weighs around 120 pounds, with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. Its amber eyes miss nothing, constantly scanning the environment for opportunity or danger. You're part of a small band, about 25 people, ranging from infants to elders in their 40s. That might sound young for an elder, but in this world, reaching 40 is an achievement worthy of respect. Your people have been following the reindeer herds for weeks now, and you've set up a temporary camp in a sheltered area, where a rocky outcrop provides some protection from the wind. The camp itself is a collection of sturdy structures, not quite tents, not quite huts. You've created them by setting up frameworks of mammoth bones and tusks, then covering these frameworks with layers of animal hides. The largest structure, the communal dwelling, uses the skull of a mammoth as part of its entrance. Inside, the temperature is bearable, not warm but survivable, thanks to a carefully maintained fire at the centre. The smoke escapes through a gap at the top, and the hides are arranged so that the wind doesn't blow directly inside. Your band is preparing for a hunt, though preparing might be too formal a word. It's more like a slow, practiced gathering of the necessary tools and people. Several hunters are checking their spears, not the throwing spears that will be invented later, but heavy thrusting spears with fire-hardened wooden tips, or, for the lucky few, precious stone points that were traded from another band 2 summers ago. One of your cousins is working on a new atlatl, a spear thrower that will multiply the force behind a thrown spear. It's new technology, this atlatl, having been invented just a few generations back. The older hunters were skeptical at first, but the young people have proven its worth. Your cousin is shaping the wood with a piece of sharp flint, occasionally pausing to sight along its length, checking for straightness. The target today is not the mammoths, They're too dangerous and too large, requiring more planning and more hunters than your band can spare right now. Instead, you're hoping to ambush a reindeer that strayed from its herd. You spotted one yesterday, a young buck that seems to have injured its leg slightly. In the harsh mathematics of Ice Age survival, that slight injury marks it as your best chance for success. But as you move out with the hunting party, you notice something unusual. There are more wolves around than normal. They're keeping their distance, but they're definitely watching. You count at least 6 of them, scattered across the landscape in positions that suggest they're not together. Not a pack, but individual wolves or small family groups, each pursuing their own survival strategy. One wolf in particular catches your attention. It's smaller than the others, with a slightly reddish tint to its grey coat. Unlike the other wolves, which are carefully maintaining their distance, this one seems less concerned with the usual safety protocols. It's maybe 200 yards away, sitting calmly on its haunches, watching your hunting party with an expression that almost looks curious rather than cautious. You've seen wolves follow hunting parties before. It's not uncommon. They've learned that human hunters sometimes leave behind scraps, a gut pile, bones, and pieces of hide too damaged to be useful. In a world where every calorie counts, where a harsh winter can mean the difference between survival and starvation, those scraps represent opportunity. But this feels different somehow. This wolf isn't just following at a careful distance, it's observing, learning. The hunt itself unfolds in the timeless pattern of predator and prey. Your party spreads out, moving slowly upwind toward where the injured reindeer was last seen. The snow muffles your footsteps, and you've rubbed yourselves with the leaves of aromatic plants to mask your human scent. The cold air helps too. Scent doesn't carry as well in extreme cold. You spot the reindeer browsing in a small hollow, using its broad hooves to dig through the snow to reach the lulken beneath. Its injured leg is indeed causing problems. You can see it favouring the other 3 legs, shifting its weight constantly. From a distance, it might not seem like much of an impairment, but you know from experience that this slight imbalance will slow its escape just enough. The hunters move into position with practiced efficiency. No words are spoken. Everyone knows their role. 2 hunters will drive the reindeer toward a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. 3 others, including you, are positioned at that passage, spears ready. The drive begins. The reindeer's head snaps up and for a moment it freezes, trying to identify the threat. Then it bolts, moving with the fluid grace that makes these animals so difficult to hunt. But the injured leg betrays it slightly, just a tiny hitch in its stride, and the path of least resistance leads it exactly where the hunters knew it would go, toward the gap between the boulders. Your muscles tense as it approaches. Timing is everything. Too early and it will dodge, too late and it will be past you. The reindeer enters the gap, and in that moment of constriction, 3 spears thrust forward simultaneously. At least 2 find their mark, and the animal stumbles, then falls. There's no celebrating. The work has only begun. Within minutes, the animal is being efficiently processed. The hide is carefully removed. It will be needed for clothing or shelter repairs. The meat is butchered into manageable pieces. The bones and antlers are set aside. They have a dozen uses. Even the sinews are carefully extracted for making cordage and thread. And throughout this entire process, you're aware of the wolves watching. The reddish-grey one has crept closer, now maybe 150 yards away. It sits perfectly still, but you can see its nostrils flaring, scenting the fresh blood on the cold air. When your party is ready to head back to camp, carrying the butchered reindeer, you notice something. The reddish-grey wolf hasn't left. It's following, maintaining that same distance, its eyes fixed not on the meat you're carrying, but on the gut pile you've left behind, the stomach, intestines, and other organs that are too much trouble to carry back. As soon as your party is about 50 yards away, the wolf trots down to the gut pile. But instead of the frenzied feeding you might expect, it eats quickly and efficiently, then retreats again. It's being careful, but less careful than the other wolves, who haven't approached at all despite the easy meal. That night, in the communal dwelling with the fire crackling and the wind howling outside, you think about that wolf There was something different about it, a quality you can't quite name, not tameness exactly, more like a willingness to cross the usual boundaries between species. You don't know it yet, but you've just witnessed something extraordinary. You've seen one of the first tiny steps in a relationship that will span millennia. That wolf, with its slightly reduced caution and its observant nature, is on the very edge of something entirely new, not just for wolves, but for the entire trajectory of human and animal life on Earth. Outside, in the darkness beyond the firelight, the wolf circles the camp at a respectful distance. It can smell the cooking meat, can hear the human voices, and can sense the warmth of the fire. And unlike every other wolf in the region, instead of moving on to find its own prey, it settles down in the snow about 100 yards from the camp. It doesn't know why it's staying, instinct mixed with curiosity perhaps, or maybe just the simple calculus of survival. These humans mean food, and in the harsh mathematics of the Ice Age, any reliable source of calories is worth a slight risk. The moon rises over the frozen landscape, illuminating a world that is both beautiful and brutal. And in that world a small change has begun, so subtle that no one could possibly recognize its significance. A wolf sits watching a human camp, and inside that camp a human lies awake thinking about a wolf king. The reddish-grey wolf becomes something of a fixture over the following days, though fixture implies more permanence than is really accurate. It's more like a recurring character in your daily life, appearing near the camp at dawn, following hunting parties at a distance, materializing around butchering sites. You start to recognize it not just by its colouring, but by its behaviour. While other wolves that scavenge from human kills dart in nervously, snatch what they can, and flee, this one moves with a peculiar confidence. You're not the only one who's noticed. One evening, as your band gathers around the fire, your aunt, a woman of about 35 whose survival skills have earned her enormous respect in the band, mentions the wolf casually while working a piece of reindeer hide with a stone scraper. The red one was at the butchering site again, she says, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic scraping motion. Closer than before, maybe 70 paces. Your uncle, sharpening a spear point, grunts acknowledgement. Good thing or bad thing? Neither. Just a thing. Your aunt holds the hide up to the firelight, checking her progress. It's not aggressive. Never approaches the kills until we're well away. Just interested. This is a typical example of how your people discuss the natural world, matter-of-factly, without attributing too much meaning, but also without dismissing observations. Every piece of information about animal behaviour might someday prove useful, so it's worth noting and remembering. 2 weeks pass, then 3. The deep cold of winter begins its slow, grudging transition towards something slightly less brutal. The sun's arc across the sky grows incrementally longer each day. The change is subtle enough that you might not notice it day to day, but over weeks, it's unmistakable. Your band has remained in the same general area. The hunting has been decent, and the sheltered spot you've chosen offers good protection from the wind. And through all of this, the reddish-grey wolf remains part of the landscape. You start to notice patterns. The wolf appears most reliably in the early morning, shortly after dawn, and in the evening around dusk. During the brightest part of the day, it's usually nowhere to be seen, off hunting its own prey, presumably. But in those liminal times when the light is soft and the world feels suspended between day and night, there it is. One morning you're awake earlier than usual, sitting outside the communal dwelling and watching the sky lighten in the east. The temperature is brutally cold, the kind of cold that makes the insides of your nostrils stick together when you breathe in, but the air is perfectly still, and stillness makes cold more bearable. Everything is touched with frost, each blade of grass, each stone outlined in crystalline white. You see the wolf emerge from behind a distant outcrop, perhaps 200 yards away. It's moving in that efficient ground-covering trot that wolves use to travel long distances, its breath creating rhythmic puffs of vapour in the frigid air. Then it stops, sits, and looks directly at your camp. For several long minutes nothing happens. The wolf sits. You sit. The sky continues its slow brightening from deep blue to lighter shades that hint at the eventual arrival of the sun. Then, acting on an impulse you don't fully understand, You toss a small piece of dried meat in the wolf's general direction. Not close to the wolf. You throw it maybe 30 yards out from where you're sitting, leaving it about 170 yards from the wolf. It's more of a gesture than anything else, an acknowledgement of the wolf's presence. The wolf watches the meat arc through the air and land in the snow. It doesn't move. For long minutes it simply sits there, eyes moving between you and the meat. Then, so smoothly that you almost miss the transition, it stands, trots to the meat, picks it up, and retreats to its original distance before lying down to eat it. Something about this interaction feels significant, though you couldn't explain why. It wasn't fear that made the wolf retreat. It moved too calmly for that. It was more like an acknowledgement of boundaries, a mutual understanding of appropriate distances. Over the following weeks, this becomes an occasional ritual. Not every morning, and not with any regular schedule, but sometimes, when you're up early and the wolf appears, you'll toss it a scrap. The wolf begins to anticipate this. You notice that when it sees you sitting outside at dawn, it sits at a particular distance, no longer 200 yards, but more like 150, and waits to see if you'll throw anything. You're not consciously trying to tame the wolf. That word doesn't even exist in your vocabulary. You're simply engaging in a kind of pragmatic exchange. The wolf cleans up scraps that would otherwise attract less desirable scavengers, hyenas for instance, which are not only more dangerous but also much less pleasant to have around. In return, the wolf gets easy meals. It's a transaction that benefits both parties. But something else is happening too, though it's so gradual that you barely notice it. The wolf is becoming part of your mental landscape, part of the expected patterns of daily life. When you wake up now, you find yourself wondering if the wolf will be there. When you're out hunting and you spot it following at a distance, you feel a tiny flicker of recognition. Not quite pleasure, but something like acknowledgement. Hello again, the feeling seems to say. You're still here. One day during a hunting expedition, something unusual happens. Your party is tracking a small herd of horses, Ice Age horses, stocky and robust, with thick coats that make them look almost bear-like in the dim light. The tracking has been difficult. The horses are wary, the wind keeps shifting, and twice you've gotten close only to have them bolt at the last moment. You're taking a brief rest, assessing the situation, when you notice the reddish-grey wolf about 100 yards away. It's not looking at you though. It's looking in the same direction you've been heading, toward where the horses should be. Then the wolf does something extraordinary. It moves forward about 50 yards, stops, looks back at you, then looks forward again. The gesture is so clear that it's almost comical. This way, they're this way. Now it's entirely possible that the wolf was simply pursuing its own agenda, that the apparent communication was pure coincidence. But you've survived to adulthood in the Ice Age by paying attention to environmental cues, and this feels like a cue. You signal to the other hunters and the party adjusts its course slightly, moving more in the direction the wolf indicated. 15 minutes later, you find the horses in a small hollow, perfectly positioned for an ambush. The hunt is successful, and afterward you make sure to leave an especially generous portion of the gut pile. The wolf, as usual, waits until you're well away before approaching, but you notice that before it starts eating it looks toward where your party is heading, holds that gaze for a moment, then begins its meal. Again, you could dismiss this as meaningless. Wolves look in all directions frequently, but you're starting to suspect that something more complex is happening. The wolf isn't just scavenging from your kills anymore, it's participating in its own way in the hunting process. Word of the wolf begins to spread within your band. The children especially are fascinated by it. They've been warned to keep their distance. It is, after all, still a wild predator perfectly capable of dangerous behaviour. But they watch it from the safety of the camp, and they've given it a name of sorts, a specific sound that they use to refer to it, something between a whistle and a yip that's meant to approximate a wolf's vocalization. One of the children, a girl of about 7, has become particularly interested in the wolf. She's the one who most reliably spots it each day, who points out its location to anyone who'll listen, who saves little scraps from her meals to toss out toward where the wolf typically sits. Her mother allows this, partly because it keeps the child engaged in camp activities, and partly because, well, the wolf doesn't seem to pose any actual threat. Months pass, the season continues its slow wheel towards spring. The days grow longer, the snow begins to develop a different texture, becoming wetter, heavier, and more crystalline. The mammoths start moving north, following the retreating edge of the glaciers toward their summer feeding grounds. The reindeer herds grow restless, preparing for their own migrations. Your band must decide whether to follow the herds or to stay in this region and switch to hunting the animals that remain year-round. Bison, horses, and the occasional mammoth that bucks the migration trend. In the end, the decision is made to stay. The camp is good, the hunting has been reliable, and the effort required to pack everything and move is significant. The reddish-grey wolf stays too. This surprises you slightly. You'd assumed the wolf was following the human band because humans meant food, and that if the major game herds moved on, the wolf would follow them. But it doesn't. It remains in the area, hunting its own prey. You occasionally see it taking down rabbits with impressive efficiency, and continuing its habit of appearing near the camp at dawn and dusk. The distance between wolves and humans continues to shrink incrementally, not in any dramatic way, not in any single leap forward, but in tiny adjustments that accumulate over time. The wolf now sits about 100 yards from camp instead of 150. When someone tosses it food, it no longer retreats as far before eating. When it follows hunting parties, the gap is perhaps 75 yards instead of 100. One warm afternoon, genuinely warm, maybe even reaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like summer after the long winter, you're working on repairing your boots outside the communal dwelling. The wolf is lying in its usual spot about 90 yards away, apparently drowsing in the sun. A raven lands nearby looking for scraps. It hops closer to where you're working, bold as ravens always are, cocking its head to examine you with one bright eye. You ignore it. Ravens are harmless, mostly, if occasionally annoying in their persistence. Then you notice the wolf is watching the raven with focused intensity. The wolf rises to its feet, stretches in a very dog-like manner, then trots toward the camp, not directly toward you, but on an angle that will bring it near the raven. The raven, seeing the wolf approach, squawks indignantly and flaps away. The wolf watches it go, then, instead of retreating to its usual spot, lies down maybe 70 yards from where you're sitting. The message seems clear. The raven was bothering you, so I chased it off. Now we're a bit closer than before, but that's okay because I just did you a favour. Again, you could argue that this is anthropomorphization, reading human motivations into animal behaviour. But whether or not your interpretation is accurate, the effect is the same. The boundaries between human and wolf have shifted again, just slightly, just enough to notice. That night, lying in the communal dwelling and listening to the sounds of the band settling in for sleep, you think about the wolf. How long has this been going on now? 6 months? 7? Long enough that it's strange to remember a time when the wolf wasn't part of the daily routine. You don't know that what you're witnessing is the beginning of domestication. You have no framework for understanding that concept, no way to imagine that this wild predator's great-great-grandchildren will be so thoroughly changed that they'll sit obediently at human commands, will guard human homes, and will work alongside humans in 1,000 different ways. All you know is that somewhere out in the darkness, about 90 yards from where you're lying, a wolf is curled up in the snow sleeping. And for reasons you can't fully articulate, this knowledge feels comforting rather than threatening. Spring arrives not with a bang, but with a slow, soggy whisper. The snow doesn't so much melt as gradually surrender to mud, creating a landscape of startling messiness. Where everything was white and pristine, now everything is brown and wet. The rivers and streams, frozen solid for months, begin to crack and groan, their ice breaking into huge chunks that pile up against the banks with sounds like distant thunder. The world becomes louder. Birds return from their winter grounds to the south, filling the air with calls and songs. The small mammals that spent winter underground emerge, blinking in the bright sunlight. Everything is waking up, shaking off the torpor of winter and resuming the urgent business of survival and reproduction. The reddish-grey wolf disappears for several weeks, and you find yourself surprised by how much you miss its presence. The camp feels less complete somehow, as if a regular element of daily life has been removed. You catch yourself looking for the wolf at dawn, in the evening, and during hunts. Where is it? Is it all right? Has it moved on to follow some other band of humans or return to a fully wild existence? Then one morning, as you're carrying water from the stream back to camp, you see it. The wolf is sitting in its usual spot. Well, the spot it occupied 2 months ago, about 100 yards from the camp. But there's something different. The wolf looks thinner, its coat rougher, and as you watch, it stands and stretches, and you see the elongated teats of a nursing mother. Ah, so that's where you've been, you think, off having puppies. The wolf doesn't approach closer. It seems warier than before, more careful about maintaining distance. This makes perfect sense. A mother with dependent young has every reason to be cautious. You respect this new boundary, making no attempt to approach, simply acknowledging the wolf's return with a tossed piece of dried meat. Over the following weeks, the wolf's visits become irregular. Sometimes it appears at dawn, sometimes not. Sometimes it follows the hunting parties, sometimes it's nowhere to be seen for days at a time. You understand that it's dividing its time between its den, wherever that is, and these scavenging opportunities at the human camp. Then one extraordinary morning, the wolf appears at its usual spot, and it's not alone. You count 3 puppies, though there might be more back at the den. They're perhaps 6 or 7 weeks old, past the helpless infant stage but still clearly young, with oversized paws and ears that seem too big for their heads. Their coats are fluffier than their mother's, giving them a roly-poly appearance that's almost comically cute. The mother wolf sits at her usual distance, but the puppies, not yet having learned appropriate caution, immediately begin to explore. One of them spots something interesting, probably just an unusual rock, and pounces on it with exaggerated intensity. Another tackles its sibling, and they tumble together in a blur of grey fur and wagging tails. The entire human camp stops to watch. Even the most pragmatic adults find themselves smiling at the puppies' antics. The children are entranced, sitting at the edge of camp and watching with barely contained excitement. One puppy, bolder or more curious than its siblings, begins wandering toward the camp. The mother wolf immediately gives a sharp bark and the puppy freezes, then retreats. But the message is clear. The puppy was interested in the camp, curious about these strange 2-legged creatures. The 7-year-old girl who's been most interested in the wolf looks at her mother with pleading eyes. Can I give them food? Her mother considers this. In the Ice Age, where survival is never guaranteed, wasting food on wild animals is generally not a smart strategy. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. Finally she nods. Small pieces. Don't go any closer. Let them come to you if they want to. The girl takes a piece of dried meat, breaks it into smaller bits and tosses them about halfway between the camp and where the wolf family sits. The puppies watch the meat arc through the air with intense focus. As soon as the pieces land, they bound forward, all caution forgotten in their enthusiasm. The mother wolf tenses but doesn't call them back. She's watching carefully, assessing the situation. Is this dangerous? Are the humans a threat? The puppies reach the meat and immediately begin squabbling over it, play fighting and growling with all the ferocity their young voices can muster, which isn't much. They sound like tiny squeaky toys rather than fearsome predators. One puppy, having secured a piece of meat larger than it can easily eat, tries to drag it back toward its mother, but the meat is larger than anticipated, and the puppy keeps tripping over it, somersaulting in the mud and generally making a spectacle of itself. The humans watching can't help but laugh, quiet laughs, not wanting to startle the animals but genuine amusement nonetheless. The mother wolf watches all of this with what seems like resigned patience. Welcome to parenthood, her expression seems to say. They're idiots, but they're my idiots. This becomes a new pattern. Every few days the wolf family appears near camp. The puppies are gradually learning appropriate caution from their mother, but their natural curiosity frequently overrides their developing survival instincts. They're endlessly entertaining, tumbling and playing and investigating everything with the boundless energy of the young. The boldest puppy, you start to recognize it by a distinctive marking, a white patch on its chest, begins approaching closer than its siblings. It doesn't come all the way to the camp, but it gets perhaps 50 yards away, close enough that you can see its individual whiskers and the bright amber of its eyes. One afternoon, you're working on fashioning a new spear shaft sitting outside the communal dwelling. The wolf family is in the usual spot, the puppies napping in a furry pile while their mother keeps watch. The bold puppy wakes up, looks around, spots you, and begins walking toward the camp. The mother notices immediately and gives a warning bark. The puppy stops, looks back at its mother, and then looks at you. You can almost see the decision-making process happening in its young brain. Mother says stop, but that human looks interesting. But mother says stop. But the puppy compromises by lying down about 60 yards away, still closer than its mother would prefer, but not actively disobeying. It watches you with intense focus as you work on the spear shaft, apparently fascinated by the repetitive motions of your hands shaping the wood. You decide to test something. Without making any sudden movements, you toss a small piece of meat toward the puppy, not all the way to it, but about halfway between you. The puppy's head snaps toward the meat. It looks at the meat, then at its mother, then at you. The mother wolf gives another warning bark, but the puppy has already made its decision. It slinks forward, belly low to the ground, moving carefully, and snatches the meat. But instead of retreating all the way back to its mother, it only goes about 20 yards away before lying down to eat. The boundary just shifted again. 70 yards became 60 yards, which became 40 yards. You don't push it further. Patience is essential here, not because you're consciously trying to tame this animal, but because you understand, instinctively, that rushing will ruin whatever understanding is developing. The summer progresses. The puppies grow rapidly, their oversized features gradually becoming proportional. They're learning to hunt, accompanying their mother on expeditions, though they're still comically bad at it. You occasionally see them trying to catch rabbits, bounding through the grass with enormous enthusiasm and zero technique, sending their prey fleeing long before they get anywhere close. The bold puppy with the white chest patch continues to be the most adventurous. It's now regularly coming within 40 yards of the camp, close enough that the children can toss it treats without much effort. It hasn't yet allowed anyone to touch it, but there's a clear sense that it might someday if the approach were made carefully enough. The other two puppies are more cautious, maintaining the distance their mother seems to prefer. They'll take tossed food, but they're not as interested in the humans themselves. They're following the traditional wolf path, benefiting from human proximity but maintaining their wild independence. But the bold one is different. It's crossing a threshold, moving into territory that no wolf has previously occupied. Not quite wild, not quite tame, but something in between. A hybrid state that's being invented in real time. One evening, as the sun sets and paints the sky in shades of orange and pink, you're sitting outside watching the day end. The bold puppy is lying about 30 yards away, also watching the sunset, or possibly just resting. The other members of the wolf family have moved off to hunt, but this puppy has chosen to stay near the human camp. For a long time, neither of you moves. You're simply sharing the space, two different species, both watching the same sky turn from day to night. It's a moment of perfect, peaceful coexistence, not dramatic, not particularly significant on its own, but part of a larger pattern that's slowly, quietly rewriting the rules of how different species can relate to each other. A shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and brief. The puppy's ears perk up as if it heard something, though of course the star makes no sound. You find yourself wondering what the puppy thinks of the sky, of the stars, of this strange world it's been born into. You'll never know, of course. The puppy's internal life remains a mystery. But in this moment, that doesn't seem to matter. What matters is the simple fact of shared space, shared time, and shared existence. The stars come out one by one, filling the sky with their ancient light. Somewhere in the darkness, a mammoth trumpets, the sound carrying for miles across the still air. The puppy's ears swivel toward the sound, but it doesn't move from its spot. Neither do you. You sit together, human and almost dog, as the night deepens around you. The bold puppy, which you've started thinking of as white chest, reaches adolescence with all the awkwardness that implies. Its paws, temporarily too large for its body, give it a clumsy gait. Its voice is changing, producing sometimes a puppy yip, sometimes an adult bark, and occasionally an embarrassing crack between the two. It goes through a phase where it seems to trip over its own feet at least once per day, usually while trying to impress the watching humans with some feat of athletic prowess. Whitechest is now about 7 months old, and something remarkable has happened. The distance between the puppy and the nearest humans has shrunk to about 20 yards. Some mornings, Whitechest is waiting near the camp when people emerge from their dwellings, tail wagging in greeting. That tail wagging is itself noteworthy. Adult wolves do wag their tails, but usually only in specific social contexts with other wolves. Whitechest wags its tail at humans constantly, when it sees people, when it's given food, and when someone simply looks in its direction. It's as if the puppy has repurposed a wolf-to-wolf social signal for wolf-to-human communication. The other 2 puppies from that litter are still around, but have remained more traditionally wolf-like. They scavenge from human kills, they tolerate human proximity at reasonable distances, but they show no interest in closer interaction. They're becoming normal wolves, following the ancient patterns of their species. But Whitechest is becoming something else entirely. One breakthrough morning, the 7-year-old girl, her name, in the sounds your language uses, is something that roughly translates to Bright One, approaches closer to Whitechest than anyone has dared before. She's holding a particularly nice piece of smoked meat, and she's making soft, encouraging sounds. Whitechest watches her approach with intense focus. Every muscle is tense, ready to flee if necessary, but the puppy doesn't flee. When Bright One gets within about 10 yards, she stops, kneels down to make herself less threatening, and extends her hand with the meat. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, moving slowly, hesitantly, Whitechest approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The puppy is now close enough that Bright One could touch it if she reached out. Whitechest stretches its neck forward, still keeping its body at a safe distance, ready to bolt. Its nose twitches, scenting the meat. Then, in one quick motion, it snatches the meat from Bright One's hand and retreats about 5 yards. But here's the remarkable part. Instead of running all the way back to the safe distance, Whitechest lies down right there 5 yards away and eats the meat while watching Bright One with an expression that seems almost friendly. Bright One is beaming. She stays kneeling, not moving, not trying to push the boundary any further. She just watches as Whitechest finishes the meat, licks its chops thoroughly, and then, in a gesture that makes Bright One gasp with delight, yawns and stretches out for a nap right there 5 yards from a human. Word spreads quickly through the camp. People emerge from their dwellings to see this extraordinary sight. A wolf, nearly full grown now, sleeping peacefully within easy spear throw of a human settlement. Over the following weeks, Whitechest becomes bolder. The puppy starts following Bright One around when she does her daily tasks, collecting firewood, hauling water, and helping prepare hides. It's not always close. Sometimes it's 20 yards behind, sometimes 30, but it's clearly following, clearly choosing to be near this particular human. The relationship develops what you might call reciprocity, though you have no word for this concept. Bright One shares food with Whitechest, and Whitechest provides companionship and, increasingly, a kind of early warning system. The puppy's ears are sharper than human ears, and its nose is infinitely more sensitive. When Whitechest's attention suddenly focuses on something distant, people have learned to pay attention. More than once, the puppy's alertness has given warning of approaching animals, sometimes dangerous predators, sometimes potential prey. One afternoon, Whitechest is lying near where Bright One is working on scraping a hide. The puppy's head suddenly lifts, ears pricked forward, and body tensed. It's staring intently toward a rocky outcrop about 200 yards away. Bright One follows the puppy's gaze but sees nothing. Still, she's learned to trust Whitechest's senses. She calls out a warning to the camp, and within seconds several adults emerge with spears. For several minutes, nothing happens. Then a cave bear, a massive creature, easily 9 feet tall if it stood on its hind legs, with a disposition that makes modern grizzlies seem friendly, emerges from behind the rocks. It's not approaching the camp, just passing through the area, but cave bears are notoriously unpredictable. Having warning of its presence is the difference between safety and disaster. The bear passes without incident, but the human's gratitude toward Whitechest is genuine. Extra meat is shared that evening, and the puppy, for the first time, is allowed to sleep just outside the entrance to the communal dwelling rather than at its usual more distant spot. Whitechest isn't the only young wolf showing interest in humans. As your band moves through its seasonal rounds, never straying too far from the core territory, but shifting locations as resources dictate, you notice other wolves at different sites, particularly younger ones, that display varying levels of boldness around humans. Some are like Whitechest, actively seeking proximity. Others are somewhere in the middle, not avoiding humans but not seeking them out either. It's as if there's a spectrum of personality types, and the wolves on the bolder end of that spectrum are the ones who keep gravitating toward human camps. You're beginning to suspect, though you have no framework to articulate this, that some kind of selection is happening. The boldest wolves get the most access to easy food from human scraps. The boldest wolves are the ones learning to cooperate, however loosely, with human hunting activities. The boldest wolves are the ones surviving best near human settlements, and when these bold wolves eventually mate, as Whitechest will in another year or so, they'll likely produce offspring that inherit this tendency toward boldness. Generation by generation, the wolves most comfortable around humans are the ones most likely to thrive in this new ecological niche that humans provide. Meanwhile, the shyer, more traditionally wolf-like individuals continue to do fine in the vast wilderness away from human settlements. They're not being replaced or driven out. It's just that two populations are slowly diverging, one remaining purely wolf, one beginning the long journey toward becoming something else. Whitechest reaches full adulthood, about a year and a half old now. The puppy awkwardness is gone, replaced by the lean efficiency of a mature predator. Whitechest now weighs about 75 pounds, smaller than its mother but still formidable, and while the wolf has clearly bonded with Bright One and the rest of the band, it's not tame in any conventional sense. It still hunts its own prey, it still maintains some distance, it still makes its own decisions about when to be near the camp and when to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time. But something fundamental has changed. When Whitechest returns from these wilderness excursions, it greets the humans, especially Bright One, with obvious pleasure, tail wagging and body wiggling in a dance of joy. When the band moves camp, Whitechest follows without hesitation. When Bright One sits by the fire in the evening, Whitechest lies nearby, close enough to be touched, though still wary of sudden movements. One evening, after a successful hunt, the band is in good spirits. There's meat aplenty, and someone has found a wild berry bush still holding fruit despite the lateness of the season. The children are playing a game that involves running around the camp's perimeter, and Whitechest joins in, running alongside them with obvious enjoyment. The adults watch this with expressions ranging from amazement to amusement to something approaching unease. This is unprecedented. Wild predators don't play with human children, but here, undeniably, is a wolf doing exactly that, carefully, without using its teeth even in play fighting, adjusting its strength to accommodate the smaller, weaker humans. Bright One's mother watches her daughter and Whitechest playing together, and she has a thought that she'll later try to express to her partner, though the language doesn't quite have the words for it yet. Something like, "We're watching something new being born. Not just this wolf, but the idea of wolves and humans together. What we're seeing isn't just unusual, it's never happened before in all of history." She's right, though she doesn't know how right. She doesn't know that tens of thousands of years in the future, humans will live alongside millions of descendants of wolves like Whitechest. She doesn't know that these descendants will come in bewildering variety. Tiny ones that fit in a pocket, huge ones that stand taller than wolves ever did. Some bred for hunting, some for guarding, and some simply for companionship. She doesn't know that humans will develop complex emotional bonds with these animals, treating them as family members, mourning their deaths, and celebrating their lives. All she knows is that right now, in this moment, her daughter is playing with a wolf and both of them are clearly absolutely happy. The fire crackles. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. A cool breeze brings the scent of the distant pines. And in this small corner of the vast Ice Age world, something impossible has become possible. White Chest stops running, sits down to catch its breath, and Bright One impulsively reaches out to touch the top of the wolf's head. White Chest goes very still. This is the first time a human has directly touched it. For a moment, the outcome could go either way. Then White Chest leans into the touch just slightly, and Bright One begins gently scratching behind the wolf's ears. White Chest's eyes close in contentment. One back leg starts twitching involuntarily, the way dogs' legs will twitch when you find just the right spot. The bridge between species has been crossed. There's no going back now. 3 years have passed since White Chest first ventured close to the human camp as a bold puppy. The wolf, though increasingly it seems incorrect to call it simply a wolf, is now a mature adult, fully integrated into the daily life of your band. White Chest has become, for lack of a better term, a member of the family. The wolf's daily routine mirrors the human's own rhythms. White Chest sleeps near the camp entrance at night, often beside Bright One's sleeping area. In the morning, the wolf accompanies whoever goes to fetch water, trotting alongside them, investigating interesting smells, and occasionally pausing to mark territory. During the day, White Chest often joins hunting parties, and this is where the relationship has evolved into something truly remarkable. White Chest has learned to actively participate in hunts. The wolf understands somehow what the humans are trying to do. When the hunting party is stalking prey, White Chest remains silent and stays downwind. When it's time to drive game toward waiting hunters, White Chest helps with the drive, barking and lunging to push the animals in the right direction. And critically, White Chest has learned to wait for its share of the kill, rather than trying to claim it immediately. This cooperation isn't perfect. White Chest is still a predator with predator instincts, and occasionally those instincts override training. Once, during a particularly exciting chase of a wounded bison, White Chest became overeager and darted in too early, nearly getting trampled for the trouble. The wolf learned from this mistake, painfully, limping for several days afterward, but learned nonetheless. The human's hunting success rate has noticeably improved with White Chest participation. The wolf's superior senses help locate prey that human eyes would miss. White Chest's presence makes some prey animals nervous, causing them to move in ways that make them easier for human hunters to predict. And occasionally, when hunting smaller game like rabbits or foxes, White Chest makes kills entirely independently and shares them with the band, particularly with Bright One. But it's not just practical benefits that define this relationship. There's genuine affection here, genuine companionship. Bright One, now approaching 11 years old, has formed a bond with White Chest that goes beyond utility. The wolf is her constant companion, her playmate, and her confidant. When Bright One is sad, and life in the Ice Age provides plenty of reasons for sadness, White Chest seems to sense it, pressing close, offering physical comfort. One particularly hard winter, food becomes scarce. The band's stored supplies run low, and several difficult weeks pass where everyone is hungry most of the time. During this period, White Chest continues to hunt independently and brings back small game, rabbits, birds, even once a fox, and leaves this food near Bright One's sleeping area. The wolf is choosing to share food with a human, even when food is scarce. This behaviour is so unusual, so contrary to normal predator behaviour, that it cements White Chest's status within the band. This is not just a useful animal, this is family. White Chest isn't the only wolf showing this new pattern of behaviour. Over these 3 years, several other young wolves have attached themselves to the band, though none as completely as White Chest. There's a larger, shaggier wolf that the hunters call Grey Shoulder, who primarily accompanies hunting parties but keeps more distance than White Chest does. There's a younger female with unusual pale colouring, light coat, who seems most interested in staying near the camp and getting handouts, showing little interest in hunting. These different wolves display different personality traits, different preferences, and different degrees of integration with human society, it's becoming clear that not all wolves who associate with humans do so in the same way. Some are primarily interested in food. Some seem to crave companionship. Some appear to enjoy the cooperative hunting. Each wolf is an individual with its own motivations and temperament. Grey Shoulder, for instance, is all business. The wolf shows up when there's hunting to be done, participates efficiently, takes its share of the kill, and then often disappears for days at a time. There's no tail wagging, no playing with children, and no sleeping near the camp. But Grey Shoulder is reliable. When the hunting party sets out, they can usually count on Grey Shoulder appearing within a few hours, ready to work. Lightcoat, conversely, seems to have no interest in hunting whatsoever. This wolf has perfected the art of looking pathetic, sitting at the edge of camp with big, sad eyes until someone takes pity and tosses it food. Lightcoat is gentle enough that even the smallest children can approach it safely, and the wolf seems to enjoy being petted and fussed over. If wolves could purr, Lightcoat would purr constantly. The variety in these wolves' behaviours is teaching your band something important. These animals are not all the same. They have personalities, preferences, and individual quirks. This seems obvious now, but it's actually a significant shift in thinking. Previously, wolves were viewed as a category, dangerous predators to be avoided or killed. Now they're being seen as individuals. This one is friendly, that one is shy, this one is a good hunter, and that one is lazy but sweet-natured. One spring, Whitechest disappears for several weeks. At first, no one is particularly concerned. The wolf has always come and gone as it pleased. But as the days stretch into weeks, Bright One becomes increasingly worried. Has something happened to Whitechest? Has the wolf been injured, killed by a larger predator, or fallen through thin ice? Then one morning, Whitechest returns, and it's immediately obvious what's been happening. The wolf is accompanied by 4 puppies, about 6 weeks old, tumbling and playing and exploring everything with that particular fearless curiosity of the very young. The band is astonished. Whitechest has reproduced. Of course it has, that's what animals do. But has chosen to bring its offspring to the human camp, rather than keeping them safely hidden in a den somewhere far away. This decision speaks volumes about how Whitechest views the relationship with humans. The camp isn't just a food source or a casual association. It's home. It's packed. It's the place where Whitechest wants to raise its young. The puppies are a mixture of traits. 2 of them look almost exactly like traditional wolves, with typical colouring and build. But one puppy is smaller, with softer features, and a coat that's slightly curlier than normal. And one puppy has distinctive markings, a white-tipped tail and a blaze of white down its face, that make it look quite different from any wolf you've ever seen. These puppies have never experienced the wild the way their parent did. From their earliest memories, humans are simply part of the landscape, no more frightening than trees or rocks. They approach people with no hesitation, investigate everything fearlessly, and quickly work out that humans are an excellent source of food and entertainment. Bright One is enchanted. She spends hours playing with the puppies, teaching them simple games and getting them accustomed to being handled. One puppy in particular, the small one with the curly coat, becomes especially attached to Bright One, following her everywhere, sleeping curled against her at night. The band decides to call this puppy Curl for obvious reasons, and Curl represents something even more significant than Whitechest did. Whitechest was a wild wolf that chose to associate with humans. Curl is being raised from birth as part of a human family. Curl will never know a purely wild existence. Curl is in essence the first truly domestic dog, even though that word won't exist for thousands of years yet. As Curl grows, the differences from a traditional wolf become more pronounced. A Curl is smaller than a full wolf, with shorter legs and a more rounded skull. Curl's ears don't stand up quite as erectly. Curl's tail curls over its back in a way that would be considered a fault in a wolf but is somehow charming in this context. And Curl's temperament is gentler and more tractable than any wolf's. Curl never goes through the adolescent period of testing boundaries and asserting independence that wolves typically experience. Curl simply accepts human authority as natural and right. When Bright One gives Curl a command, sit, stay, come, Curl obeys with eager enthusiasm. Not because Curl fears punishment, but because pleasing Bright One is Curl's primary motivation in life. This eager-to-please quality is something new under the sun. Wolves can be trained to an extent, but their cooperation always feels like a negotiation, a transaction. Curl's obedience feels more like devotion. It's the key difference between a tamed wolf and a truly domestic dog. Other puppies from Whitechest's litter show varying degrees of this new temperament. One is almost indistinguishable from a wild wolf, eventually leaving the band to live independently. Two are intermediate, friendly with humans but retaining significant independence. But Curl is fully, completely domestic. The band begins to see the possibilities. If wolves can be raised to be this cooperative, this helpful, this companionable, then perhaps this relationship could be deliberately cultivated. Perhaps when Whitechest or one of the other wolves has another litter, the band could keep the friendliest puppies and encourage them to mate with other friendly wolves. This thought represents the beginning of conscious selection. Not just accepting wolves that happen to be bold enough to approach humans, but actively choosing which wolves to keep and breed based on desirable traits. It's the shift from passive acceptance of a phenomenon to active participation in shaping it. You don't know that you're inventing animal husbandry. You don't know that this same process will eventually be applied to wild sheep, wild cattle, and wild horses, transforming them all into domestic animals. You don't even really know that what you're doing is revolutionary. You just know that having Curl around makes life better. The puppy is cheerful, affectionate, helpful in its small ways, and brings joy to the entire band. When you're working on a difficult task and getting frustrated, Curl seems to sense it and comes over, tail wagging, inviting you to take a break and play. When the camp is quiet and everyone is feeling the weight of survival's constant demands, Curl does something silly, chasing its own tail, play-bowing to a shadow, barking at a butterfly, and makes everyone laugh. Life in the Ice Age is hard, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable. But with a curly-coated little dog curled up against you at night, with a wolf dog bringing you fresh-killed rabbits, with a gentle pale wolf accepting scratches from your children, some of that hardness feels a bit more bearable. The sun sets over the tundra, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Whitechest sits on a rise near the camp, silhouetted against the sky, looking out over the landscape. Curl sits beside its parent, attempting to match the adult's dignified pose, but somewhat undermining the effect by occasionally scratching vigorously at its ear. You watch them from the camp, and you feel something that might be the Ice Age equivalent of contentment. Things change slowly in this world. The seasons cycle. The herds migrate. Life continues in its ancient patterns. But here, in this small detail of wolf dogs sitting peacefully near a human camp, something genuinely new is happening. The future is being born, one wagging tail at a time. 10 years have passed since Whitechest first approached the camp as a bold puppy, and the landscape of human-wolf relationships has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible back then. Your band now lives alongside not one or two wolf dogs, but an entire community of them, perhaps 15 in total, ranging from very wolf-like individuals who maintain significant independence to animals like Curl's offspring, who are so thoroughly integrated into human society that calling them wolves feels completely wrong. The terminology is becoming a problem, actually. You need to distinguish between the animals that live with you and the wild wolves that still roam the tundra. The word your band has settled on for the domesticated ones roughly translates to hand-fed ones, or possibly chosen ones, depending on context. It's clunky, but it serves its purpose. Whitechest is now elderly by wolf standards, approaching 11 years old, with a greying muzzle and stiff movements that speak to arthritis in the hips. The wolf no longer accompanies hunting parties, spending most days sleeping near the camp's warmest spots. But Whitechest remains deeply beloved, respected as the founding member of this new relationship. The younger wolf dogs treat Whitechest with clear deference, and Bright One, now a woman of 21 with children of her own, still sits beside the old wolf in the evening, stroking its greying fur and talking softly. The wolf dogs have become essential to the band's survival strategy. Their contributions are multiple and significant. In hunting, a well-trained wolf dog can be worth 2 human hunters. The animals can run down prey that would escape humans and can track wounded animals through terrain too difficult for people to navigate, and can hold a cornered animal until the hunters arrive. But the wolf dogs provide benefits beyond hunting. They serve as an alarm system, alerting the camp to approaching predators or rival human bands. They keep scavengers like hyenas and foxes away from stored food. They provide warmth on cold nights. Several wolf dogs sleeping in the communal dwelling raise the temperature noticeably. And perhaps most importantly, in the harsh calculus of Ice Age survival, they provide psychological comfort. Having these animals around makes people feel safer and less alone in a vast and often hostile landscape. The different wolf dogs have found different roles within the human community, playing to their individual strengths. There's Scout, a lean, fast female who excels at ranging ahead of travelling groups, alert for danger. There's Guardian, a massive male with a protective temperament who has appointed himself defender of the children. Even the smallest child can toddle around camp safely with Guardian following like a patient, furry shadow. Then there's Hunter, descended from Grey Shoulder, who has inherited its ancestors' no-nonsense approach to hunting. Hunter has little interest in being petted or playing games, but when the hunting party goes out, Hunter is all business, efficient, tireless, and remarkably skilled at anticipating where prey animals will run. Some wolf dogs have discovered entirely unexpected roles. Warmth, a female with unusually thick fur, has somehow worked out that if she lies down near someone who's sick, her body heat helps them feel better. She's become the band's unofficial nurse, spending her time with anyone who's ill or injured, providing comfort and warmth that may have real therapeutic value. The breeding of these animals is becoming more deliberate with each generation. When a female wolf dog comes into heat, the band pays attention to which males she's interested in and may actively encourage or discourage certain pairings. The friendliest animals are encouraged to breed with each other. The best hunters are paired with other good hunters. Animals with health problems or poor temperaments are discouraged from breeding, though this is done humanely. They're simply watched carefully, and potential mates are kept separate during the critical times. This selective breeding is already producing visible results. The wolf dogs of Curl's lineage are consistently smaller than full wolves, with shorter snouts, smaller teeth, and more variable coat colours. One recent litter produced a puppy with floppy ears that never fully stood erect, instead hanging down in a way that would be a severe disadvantage for a wild wolf, but is merely endearing in a domestic animal. Another litter included a puppy with a coat pattern never seen in wild wolves, black with symmetrical white markings on the chest and paws. These physical changes are accompanied by behavioural ones. The newest generation of wolf dogs is even more tractable than their parents, more eager to please, and more attuned to human communication. A human can point, and these animals will look where the human is pointing. A cognitive skill that wolves rarely demonstrate, but that these hand-fed ones have developed to a remarkable degree. One of Brightman's children, a boy of about 7, has formed a particularly close bond with a young wolf dog named Swift. The two are inseparable, and their relationship demonstrates just how far this human-animal partnership has evolved. Swift sleeps with the boy, plays with him constantly, and seems to understand the child's moods and needs with uncanny accuracy. When the boy is sad, Swift offers comfort. When the boy is excited, Swift matches that excitement. When the boy wanders too far from camp, Swift gently herds him back, using the same techniques Swift's ancestors used for herding prey. This level of interspecies communication would have seemed magical to your band just a generation ago. Now it's simply normal. Of course the wolf dogs understand pointing. Of course they respond to voice commands. Of course they integrate seamlessly into human social structures. What else would they do? The wolf dogs have even begun to adopt human sleeping patterns to some degree. Wild wolves are most active at dawn and dusk, resting during the midday and midnight hours. but the hand-fed ones increasingly match human activity patterns. Awake when humans are awake, sleeping when humans sleep. They're adapting not just to living near humans, but to living as humans do. One spring, a rival band, not hostile exactly, but competing for the same resources, camps about 2 days' travel from your territory. Negotiations are tense. Both bands need access to the river for fishing, and the best fishing spots can't support both groups simultaneously. Your band has an advantage the rival band lacks: the wolf dogs. When the rival band sees Guardian and Hunter and the others, when they see how these animals respond to human commands, how they coordinate with human hunters, the balance of power shifts. A band with wolf dogs is simply more formidable than a band without them. The rival band's leader proposes a solution. They'll concede the best fishing spots in exchange for 2 wolf dog puppies from the next litter. It's the first time wolf dogs have been traded, the first time they've been recognised as having concrete value that can be exchanged. Your band agrees, though there's significant debate about which puppies to give away. Should you give them inferior puppies, the less friendly, less trainable ones, or would that be dishonourable? Eventually, a compromise is reached. You'll give them 2 good puppies from good lineages, but not the very best. The rival band leaves satisfied, and when breeding season arrives, your band carefully selects 2 puppies that are friendly and healthy, but not exceptional. This trade opens a new chapter. Within a few years, other bands in the region are also keeping wolf dogs. The animals spread across the landscape, moving from band to band through trade and gift-giving. And with each trade, with each new home, the wolf dogs adapt further to human society. But something has been lost too. The earliest wolf dogs, like Whitechest, retained significant independence, still capable of surviving in the wild if necessary. The newer generations are losing this. They're so adapted to human society that they would struggle to survive alone. They've become dependent, not in a weak or pitiable way, but simply as a fact of their evolution. They've traded independence for partnership, wilderness for home. Is this good or bad? The question doesn't really occur to anyone in your band. This is simply how things are developing. The wolf dogs are happy. They play, they form bonds, and they seem to enjoy their lives. The humans are happy. Life is easier and more secure with wolf dog partners. What else matters? Whitechest dies one cold winter morning, simply failing to wake up. Death is a constant companion in the Ice Age, and the band has developed rituals for dealing with it. Whitechest's body is placed on a rise overlooking the camp, positioned to face the sunrise. It's a mark of respect given to honoured band members, now extended to this animal who helped create something entirely new. Bright One sits beside the body for a long time, crying openly. She's mourning not just an animal, but a friend, a companion who's been part of her entire life from childhood into adulthood. The other wolf dogs seem to understand that something significant has happened. They approach Whitechest's body cautiously, sniff it carefully, and several of them emit low, mournful howls. That evening, gathered around the fire, the band tells stories about Whitechest. How the wolf first approached the camp as a bold puppy, how it learned to hunt cooperatively with humans, how it brought its own puppies to be raised alongside human children. The stories serve multiple purposes: honouring the dead, passing knowledge to younger generations, and processing grief through narrative. One of the elders, speaking slowly and thoughtfully, says something that resonates with everyone. Whitechest changed the world. Not the whole world, maybe, but our world. Our lives are different because of that one brave, curious wolf. It's a simple eulogy, but it's also profoundly true. One individual animal, acting on instincts toward boldness and curiosity, initiated a relationship that has transformed an entire human band's way of life. The wolf dogs who remain continue the partnership Whitechest began. They hunt, they guard, and they provide companionship and warmth. And in the spring, new puppies are born, smaller, friendlier, and more variable in appearance than their wild ancestors. The transformation continues, generation by generation, moving steadily away from wolf and towards something new. In the distance, a wild wolf howls, one of Whitechest's contemporaries perhaps, or a descendant of the wolves who chose to remain wild. The sound is beautiful and eerie, echoing across the tundra under the stars. Guardian, lying near the fire, lifts his head and howls in response. But Guardian's howl is different from the wild wolf's, shorter, less sustained, and mixed with what almost sounds like a bark. Two species, once one, two futures diverging. And somewhere in that divergence, in that space between wild and domestic, between independence and partnership, something precious has been created. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead, and the next generation of wolf dogs sleeps peacefully, dreaming whatever wolf dogs dream, in a world that their ancestors' courage helped create. 50 years have passed since Whitechest first approached that camp. Your band's descendants have moved to new territories, following the slowly shifting climate as the Ice Age begins its long, gradual retreat. The massive glaciers are melting imperceptibly slowly, creating new rivers, new lakes, and new opportunities for human habitation. And wherever humans go, the wolf dogs go with them. The relationship between humans and these proto-dogs has become so normalized that it's difficult to remember a time when it didn't exist. Every human band in the region now has wolf dogs. They've become as essential to human survival as fire, as tools, as language itself. The wolf dogs have continued to diversify. Some bands prefer larger, more wolf-like animals for hunting large game. Other bands favour smaller, friendlier animals better suited to life in increasingly settled communities. Some bands have wolf dogs that specialise in guarding stored food from pests. Others have animals trained to help drive fish into nets during seasonal salmon runs. This diversification is the beginning of what will eventually become distinct breeds, though that concept is far in the future. For now, it's simply practical adaptation. Different human communities have different needs, and they're unconsciously selecting for the traits that serve those needs best. One particularly interesting development is happening in coastal communities, where humans are beginning to exploit marine resources more systematically. The wolf dogs in these communities have learned to eat fish, something wild wolves rarely do. Some have even learned to help with fishing, diving into shallow water to drive fish toward waiting nets, or even catching fish independently. These coastal wolf dogs are developing slightly different physical characteristics, more webbing between their toes and slightly oilier coats that shed water better. They're adapting to their environment within just a few generations, demonstrating the remarkable plasticity of the wolf dog genome under selective pressure. Meanwhile, in the interior regions where big game hunting remains the primary survival strategy, the wolf dogs remain larger and more wolf-like. These animals need strength and endurance to help bring down mammoths, bison, and other megafauna. But even these hunting specialists are more tractable than their wild ancestors, more responsive to human direction, and more integrated into human social structures. The trade in wolf dogs has become extensive. Prized animals might be traded across territories spanning hundreds of miles. A particularly good hunting dog might be exchanged for tools, for furs, or for access to prime hunting grounds. Female wolf dogs in heat are sometimes taken long distances to be bred with males from other lineages, preventing inbreeding and introducing new genetic variation. This trade has unexpected benefits. It creates connections between human bands, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, tools, and genetic material, both dog and human. Bands that might previously have been rivals find common ground in their shared interest in wolf dogs. A man from one band might travel to another specifically to breed his female wolf dog with a male known for its hunting prowess, and during that visit trade other goods, share stories, and perhaps even arrange marriages between the bands. The wolf dogs are becoming a form of social glue, binding human communities together across vast distances, but the relationship isn't uniformly positive. Some bands reject the wolf dogs entirely, seeing them as an unnecessary burden in terms of food resources. These bands continue the old ways, hunting without animal assistance, and they do fine. Humans are adaptable enough to thrive with or without canine partners. There are also occasional problems. The wolf dog might revert to more wild behaviour, attacking livestock, as humans begin tentative experiments with keeping other animals captive, or even biting a human. These incidents are handled case by case, but they serve as reminders that these animals are still close to their wild roots, still capable of unpredictable behaviour. One particularly tragic incident involves a wolf dog that, during a harsh winter with severe food shortages, kills and eats a human infant left momentarily unattended. The wolf dog is immediately killed, and there's serious discussion in the band about whether the entire experiment with keeping these animals is worth the risk. But ultimately, the decision is made to continue. The benefits outweigh the risks as long as everyone remains vigilant and realistic about what these animals are. Neither fully wild nor fully tame, but something in between that requires constant awareness. As generations pass, the wolf dogs become more and more distinct from their wild ancestors. The physical changes accumulate: smaller teeth, shorter snouts, and more variable coat colours and patterns. Floppy ears appear in multiple lineages. Curled tails become common. Some wolf dogs develop spotted coats, or unusual colour patterns, or even long, silky fur that would be impractical for wild wolves, but is prized by humans for its appearance. The behavioural changes are even more pronounced. The newest generations of wolf dogs are born with an innate understanding of human social cues. They instinctively defer to human authority. They form strong emotional bonds with human families, showing distress when separated and joy when reunited. They've become emotionally domesticated in a way that goes beyond mere training. Scientists far in the future will identify this as a change in the wolf dog genome related to stress hormones and social bonding. Specific genetic variations that make these animals less fearful of humans, more tolerant of close contact, and more capable of reading human emotions and intentions. But your band only knows that the puppies born now are somehow sweeter, friendlier, and more lovable than their ancestors were. The wolf dogs have even begun to participate in human spiritual life. When the band performs rituals, thanking the spirits of hunted animals, celebrating successful births, mourning the dead, the wolf dogs are present, treated as participants rather than mere witnesses. Some bands are beginning to develop stories about how the first wolf dog came to live with humans, mythologizing White Chest's descendants into legendary figures who bridge the worlds of human and animal. One story, told around countless fires across the generations, goes something like this. In the ancient time, wolves and humans were enemies, killing each other for food and territory. But one wise wolf saw that humans had fire and tools, things wolves could never have, and one wise human saw that wolves had sharp senses and cooperative hunting skills that humans lacked. These two, wolf and human, met in a neutral place and made an agreement. "Share with us your fire," said the wolf, "and we'll share with you our hunting skill." And from that day forward, wolves and humans have been partners, each making the other stronger. It's a myth, not history, but like all good myths, it contains a kernel of truth. The relationship between humans and wolf dogs is indeed a form of partnership, a mutual exchange of benefits that enhances both species' chances of survival. As the Ice Age slowly wanes, as the climate warms and the megafauna begin to decline, human societies are changing too. People are beginning to stay in the same places for longer periods, building more substantial shelters and storing food more systematically. The shift from fully nomadic to semi-settled existence is beginning, and the wolf dogs are part of this transition. In settled camps with stored food, wolf dogs prove invaluable as guards, preventing raids by predators and rival human groups. They alert to approaching danger, defend territory, and provide a sense of security that allows humans to sleep more soundly at night. The wolf dogs are also helping with an entirely new human activity, managing other proto-domestic animals. As humans begin keeping captured young megafauna, not quite farming them yet, but moving in that direction, the wolf dogs help control these animals, using their herding instincts to keep young mammoths or bison from wandering off. This herding behaviour will eventually become one of the most important functions of domestic dogs, but for now it's a happy accident, the wolf dog's natural prey herding instincts being redirected toward a new purpose. Thousands of miles away, in different parts of the world, similar processes are occurring independently. Wolves near human settlements in what will become Europe are beginning their own journey toward domestication. Wolves in East Asia are developing their own relationships with human communities. The process isn't uniform, but the pattern is recognizable. Wherever humans and wolves coexist, some wolves are discovering the advantages of cooperation over competition. These geographically separated populations of proto-dogs will eventually give rise to different lineages, different regional types that reflect both the local wolf populations and the specific needs of local human communities. But all of them share the same fundamental transformation. From wild predator to domestic partner. You don't know any of this, of course. Your world is limited to your band, your territory, and your direct experience. But your great-great-grandchildren's descendants will spread across continents, and they'll bring their wolf dogs with them. When humans eventually cross the land bridge from Asia to the Americas, wolf dogs will be among the first domesticated animals to reach the New World. When humans develop boats capable of crossing open ocean, wolf dogs will be in those boats, heading to islands and new continents. The partnership that began with one curious wolf and one willing to experiment human band has become a global phenomenon that will persist for millennia. Long after the mammoths and woolly rhinos and giant sloths have gone extinct, long after the Ice Age has faded into geological history, this relationship will endure. Your band's current generation of wolf dogs includes a young female named Echo, descended from Curl's lineage through multiple generations. Echo is small, barely 60 pounds, with a curly coat, floppy ears, and a tail that curls so tightly it almost makes a full circle. Echo's temperament is gentle and playful, and the animal has become particularly attached to the band's children, serving as an unofficial guardian and playmate. One warm summer evening, as the sun sets over a landscape that's noticeably greener and less harsh than the tundra of your ancestors' time, Echo lies surrounded by children. They're petting the wolf dog, telling stories, and laughing at Echo's clownish attempts to catch moths that flutter around the fire. An elder watches this scene with satisfaction. This elder is the great-great-grandchild of Bright One, carrier of stories passed down through multiple generations. The elder remembers the tales of White Chest, of Curl, of the early days when having a wolf dog near the camp was strange and frightening. Hard to imagine being afraid of them now, the elder says to no one in particular, speaking softly enough not to disturb the children's play. Another adult sitting nearby laughs quietly. Hard to imagine living without them. What did our ancestors do without wolf dogs? How did they hunt? How did they feel safe at night? It's a good question. The answer, of course, is that humans survived for hundreds of thousands of years without canine partners. But now that the partnership exists, it's difficult to imagine going back. The relationship has become so integral to human society that its absence would be felt like the loss of a limb. Echo, tired from playing with the children, finally settles down, resting its head on a child's lap. The child strokes Echo's curly fur, and the wolf dog's eyes drift closed in contentment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, a wild wolf howls. Echo's ears perk up, and the wolf dog lifts its head briefly, but there's no answering howl. No urge to run off and join that wild song. Echo's world is here, with these humans, by this fire. After a moment, Echo settles back down, content with its chosen place in the world. The stars come out. The same stars that shone on White Chest and Bright One all those generations ago. The fire crackles and pops. Children's voices mix with adult laughter, and beneath it all, the steady rhythm of Echo's breathing as the wolf dog sleeps. In this moment, peaceful and ordinary and yet profound, you can see the future taking shape. These children growing up with Echo will never know a world without wolf dogs. Their children won't either, nor their children's children, for hundreds of generations to come. What began as one wolf's curiosity and one human's willingness to share has become something timeless. A partnership that will outlast empires, survive the collapse of civilizations, and endure through changes in human society that would be unrecognizable to you. The wolf dogs will be there when humans build their first permanent villages. They'll be there when humans develop agriculture, when they domesticate other animals, and when they create the first cities. They'll pull sleds across frozen wastes, herd sheep across mountainsides, guard palaces, and warm the laps of emperors and peasants alike. They'll change, of course, They'll diversify into forms that would seem impossible. Tiny dogs that fit in a pocket, giant dogs larger than wolves ever were, dogs with pushed-in faces, dogs with legs so short they can barely run, and dogs bred for every conceivable purpose, from hunting rats to guarding temples to simply being beautiful. But underneath all those changes, underneath all that diversity, they'll still carry the same essential nature that Echo demonstrates tonight. Loyalty, affection, and the deep-rooted desire to be part of a human family. The fire burns low. People begin heading to their sleeping areas. Echo rises, shakes vigorously, and follows the children to the shelter where they sleep. The wolf dog settles down among them, and within moments 3 children are using Echo as a pillow. Outside, the summer night is mild and clear. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, and new adventures. But tonight, there's just this. Humans and wolf dogs, sleeping peacefully together, partners in the grand adventure of survival. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The moon rises, casting silver light across a world that has changed profoundly, even though most of those changes are too subtle to see day to day. But they're there, accumulating. Genetic shifts, behavioral adaptations, and the slow but inexorable transformation of wolf into dog. And in the morning, when the sun rises, Echo will be among the first to wake, tail already wagging, ready to greet the new day alongside the humans who have become, in every meaningful sense, Echo's pack. The story that began 15,000 years ago with a reddish-grey wolf watching a human camp continues, generation after generation, changing slowly but never ending. A partnership that has enriched both species beyond measure, and that, more than anything else, is the legacy. Not just that humans tamed wolves, but that together, humans and wolves created something entirely new. A relationship of mutual benefit, mutual affection, and mutual transformation that has persisted across millennia, and will continue long into whatever future awaits. In the waning days of Rome's glory, a young deacon named Leo quietly ascended to prominence. The Western Empire was in danger of disintegrating in the year 440. Instead of looking to senators or generals for advice, imperial officials looked to a churchman. At Emperor Valentinian III's behest, Leo journeyed to Gaul to mediate a bitter feud between General Aetius, Rome's most powerful commander, and the magistrate Albinus. The emperor's decision to entrust this delicate mission to Leo was significant, as the able deacon had established a reputation for prudence and authority beyond ecclesiastical circles. While Leo negotiated peace in Gaul, fate intervened back home. Pope Sixtus III died in Leo's absence, and on September the 29th, 440, the clergy and people of Rome unanimously elected Leo as Bishop of Rome. The news reached him up north. The mediator would now become the supreme pastor of the Western Church. Leo returned to a city in need of strong leadership. Stepping into the role of Bishop of Rome, later generations would hail him as Pope Leo the Great. He carried both humility and resolve. Rome in the 440s was a city of contrasts, still adorned with imperial marble and Christian basilicas, yet teeming with destitute refugees from barbarian invasions. Leo threw himself into the work. From the pulpit he preached not only doctrine but also charity. He organised relief for those suffering from famine and war, urging the faithful to practice mercy and almsgiving alongside their fasts. Under his guidance, the church opened its granaries to feed the hungry and its monasteries to shelter the homeless. Leo's compassion in action earned him a fatherly status among Romans. In a world where emperors taxed and generals fought, it was the Bishop of Rome who cared for the widow and orphan. However, Leo was not a passive individual. He was equally a man of ideas and unwavering determination. As heresies sprouted amid the turmoil of the times, Leo responded with intellectual rigour and firm discipline. When news came that certain priests in distant Aquileia were tolerating the Pelagian heresy, Leo swiftly ordered a synod to correct them. In Rome, he discovered a secret sect of Manichaean dualists lurking in the shadows, likely refugees from the recently fallen African provinces. The Pope reacted decisively. He investigated, preached fiery sermons against their false light, and, according to his contemporary Prosper of Aquitaine, even burned their forbidden books. By 444 he declared the capital cleansed of the Manichaean contagion. Such actions might seem harsh to modern eyes, but to Leo's mind the very soul of Rome was at stake. If the empire was crumbling, at least the faith must stand firm. Leo's blend of compassion and authority extended his influence beyond the usual spiritual realm. The Western imperial court itself acknowledged his leadership. In June 445, Emperor Valentinian III issued a remarkable decree recognizing the primacy of the Bishop of Rome based on the merits of Peter and the dignity of the ancient capital. Provincial governors were even ordered to enforce papal summonses, a legal nod to Leo's supremacy over Western Christendom. This feat was unprecedented. Once merely primus inter pares, first among equals of bishops, the Bishop of Rome now held a recognized preeminence. Under Leo's stewardship, the very title of Pope, once used broadly for any bishop, became reserved exclusively for Rome's bishop. The decline of the empire was sowing the seeds of the papacy's future grandeur. Despite these accolades, Leo remained at heart a pastor. He corresponded with distant churches, arbitrating disputes in Gaul and Spain as a trusted father figure. He drew around him learned men like Prosper to assist in administration and correspondence. Ever mindful of his exemplar, St. Peter the Apostle, Leo championed the idea that the Pope is Peter's heir, carrying the keys of spiritual authority. The ultimate test of this conviction was imminent. As the mid-5th century approached, ominous tidings spread across the Alps. A storm was gathering in the north. The Huns, led by a warlord whose name was already spoken in dread whispers, were on the move. Unbeknownst to Leo, destiny was steering him toward a singular role, not only as a teacher and shepherd of souls, but as Rome's protector in its darkest hour. The stage was set for an encounter that would resound through the ages, and the humble deacon-turned pope would soon be called upon to save an empire. Pope Leo I was solidifying his spiritual authority while the Western Roman Empire around him was on the verge of collapse. By the mid-5th century, Rome's dominion had shrunk to a pathetic core. Little more than Italy and part of Gaul, observers noted, of the Western realm. The grandeur of Caesar and Augustus was now a ghost haunting crumbling walls. Gone were the rich provinces of North Africa. The Vandals had seized Carthage in 439, cutting off Rome's critical grain supply. Hispania and Gaul were carved up by Visigothic and Burgundian kings who paid only token respect to the emperor. Across the sea, Britannia, once a Roman diocese, was abandoned to wild Anglo-Saxon warlords. The Western Empire in Leo's time was essentially an Italian kingdom struggling to survive, its frontiers pressed on all sides by so-called barbarians, and its treasury drained. The city of Rome itself, though still symbolically powerful, was a mere shadow of its former self. The imperial court had long since relocated to Ravenna, a marsh-girt city easier to defend. In Rome, ancient monuments decayed even as new churches rose. The populace, much diminished from a century ago, lived in uneasy suspense. Memories of the Visigoth sack of 410 still lingered like a national trauma. Elderly Romans could recall the horror when Alaric's Goths breached the walls and looted the Eternal City for 3 days. The psychological scar had not healed. Now, 4 decades later, rumours spread that an even fiercer enemy was approaching Italy's borders. Children heard frightening tales of the Hun with his ruthless horsemen and felt their parents' anxiety. Many asked, was history repeating itself? Or worse, was this the end of Rome at last? In the palaces of Ravenna, Emperor Valentinian III reigned in name, but real power was precariously balanced. The true strongman was Flavius Aetius, the Magister Militum, master of soldiers. Famed for both his cunning and his controversial alliances, Aetius had spent his youth as a hostage among the Huns, even befriending their leaders. Hardened by that experience, he knew Rome could not fight all its enemies at once. With grim pragmatism, Aetius had struck deals with some barbarians to fight others. In 437 he formed an alliance with Attila's Huns to demolish the Burgundian kingdom in Gaul, eradicating it from its core. Western Rome was forced to play a desperate game of divide et impera in order to survive. By the late 440s, Aetius managed a fragile coalition holding Gaul against the Visigoths and Italy against the Ostrogoths. But the Huns, once his occasional allies, were becoming an ever greater threat. Aetius knew Attila's character too well. The Hun king's ambitions had no limit. The cultural fabric of the empire was also fraying. The old pagan aristocracy had mostly bowed to Christianity, but not always sincerely. Some clung to classical traditions and nostalgic dreams of Rome's past, while the new reality, a Christian empire fighting for its life, demanded a different ethos. In this atmosphere, spiritual interpretations of Rome's misfortune flourished. Many Christian Romans, Leo among them, viewed the successive calamities as divine chastisement for the empire's sins. Was God using barbarian invaders as a scourge to humble Rome? The question was pondered in sermons and letters. Decades earlier, St. Augustine had written The City of God after the 410 sack, explaining that earthly empires rise and fall while the City of God endures. Now Augustine was gone. He had died in 430 as Vandals besieged his city of Hippo, but his ideas lived on. Pope Leo, steeped in such theology, urged his flock not to lose faith. If the empire was crumbling, perhaps it was all the more urgent to uphold Christian virtue and unity. By 450, the Western court was rife with intrigue and insecurity. Emperor Valentinian, never a strong ruler, was dominated first by his formidable mother, Galla Placidia, and then by Aetius. With Placidia's death in 450 and the emperor's own sister Honoria embroiled in scandal, she had secretly appealed to Attila for help escaping an arranged marriage, offering him her hand, and half the empire as dowry. The dynasty itself seemed to teeter. When reports came that Attila had considered Honoria's plea and was mustering his forces, panic swept the Italian elite. Attila's reputation as the scourge of God preceded him. He had already bullied the Eastern Empire into paying enormous tribute, and now he cast his covetous gaze westward. In the spring of 451, Attila marched into Gaul. The showdown came on the Catalaunian plains near Chalons. There, Aetius, joined by Roman troops and various foederati allies, Visigoths, Franks, confronted the Huns in one of antiquity's great battles. The fight was brutal and indecisive. Attila's advance was halted, but not decisively crushed. Corpses littered the plain, and the Visigothic king was slain in the fray. But Attila lived to fight another day. The Battle of Chalons, instead of a clear Roman victory, resulted in a Pyrrhic stalemate that left the Hunnic horde battered yet intact. Gaul had taken the brunt of Attila's wrath, giving Italy a moment of relief, but the respite was fleeting. Late in 451, as winter fell, unsettling news reached Rome. Attila had regrouped his forces beyond the Alps. The Hun was far from finished. In fact, he was enraged. They had thwarted his campaign in Gaul, leaving his appetite for conquest unsated. Honoria's offer still stood as a convenient pretext. In Attila's mind, the dowry he demanded, half of the Western Empire, remained unpaid. Early the next year, scouts and refugees brought terrifying reports. Attila was crossing into Italy. City after city in the northern provinces was falling to fire and sword. The spectre that had loomed so long was now at hand. Rome's darkest hour was approaching, even as its secular might was at its weakest. The people's hopes increasingly turned to prayer, and to the unassuming figure of Pope Leo, whose courage and faith would soon be tested as never before. In the gathering gloom of the 450s, Pope Leo I emerged as more than a religious leader. He became the soul of a dying empire. While legions faltered and emperors dithered, Leo provided a different kind of strength, one rooted in faith and moral conviction. He often preached that earthly turmoils were transient, but the spiritual battle for righteousness was eternal. Leo's unwavering faith in the unique function of his position fueled his confidence. As Bishop of Rome, he saw himself as heir to St. Peter, the Apostle Christ had charged with feeding his sheep. To Leo, the task was no mere honorific. It was a living mandate. In one letter he wrote, "To deny the authority of the chair of Peter is to question the very foundation of the Church." He strove to live up to that high calling, convinced that in his leadership the voice of the apostles echoed anew. This conviction was dramatically vindicated in 451 at the Great Council of Chalcedon, a church synod convened far to the east in Asia Minor to settle a theological crisis. Leo could not attend in person, troubles in the west kept him in Rome, but he sent legates bearing a document he authored, the famous Tome of Leo. This tome clearly defined the dual nature of Christ, both fully God and fully man, and was intended to guide the Council Fathers out of contentious debate. As the assembly of bishops read Leo's words aloud, a sudden unity swept the hall. According to the council records, the bishops cried out in unison, "This is the faith of the fathers. Peter has spoken thus through Leo." In that acclamation, Leo's authority was affirmed in an almost mystical way. It was as if St. Peter himself had stood among them, teaching through Leo's voice. The Roman Pope's stature soared. He was now revered as Leo the Great, a pillar of orthodoxy and a figure of international renown. For Leo personally, it was confirmation that his leadership carried not just human approval, but divine sanction. Back in Rome, Leo leveraged this moral authority to bolster the city's resolve. He preached frequently to his flock, tailoring his message to the tumultuous times. In homilies, he called the invasion threats a test of faith. Drawing on scripture, he likened Rome to the biblical Nineveh, a mighty city that could be spared from destruction if its people repented and turned to God. He urged public fasting and prayer vigils, and it was said that the churches were filled day and night with supplicants crying for deliverance. The Pope himself led processions through the streets, venerating relics of saints and imploring heavenly aid to avert the scourge approaching Italy. To a population frightened by news of flaming towns in the north, Leo's calm and resolute presence was a godsend. He told them, God did not abandon Jonah's Nineveh, nor will he abandon Rome, seat of his apostles. Such words gave hope to the hopeless. Leo's influence extended even into the imperial palace. When Emperor Valentinian III and his court vacillated on how to deal with Attila's impending onslaught, Leo did not hesitate to offer counsel. Some accounts suggest it was Leo who volunteered to personally meet the Hun, a proposal that stunned the imperial advisors. Others say the idea originated from the emperor, who realized that no general or diplomat had the gravitas to face Attila on equal terms, whereas the saintly bishop of Rome just might. Regardless, by the beginning of 452, everyone's attention was focused on Leo, possibly the sole individual capable of saving Rome from the abyss. It was a heavy burden for a man of the cloth, yet Leo prepared to shoulder it with the same sense of duty that had guided him all along. There was a profound symbolism in Leo's stepping forward. Here was a representative of spiritual authority confronting the might of worldly violence. The clash was not simply between a pope and a warlord, but between two worldviews, one of faith, mercy and moral suasion, and another of conquest, fear and raw power. Leo understood this. In quiet moments of prayer before his departure, he surely reflected on the trials of past leaders of the Church. He prayed at the tomb of St. Peter in the Vatican Basilica, seeking courage. Tradition holds that Leo had a vision there, hearing the words, "Peace be with you, I am with you," as if spoken by Peter or an angel. Empowered by this reassurance, Leo arose determined to act. If Attila was indeed a scourge sent as punishment, then Leo would be the intercessor pleading for mercy on Rome's behalf, a new Moses before the Pharaoh, or a David against Goliath armed only with faith. By the spring of 452, Attila's forces had stormed into northern Italy, and panic gripped the land. Emperor Valentinian remained safely behind Ravenna's walls, and General Aetius, lacking an army strong enough after the Gaulish campaign, could do little. It was in this vacuum of secular leadership that Leo's moment arrived. The Pope gathered a small delegation to accompany him, among them the former consul Gennadius Avienus and the ex-prefect Memmius Trigetius, distinguished Romans who lent political weight to the embassy. But there was no question who led it. Dressed not in armour, but in simple clerical robes, Leo set out northward, determined to confront the unconfrontable. As he left the gates of Rome, citizens wept and cheered him in equal measure, praying for his success, fearing for his safety. Behind him trailed an austere retinue of priests and deacons carrying holy relics and perhaps gifts for the Hun king. It was an unprecedented sight, the vicar of Christ riding forth to meet the terror of the world. The sun-baked Italian roads ahead were uncertain, but Leo's purpose was clear. In his heart burned both the courage of a lion and the compassion of a shepherd. Whatever happened on this journey, Rome's fate and Leo's legacy would forever be intertwined on that fateful day when faith stood face to face with fury. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolizing a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolizing a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. so writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. In the sultry August of 452, northern Italy lay crushed under the Huns' heel. The Huns trampled fields, left villages empty, and filled the air with thick smoke from burnt towns. Down the ancient Via Aemilia, a strange procession made its way against this tide of destruction. Pope Leo I, mounted perhaps on a sturdy mule or horse, led a small band of envoys and clergy steadily northward. Each mile brought new evidence of Attila's wrath: charred farmsteads, refugees huddled by the roadside, and tales of unspeakable carnage. Leo's heart must have been heavy, yet he pressed on, radiating a calm conviction that bewildered those who met him. There are accounts of peasants kneeling as he passed, as if sensing that this man carried the last hope of Rome on his shoulders. Clad in the simple white garments of a bishop, Leo cut an incongruous figure on a battlefield. But to the desperate Italians, the sight of the unarmed pope heading toward the invader inspired a flicker of faith. If anyone could appeal to Attila's mercy, perhaps it was this saintly man. Meanwhile, Attila had pitched camp near the Mincio River, not far from where it flows into the Great Po. The summer heat and disease in his ranks urged him to conclude business quickly. Rome beckoned just over the horizon. Attila sent scouts ahead toward the capital, who returned with curious news. The city's gates were still shut, no army in sight. Instead, a delegation of high-ranking Romans was coming to parley. Attila agreed to receive them. Perhaps he believed that a quick negotiation could secure both a hefty ransom and Honoria's hand, which would allow him to claim victory without further bloodshed. Or perhaps he relished making Rome prostrate itself. Either way, a meeting was arranged on the open plain. Attila ordered his war tent prepared with appropriate pomp. The Hun camp bustled, banners emblazoned with dragon motifs fluttered, horses neighed, and rings of leather tents stretched to the horizon. Battle-scarred warriors, curious about the Roman Pope, gathered at a respectful distance when the envoys arrived. They came in state. Leo, flanked by the ex-consul Avienus and ex-prefect Tragetius, and attended by a train of priests bearing processional crosses and icons. To Attila's warriors, the scene was a novel sight. Romans without weapons, carrying only strange symbols and moving with solemn purpose. Under the bright sky, Pope Leo and Attila the Hun finally came face to face. The moment was historic, the soft-spoken Holy Father and the scourge of nations. Despite being in his early 60s, Leo stood with dignified bearing. Attila, a middle-aged man of middling height with a man with a broad chest and weathered face, regarded the Pope intently. Attila was known for his habit of rolling his fierce eyes to intimidate those in front of him. One might imagine he attempted the same on Leo, yet Leo did not flinch. Clad in simple robes, the Pope met the barbarian's gaze with steady, compassionate eyes. An observer described Leo at that encounter as fearless, as one who trusts not in himself but in God. Attila, who had terrorized tens of thousands, now encountered a man who showed no fear. The conversation that unfolded has been lost to time. No transcript exists, but through various accounts and a dose of imagination, we can reconstruct its tenor. First, the Roman envoys likely offered formal salutations. Avienus, experienced in diplomacy, probably spoke, "Attila, most noble leader of the Huns, we come on behalf of the Senate and people of Rome." They might have offered gifts, chests of gold or jeweled goblets, tokens of Rome's esteem or desperation. Attila listened impatiently. Then Pope Leo addressed the warlord. Unlike the perfumed senators of the East who had grovelled before Attila in past embassies, Leo's voice was neither sycophantic nor cowering. He spoke plainly, demonstrating both grave respect and authority. Through an interpreter, for Attila, who understood Latin only a little, Leo appealed to humanity in the Hun. He acknowledged Attila's victories. "You have been the instrument of divine justice, punishing the sins of the land." Such words, crediting God for Attila's success, may have intrigued the superstitious king. Leo continued, perhaps urging Attila to show mercy now that his mission of chastisement was fulfilled. He might have invoked the fate of conquerors who failed to temper justice with mercy. Certainly Leo reminded Attila of the transience of mortal life. One chronicler imagined Leo saying, "We are all mortals, O king, sooner or later we return to dust. Seek not the further spilling of innocents' blood, but earn everlasting glory by sparing Rome." Attila responded brusquely. One can picture his scowling visage as he listed his demands. Through the interpreter, he likely thundered that Honoria, the imperial princess who had appealed to him, be handed over at once with her rightful inheritance, the dowry he claimed. He may have also demanded an annual tribute of gold from Rome to replace what the Eastern Empire had stopped paying. Attila was a man used to dictating terms, yet even as he spoke, something gnawed at him. Here was this unarmed priest calmly rebutting the scourge of God. Leo answered Attila's demands firmly. The emperor could not yield his sister as a bride, for that matter was already settled. Honoria had been punished for her rash offer. As for tribute, Leo likely pleaded that Italy was spent and ravaged. There was little left to give. Perhaps he offered what he could from the church's treasury, emphasizing that further devastation would only bring diminishing returns. A starved, plague-ridden land would profit no conqueror. As the negotiations seesawed, Attila's temper might have flared, but each time Leo responded with steady reasoning and moral exhortation. He reminded Attila of Alaric's fate. The Goth had died soon after taking Rome. Was it truly wise to risk the same anger of heaven? Attila's pagan priests in his retinue exchanged nervous glances. They too had heard the stories. The Hunnic king, despite his bravado, felt a chill. At that very moment, according to the later legend, a miraculous vision sealed the outcome. Attila suddenly fell silent, eyes widening at a point above Leo's head. To his astonishment, he beheld what seemed to be two towering figures in the air, saintly men clad in armour, one carrying a sword that blazed in the sunlight. These spectral warriors, who were visible only to Attila, glared at him as if to say, "Do not touch this man or this city." Paul the Deacon, a writer from centuries later, would identify the warriors as the apostles Peter and Paul who had come from heaven to protect Rome. Attila, who believed in omens, felt a stab of fear. Was this a divine warning? Whether one credits the miracle or not, something stirred in Attila. He, who had never lost a negotiated advantage, suddenly softened. The fierce light in his eyes dimmed. Attila, the untamable, gazed at Pope Leo's peaceful face and found no enemy there, only a beseeching father figure. In that instant, the dynamics shifted. Attila raised a hand, signalling an end to the debate. He announced his decision. The Huns would withdraw, he would spare Rome. The Roman envoys must have suppressed a deep sense of relief upon hearing those words. Terms were likely agreed upon, perhaps a one-time payment of gold, certainly a promise that Honoria's issue would be dropped. Attila made a final pronouncement, half warning, half concession. "Tell your emperor this peace is not permanent. If Rome wishes to remain safe, let it remember to give Attila what is Attila's." It was merely a show of strength to maintain the status quo. Leo inclined his head, accepting the conditions, whatever they were, and offered a blessing. The meeting was over. Attila had yielded, against all expectation. The Pope and his party turned back toward Rome, carrying the almost unbelievable news. Behind them, Attila retired to his camp, pensive. The sun was dipping low as the two groups parted ways. Roman chroniclers later rejoiced that no sword was drawn that day, no blood spilled. A battle had been won by words and faith alone. Attila's chieftains were astonished. Some protested, "Shall the mighty Attila be turned back by a preacher's tongue?" But others, those who knew of the worsening supplies and the whispers of plague, were secretly glad. They feared a doomed assault on Rome as much as any Roman did. In the privacy of his tent that night, Attila brooded. Perhaps he felt an unaccustomed twinge of admiration for Leo, or perhaps simply relief that he could retreat without testing Rome's cursed fate. Either way, the decision was made. By dawn, the Hunnic banners were pointed north. The scourge of God began his march out of Italy. Pope Leo I had achieved an unimaginable feat. He gazed into the eyes of the most feared man on earth, causing him to blink. Rome was saved, at least for that season. Raphael's famed fresco in the Vatican, painted over 1,000 years later, dramatizes the legend. Pope Leo, depicted serenely on horseback, raises a hand toward Attila, while above the Pope, two warrior saints brandish swords in the sky. This artistic fantasy captures the essence of how contemporaries and posterity viewed the encounter in 452, a turning point where the tide of destruction miraculously halted at the gates of Rome. Leo saved Rome on that fateful day near Mantua, not through the use of force, but through the strength of his character and faith. The aftermath of the meeting was immediate and profound. As word spread that Attila had turned back, a wave of incredulous joy swept through Italy. In Rome, anxious citizens waiting for news could scarcely believe it. The city and their lives had been spared. Many attributed it entirely to divine intervention thanks to Leo's sanctity. The Pope's status reached unprecedented heights. Rome welcomed him back as Pater Patria, the father of the fatherland, a title no humble churchman had ever held. The relieved Romans truly deserved to call Leo Magnus the Great. Historians through the ages have debated why Attila withdrew. Some near-contemporary observers, like the chronicler Prosper of Aquitaine, insisted that it was Leo's personal impact on Attila that made the difference, that the Hun was so impressed by the holy man's courage and eloquence that he simply gave up his designs. Another source, the historian Priscus, who knew Attila's court firsthand, offered a more pragmatic rationale. Attila's men were growing afraid. They recalled how Alaric had died after sacking Rome, and they urged Attila not to invite a similar curse. Modern scholars point to logistics and disease. Indeed, a later chronicle suggests that at that very time, plague was ravaging Attila's army, and supplies were running perilously low, while the Eastern Emperor Marcian had dispatched troops to harry Attila's homeland. Surrounded by ill omens, sickness in camp, hostile forces gathering elsewhere, and the psychological weight of Rome's spiritual clout, Attila likely calculated that discretion outweighed valour. Whatever mix of motives one assigns, the result is indisputable. Attila suddenly retreated, and he never returned. The scourge of God had scourged enough. Leo's triumph, however, was not a permanent deliverance. He knew as much. According to ancient accounts, Attila sent a message upon his departure, threatening to return unless Honoria handed over her inheritance. Attila made this gesture to save face, but in reality he had lost his chance. The following year, in 453, Attila the Hun tragically passed away on the eve of his latest wedding feast. The legendary conqueror succumbed not on the battlefield but in his marital bed, reportedly bursting a blood vessel and choking on his blood after heavy drinking. His bride Ildiko awoke to a corpse. The superstitious saw divine justice in this inglorious end. With Attila's death, the unity of the Hunnic Empire perished. His sons quarrelled and, within a decade, the Huns ceased to be a major threat. Rome had survived Attila, however the lifespan of the Western Roman Empire was short. In 455, just 3 years after Leo's encounter with Attila, Rome faced another deadly menace. Genseric, king of the Vandals, sailed his fleets from North Africa and landed at Ostia. This time there was no massive barbarian host at the gates, but a naval invasion. Emperor Valentinian III had been assassinated. Political chaos reigned. Once again, Leo filled the void. Unarmed and accompanied by his clergy, he went out to meet Genseric, employing the same courage and moral plea he had with Attila. The Vandal was a different man, however, and negotiations yielded only a partial success. Genseric agreed not to burn the city or massacre its inhabitants, but he would plunder, and plunder he did. For 2 weeks in June 455, the Vandals methodically looted Rome. The treasures of ages, the Temple of Jupiter's gilded roof and the spoils Titus had taken from Jerusalem, were carted off to Vandal Africa. Leo could not prevent this humiliation. Nonetheless, even Genseric's begrudging restraint was attributed to Leo's influence. The Pope's entreaties at least spared Rome the flames. The massive basilicas of St. Peter and St. Paul, where terrified citizens had flocked for sanctuary, were left intact by Vandal hands. This mitigation counted as another testimony to Leo's clout. Once more, the secular authorities had utterly failed, and once more it was Leo, and Leo alone, who stood as Rome's protector. Pope Leo I lived on for a few more years after these tumultuous events, dying in 461. He was buried as a hero in Rome, his tomb adorned with the inscription Defender of the City. His legacy only grew with time. In ecclesiastical history, Leo is remembered for his theological contributions, the Tome of Leo and the strengthening of papal primacy. But in popular memory, it was the day he saved Rome that truly made him a legend. Over the centuries, the story of Leo and Attila acquired an almost mythical aura. Medieval writers embroidered it freely. The apparition of Saints Peter and Paul threatening Attila, hinted at in Paul the Deacon's 8th century account, became a staple of the tale. Artists immortalised the scene. Apart from Raphael's Renaissance fresco, earlier the Baroque sculptor Algardi carved a grand relief in St. Peter's itself, showing Leo backed by heavenly figures driving away the Hun. Such images reinforced the narrative that Rome was saved not by human might but by divine intervention, channeled through Leo the Great. Yet for all the embellishment, the core truth endures and rings down the ages. In a moment of existential peril, when the material defences of an ancient civilization had failed, one man's moral courage prevailed. Leo's encounter with Attila stands as a testament to the power of persuasion over the sword and of faith over fear. It highlights the shifting world of the 5th century. As the Western Empire crumbled, the spiritual authority of the Church was rising to fill the void. Leo's success with Attila wasn't just a lucky diplomatic coup, it was a sign of the new epoch dawning. In the centuries that followed the fall of Rome, the last emperor would be deposed in 476, just 24 years after Leo's stand. The bishops of Rome, now firmly called popes, would increasingly assume roles of civic leadership, protectors, and power brokers in the remnants of empire. Leo had set the example. He showed that a pope could marshal not armies, but something perhaps equally compelling: moral suasion, unity, and hope in the face of despair. In separating myth from reality, modern historians acknowledge the practical factors that led to Attila's retreat: hunger, disease, and strategic considerations, but they also acknowledge that Leo's diplomatic mission was crucial. Without it, Attila might have lingered long enough to sack Rome before those factors fully unravelled his campaign. Leo gave Attila a face-saving exit and a spiritual scare to boot. That was enough. In the summer of 422, an unlikely saviour in a plain cassock saved the Eternal City from annihilation. For the generation that witnessed it, there could be no doubt. Pope Leo I had saved Rome. It was a bright spot in an age of collapse, a story retold with gratitude and awe. To this day, when one stands in St. Peter's and looks up at the marble relief of Leo driving away Attila, one is reminded of the power of courage and faith to alter the course of history. In Leo's voice lay the echo of an empire's spirit, and the promise that even in history's darkest chapters, a single steadfast soul can shine brightly enough to turn back the tide of destruction, if only for a moment. And occasionally, that moment is all that civilization needs to survive. The sun set on the Western Roman Empire not with a single cataclysm, but through decades of slow decay. Pope Leo I, however, had already sealed his place in the annals of survival, diplomacy, and faith. As Rome's political fabric crumbled, Leo's influence continued to expand. Even in death in 461, his legacy was carried on by popes who modelled themselves not just after St. Peter, but after Leo's blend of spiritual fervour and diplomatic steel. His tomb in the old St. Peter's Basilica became a shrine not only of theological memory, but of civic pride, a place Romans could point to and say, "This man stood when others fled." The 5th century saw chaos, fragmentation and loss. Italy became a patchwork of Gothic rulers, Gaul drifted toward Frankish hands, and Africa became a Vandal kingdom. Yet the institutional church remained remarkably cohesive. This was, in part, Leo's doing. His letters had established a papal administrative style that reached bishops far beyond the crumbling empire's borders. His tome had crystallized Christology for centuries to come. His sermons, preserved, copied and studied, continued to nourish Christian identity in a post-imperial world. Yet the story of Leo's meeting with Attila continued to evolve, not just in church memory but in public imagination. The miracle, whether historically accurate or not, resonated deeply. In a world of collapsing order, the myth of a shepherd confronting the wolf and turning him away felt truer than any dusty chronicle. Artists, poets, theologians, and even emperors clung to this narrative. Leo's courage became archetypal, echoed in later eras when popes would stand up to kings, emperors, or even fascist regimes. Meanwhile, Attila's name lived on in darker legend. Although Attila died in 453 AD under anticlimactic circumstances, drunk and bleeding on his wedding night, his empire soon dissolved afterward. His sons quarrelled over the remnants, the cohesion of the Hunnic tribes vanished. By the end of the 5th century, the Huns were no longer a power, not even a memory in the lands they once terrorized. In some parts of Europe, parents no longer warned children about the Huns. The threat had passed, yet Leo's voice still echoed from pulpits. Over time, Rome transitioned from the capital of a political empire to the symbolic heart of Christendom. This transformation was neither inevitable nor easy. It took figures like Leo, resolute, theologically sharp and diplomatically fearless, to steer the city from imperial ruin toward ecclesiastical prominence. One could argue that the Papal States, medieval Christendom, and even the Vatican City of today trace a straight line from Leo's model of papal leadership. He proved the Church could not only survive political collapse, it could redefine power entirely. The sculpture in St. Peter's Basilica by Alessandro Algardi, completed in the 17th century, immortalizes the scene with drama. Leo raises his hand, angelic warriors bear down from the heavens upon Attila, frozen in awe. It is theatrical, yes, but theatre with purpose. It reminds viewers that history is made not only through armies and battles, but through moments of extraordinary moral courage. That was Leo's gift to his age and ours, a vision of spiritual authority that was not passive, not withdrawn, but deeply engaged in the mess of human affairs. In the end, the day Leo saved Rome was not about political negotiation alone, it was a cultural pivot point. He demonstrated that faith could influence diplomacy, that courage didn't necessitate a sword, and that at times, defending civilization could be achieved by a single man with unwavering conviction, bravely stepping into the depths of darkness. Off the southern coast of Korea, where black volcanic rocks meet turquoise waters, generations of women have descended into the ocean with nothing but their breath and their will. This is the story of the Henya, the sea women of Jeju Island, whose lives were shaped by tides and seasons, by the rhythm of breathing and the ancient pull of the deep. You wake before dawn on Jeju Island in the spring of 1958. The room is cool and dark. Outside your window, the wind moves through the twisted branches of tangerine trees. You can hear the ocean already. It never really stops making noise on this island. Even when the surface looks calm, there is always the sound of water meeting stone. Your grandmother is already awake in the kitchen. You can smell the barley tea she's brewing. The scent mingles with the salt air that seeps through every gap in the stone walls. This house has stood here for 3 generations. Your grandmother dove these waters. Your mother doves these waters. Now you are learning. You're 16 years old and your fingers still ache from yesterday's work. The calluses are forming slowly on your palms. Each day in the water makes them a little thicker. Your mother says this is good. She says soft hands cannot grip the slippery rocks where the abalone hide. She says the ocean teaches your skin to be strong before it teaches your lungs. You dress in layers even though it is spring. The water is always colder than you expect. You pull on cotton undergarments, then the loose work clothes that you will dive in today. Later, at the beach, you will add the thin wetsuit. It is made of rubber and smells like the sea and like the sun. It smells like every Henya who has ever worn it before you. Your grandmother brings you a bowl of warm soup, miokguk, seaweed soup made from the wakame that your mother harvested last week. The broth is rich and salty. You eat slowly, feeling the warmth spread through your chest. This is important. You learned early that a warm body holds its heat longer in cold water. Your mother appears in the doorway. Her face is weathered from decades of sun and salt. Her hair, still black despite her 40 years, is already tied back in preparation. She looks at your bowl and nods. She does not need to speak. You've been doing this long enough now to know the routine. You finish your soup and rinse the bowl. Your grandmother packs rice balls wrapped in dried seaweed. These will be your lunch, eaten on the rocks between dives. She adds dried squid and pickled radish. She moves slowly but with certainty. She's packed these same foods 1,000 times before. The sky is turning grey when you step outside. Not the grey of storms, but the soft grey that comes before sunrise. The stars are fading. To the east, over the ocean, the horizon glows with the promise of light. You walk with your mother down the narrow path toward the sea. No one speaks much at this hour. No one speaks much at this hour. The work ahead requires focus. The beach is not sandy. Instead, black rocks slope down into the water. They are smooth in places where the waves have worn them down. In other places they are sharp and jagged. You learned to read these rocks when you were small. You learned which ones will hold your weight and which ones will shift beneath your feet. Your mother's bultuk is already there. This is the shared stone shelter where the Henya change clothes and warm themselves between dives. Smoke rises from the fire pit in the centre. Some of the older women have already arrived. They tend the fire and prepare their equipment. You bow to the elders. They nod in return. One of them, a woman named Grandmother Kang, has been diving for 60 years. Her hands are gnarled like driftwood, but they move with precision as she checks her net bag. She has pulled more abalone from these waters than anyone can count. Your mother helps you with your diving suit. The rubber is stiff from the cold night air. You work your legs into it, then your arms. The seal around your neck is tight. It has to be. Even a small gap will let the cold water rush in against your skin. You strap the tiwak to your waist. This is your flotation device, a round orange buoy made of gourd and net. It will float on the surface while you dive below. Your harvest bag will hang from it. When you need to rest, you will hold onto it and breathe. Your mother hands you your bichang. This is your diving tool. a flat metal blade attached to a short wooden handle. It looks simple, but it is everything. With this tool you will pry abalone from rocks, you will cut sea cucumbers free, you will dig for octopus in the crevices where they hide. The other women are ready now. There are 12 of you this morning. 3 are grandmothers, women in their 60s and 70s who still dive every day. 4 are in their middle years, like your mother. 3 are younger women in their 20s and 30s. And then there are you and 1 other girl both still learning the depths. Grandmother Kang walks to the water's edge. She bows to the ocean. This is not a religious gesture exactly, though there is reverence in it. It is more like a greeting between old acquaintances. The ocean gives and the ocean takes. Today you hope it will give more than it takes. You wade into the water behind your mother. The cold hits your feet first, then your calves. Even through the rubber suit you feel it. The shock of it makes you want to gasp, but you learn not to do that. You breathe slowly and evenly. You let your body adjust. When the water reaches your waist, you push off and begin to swim. The towak trails behind you, bobbing on the surface. Around you, the other women are swimming too. You spread out across the rocky shallows, each heading to her preferred diving spot. Your mother has been working the same area for 20 years. She knows every rock formation, every underwater cave, every place where the current runs strong or weak. She knows where the abalone cluster in summer and where they move in winter. This knowledge cannot be written down. It can only be learned by diving again and again until the ocean floor becomes as familiar as your own kitchen. You follow her to a spot about 30 meters from shore. The water here is about 5 meters deep. This is where you will start. Later, when you are more experienced, you will dive to 8 meters, then 10, then 12. Grandmother Kang still dives to 15 meters at the age of 73, but that will come with time. Your mother takes 3 deep breaths. On the 3rd breath, she fills her lungs completely and ducks beneath the surface. You watch her legs kick once, twice, and then she's gone into the green water. You count in your head. She'll be down for about 90 seconds. You float on the surface, holding your tiwak. The sun is rising now. The light slants across the water, turning it from grey to green to blue. You can see the rocks below, covered in seaweed that sways with the current. Small fish dart between the stones. Your mother surfaces with a burst of breath. This is the sound all Henya make when they resurface. Sumbit. It is a low whistle, a controlled exhale that signals the release of held air. It sounds almost like a sigh, almost like relief. You hear it echoing across the water as the other women surface and dive, surface and dive. She opens her net bag and drops in 2 sea urchins. Not a big catch for a first dive, but it is early yet. The good finds will come later when you settle into the rhythm. Now it is your turn. You take your 3 breaths. On the 3rd, you fill your lungs until they press against your ribs. You bend at the waist and kick down. The water closes over your head. The sound of the world changes instantly. Above the surface there is wind and waves and the calls of seabirds. Below there is only the muffled sound of water and your own heartbeat in your ears. You kick downward, following the angle of the rocks. The pressure builds in your ears. You learn to equalize this pressure by swallowing, by adjusting the air in your head. It becomes automatic after a while. The bottom is closer than you expected. Your hands touch the rocks and you steady yourself. The current here is gentle this morning. You can feel it pushing at your back, but not strongly. You look around. The underwater landscape is covered in life. Green and brown seaweed forests sway like trees in wind. Pink coralline algae clings to the rocks. Small crabs scuttle sideways into crevices. This is a garden that no one plants, but everyone tends. You spot a sea cucumber wedged between 2 rocks. It is fat and brown and covered in soft spines. You work your bitchang beneath it and pry it loose. It comes free with a gentle tug. You tuck it into your waist bag and keep searching. Your lungs are beginning to feel the strain now. Not pain yet, but awareness. You've been down for about 40 seconds. You have another 30. maybe 40 seconds before you need to surface. You see movement in a shadowed crack, something dark and round. You reach toward it carefully. Octopus can be tricky. They can squeeze into impossibly small spaces. They can also grip with surprising strength. But this is not an octopus. It is a large turban shell, its spiral surface encrusted with small barnacles. This is a good find. Turban shells are prized for their sweet meat. You work it free from the rocks and add it to your bag. Your chest is tightening now. It is time. You push off from the bottom and kick toward the light. The surface seems farther away than it should be. This is the trick of diving. Going down feels quick. Coming up always feels slower. You break through into air and exhale. Some bit. The sound comes naturally now, though you remember how strange it felt when you first learned it. You gulp in fresh air, feeling your lungs expand fully again. The oxygen feels like cool water after a long thirst. You hold onto your tiwak and rest. This is important. You learned not to rush from dive to dive. The body needs time to recover. The blood needs time to carry oxygen back to the muscles. Rushing leads to mistakes. Mistakes in the ocean can be dangerous. Your mother surfaces a few meters away. She has caught an abalone. You can see its dark shell glistening in her hand before she drops it into her net bag. Abalone are the most valuable catch. They are also the hardest to find and the hardest to harvest. They cling to rocks with a powerful muscular foot. You need strength and skill to pry them free without damaging them. You dive again, and again, and again. The rhythm becomes everything. Breathe, dive, search, surface, rest. Breathe, dive, search, surface, rest. Your body finds its own timing. Your lungs learn how much air they can hold. Your muscles learn how to move efficiently in the water. The sun climbs higher. The water warms slightly, though it is never truly warm here. Even in summer, the ocean around Jeju Island stays cool. The currents bring cold water up from the depths. This is why the sea life is so rich. The cold water carries nutrients that feed the algae, which feed the small creatures, which feed the larger ones. By mid-morning, your catch bag is getting heavy. You've collected a dozen sea urchins, 5 turban shells, 3 sea cucumbers, and 1 small abalone. Your mother has caught twice as much, but you are learning. Each day you get a little faster, a little more efficient, a little better at spotting the telltale shapes among the rocks. You notice Grandmother Kang swimming toward shore. This is the signal. It is time for the mid-morning break. The other women begin to follow. You swim back with your mother, towing your tiwak and its heavy load. On the beach, the fire in the bulwark is burning hot. Someone has added fresh wood while you were diving. The heat feels glorious after hours in the cold water. You peel off your diving suit and hang it to dry. The air on your skin feels strange after being sealed in rubber for so long. The women gather around the fire. They compare catches and share news. One of the younger women has found a particularly large abalone. She is praised for her sharp eyes. Another woman warns about a strong current on the east side of the diving grounds. Everyone nods and makes note of this. Information about the ocean is shared freely among the Henyu. Your success does not diminish mine. The sea is vast enough for all. Your grandmother has sent lunch, and you unwrap your rice balls. The seaweed wrapper is slightly damp from the salt air. The rice inside is still warm somehow. You do not question this magic. You simply eat, grateful for the fuel. The women tell stories as they eat. Grandmother Kang talks about the time she saw a sea turtle, huge and ancient, gliding through the water like a dream. Another woman describes finding a ceramic jar on the ocean floor, probably lost from a fishing boat decades ago. These stories are part of the tradition. They are how knowledge is passed down. They are how the young learn what to watch for and what to wonder at. Someone makes a joke about a lazy husband who sleeps while his wife works. The women laugh. The laughter is warm and knowing. On Jeju Island, the women have always worked the sea while the men worked the land or fished with nets from boats. This created a unique social structure. Women earned money, women made decisions, women held power in ways that were unusual in traditional Korean society. Your mother is quiet during the laughter. She has been a widow for 5 years now. Your father died in a fishing accident when his boat capsized in a sudden storm. You remember the day the news came. You remember your mother's face still and silent as stone. She went diving the next day, and the day after that. The ocean took your father, but it also feeds you. This is the bargain. After lunch, you rest in the sun. Your body is tired in a good way. Your muscles ache from swimming and diving. Your skin tingles from the salt and the sun. You close your eyes and listen to the women talking, their voices mixing with the sound of the waves. But the rest is short. There is still work to do. The tide is changing and the afternoon diving will be different from the morning. Different currents mean different diving spots. The hen you read the ocean like farmers read the sky. You pull your diving suit back on. It is dry now and easier to manage. You check your bitchang to make sure the blade is still sharp. You retie your net bag to your tewak. Everything must be ready before you enter the water again. The afternoon session is harder. Your lungs are tired from the morning dives. Your muscles are slower to respond. But this is when you learn endurance. This is when you learn that the body can do more than the mind thinks it can. You dive to a new area, following your mother to deeper water. Here the bottom is 7 meters down. The pressure is greater. The time you can stay down is shorter, but the rewards are better too. Larger abalone live in deeper water. More sea cucumbers cluster in the darker crevices. On your 5th dive of the afternoon, you see something that makes your heart race. An octopus, big and rust-coloured, stretching its tentacles across a rock. It is the largest one you have ever seen. It must weigh 4 or 5 kilograms at least. You know you should not try to catch it alone. Octopus are strong and smart. They can fight back. They can wrap their tentacles around your arm and refuse to let go. But the desire to prove yourself is strong. You want to surface with this catch. You want the other women to see. You approach slowly. The octopus sees you and begins to change colour, darkening to match the rocks. You reach out with your bitchang, trying to hook it and pull it free. The octopus grabs the blade with 2 tentacles. You pull, it pulls back. Your lungs are starting to burn now. You have been down for almost a minute, but you do not want to give up. You yank hard on the bitchang. The octopus comes loose from the rock, but it does not let go of your tool. Instead, it climbs up the handle toward your hand. This is when you realise your mistake. You're running out of air and you are tangled with an angry octopus. The tentacles reach your wrist, then your forearm. The suckers grip your skin. It does not hurt exactly, but the sensation is alarming. You do the only thing you can do. You let go of the bitchang and kick hard for the surface. The octopus keeps your tool and sinks back toward the rocks. You break through into air, gasping, your heart pounding. Your mother surfaces nearby. She has seen everything. Her eyes are stern, but there is something else there too. Understanding, maybe. Or memory. She probably did something similar when she was your age. She dives down and retrieves your bitchang. The octopus has abandoned it and retreated into a crevice. When she surfaces, she hands you the tool without a word, but her expression says what words do not need to. Learn from this. The ocean teaches through experience. Sometimes those lessons are gentle, sometimes they are not. You dive again, more carefully now. Your pride is bruised, but your body is fine. The octopus incident has taught you something valuable. Patience is more important than boldness. Wisdom matters more than courage. The afternoon wears on. The sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. The light changes, becoming golden and soft. The water takes on new colours, shifting from blue to amber. Grandmother Kang is the first to call it a day. She's strong, but she's also wise. She knows when her body has had enough. The others follow gradually. You and your mother are among the last to leave the water. Back at the Bultok, you count your catch for the day. 18 sea urchins, 7 turban shells, 5 sea cucumbers, and 2 abalone. It is not as much as your mother caught, but it is more than yesterday. Progress is measured in small increments. The women prepare to go home. They load their catches into baskets and nets. Some will sell their harvest at the market tomorrow. Others will trade with neighbours. Some will keep the best pieces for their own families. You walk home with your mother as the sun sets. Your legs are heavy, your arms are tired, but there is satisfaction in this exhaustion. It is the tiredness that comes from honest work, from a day spent in pursuit of something real. At home, your grandmother has prepared dinner. More soup, this time with fish and vegetables. You eat hungrily, barely tasting the food. Your body needs fuel, and you give it what it asks for. After dinner, you help your mother prepare tomorrow's equipment. You check the diving suit for tears. You sharpen the bichang on a whetstone. You mend a small hole in the net bag. These evening tasks are as much a part of diving as the diving itself. Your mother teaches you how to test the rubber seal on your suit. She shows you how to feel for weak spots that might let water in. She demonstrates the proper angle for sharpening the blade. These lessons are detailed and specific. They are the accumulated knowledge of generations. When the work is done, you sit with your grandmother by the kitchen fire. She's old now, too old to dive, but her mind is sharp. Would make your teeth chatter so hard you thought they might break. She tells you about diving through winter storms, when the waves were so high that even reaching the diving grounds was dangerous. She speaks of the years of Japanese occupation, when the Henyu were forced to give up much of their catch to feed the colonial administration. But she also tells you about the beauty she has seen. The underwater caves filled with dancing light. The days when the water was so clear you could see 30 meters in any direction. The time she swam alongside a dolphin that seemed curious about this strange diving woman. These stories fill you with a strange mixture of feelings. Pride in this tradition you're joining, awe at the strength of these women, uncertainty about whether you can live up to their example, but mostly, beneath it all, a quiet determination to try. You fall asleep that night with the sound of waves in your ears. In your dreams, you're underwater, but instead of struggling for breath, you find that you can breathe the sea like air. You swim deeper than you have ever gone, down to places where the light fades to blue darkness. Strange fish swim past, paying you no mind. The ocean floor is carpeted with treasures, waiting to be discovered. When you wake, it is dark again. Another day of diving awaits. Your muscles are stiff from yesterday's work, but they will loosen once you're in the water. This is the rhythm of your life now. Sleep and wake, dive and surface, work and rest. It is a simple pattern, but within that simplicity there is room for mastery. The seasons turn and you turn with them. Summer arrives with heat that makes the volcanic rocks shimmer. The water warms to temperatures that would feel merely cool instead of cold. The diving gets easier in some ways and harder in others. Your body does not tire as quickly from fighting the chill, but the summer brings tourists and boats and distractions. Japanese tourists come to Jeju Island to watch the Henyu dive. They stand on the shore with cameras and notebooks. They are fascinated by these women who descend into the sea with such casual mastery. Some of the older Henyu perform for them, making exaggerated sunbit sounds and holding up their catches for photographs. The tourists pay for this entertainment and the money is welcome. But you and your mother do not dive for tourists. You dive in the early morning before they arrive, or in the evening after they have returned to their hotels. The work is the same whether anyone watches or not. Your skills improve through the summer. You can now hold your breath for 2 minutes if the dive is shallow and calm. You have learned to move efficiently underwater, conserving energy and air. You can spot abalone from meters away by the slight difference in texture on the rocks. One morning in July, your mother tells you it is time to try deeper water, 8 meters instead of 7. This might not sound like much difference, but each additional meter changes everything. The pressure increases, the darkness increases, the time you can stay down decreases. You follow her to a new diving spot farther from shore than you have ever worked before. The water here is a deeper blue, almost purple in the early light. You can see the bottom, but it looks distant and somehow more serious. Your mother dives first, showing you the technique. She does not kick frantically. Instead, She uses long, smooth strokes. She descends at an angle, following the slope of the rocks. This conserves energy. When she surfaces, she has caught a large abalone. She shows it to you before putting it in her bag. The shell is as big as your hand. This is what waits in deeper water for those brave enough to seek it. You take your breaths and dive. The descent feels longer than usual. Your ears protest at the pressure, and you have to equalize 3 times before reaching the bottom. The current is stronger down here. You can feel it pushing at you, trying to move you off course. You search the rocks, working quickly because you know your air will not last as long at this depth. The abalone here are larger, just as your mother promised, but they are also fewer and harder to spot. You work your way along a rock face, peering into shadows and crevices. Then you see it. A massive abalone, bigger than any you have caught before. Its shell is dark green and encrusted with pink algae. It clings to an overhanging rock in a position that makes it difficult to reach. You wedge your bitchang under its shell and pry. The abalone holds tight. You pry harder, using both hands now. Your lungs are starting to burn. You have been down for about 90 seconds. You should surface. But the abalone is right there, so close. You give one final yank and the abalone comes free. The sudden release throws you slightly off balance. You kick to stabilize yourself and then head for the surface, the abalone clutched in your hand. When you break through into air, you make the loudest sumbit of your life. The relief of breathing again is overwhelming, but so is the triumph. You hold up your catch and your mother nods her approval. This is a turning point. After this dive, the deeper waters become your regular territory. Each week you push a little deeper, a little longer. By the end of summer, you're regularly diving to 9 meters. 10 is within reach. The catch gets better as your skills improve. Some days you bring home enough to fill 2 baskets. Your grandmother sells the surplus at the market and the money helps buy rice and barley and cooking oil. You're contributing to the household now in real measurable ways, but summer also brings storms. Typhoons sweep up from the south, churning the ocean into chaos. On these days, no one dives. The women gather in the bulwark and mend nets, repair equipment, tell stories. The forced rest is frustrating but necessary. The ocean demands respect, and typhoons are her way of reminding you who is in charge. During one particularly fierce storm, you watch the waves crash against the black rocks with terrifying force. Water explodes upward in white spray that reaches higher than the roofs of houses. The wind howls like something alive and angry. You think about what would happen to a diver caught out in this. The thought makes your stomach tight with fear. Your grandmother watches you watching the storm. She says something you will remember for the rest of your life. The ocean is not cruel, and it is not kind. It simply is. You can work with it, or you can work against it. One of these choices leads to a long life. Autumn arrives with cooler air and migrating fish. The water temperature drops and you go back to wearing thicker rubber suits. The tourists leave. The island returns to its quieter rhythms. This is when the hen-yu harvests seaweed. The autumn growth is thick and healthy. You learn to cut wakame and kelp, leaving enough behind so it will grow back next year. This is the sustainable practice that has kept these waters productive for centuries. Take what you need, but never more. Leave seed for tomorrow. The work changes your body in ways you notice gradually. Your shoulders broaden from the swimming. Your legs become powerfully muscled from all the kicking. Your hands develop calluses so thick that you barely feel the sharp edges of rocks anymore. You're becoming a henya not just in skill, but in form. The other young divers watch your progress. Some are jealous, some are encouraging. One girl named Sunja becomes a friend and informal rival. You push each other to dive deeper, stay down longer, catch more. This competition makes both of you better. Sunja is fearless in ways that sometimes worry you. She takes risks that seem unnecessary. She dives in rough conditions when others stay ashore. She chases octopus with reckless determination. But she's also generous and funny. She makes the work feel less like labour and more like adventure. One afternoon, Sunja challenges you to a diving contest. You can catch the most sea urchins in 1 hour. The older women laugh at this youthful competition, but they do not discourage it. They remember being young. They remember the need to test themselves. You accept the challenge. The hour passes in a blur of diving and surfacing. You lose count of how many times you go down. Your arms ache from the repetitive motion. Your lungs burn from the constant breath holding. But you do not want to quit because Sunja shows no signs of quitting. When the hour ends, you count your catches. Sunja has 63 sea urchins. You have 61. She wins, but barely. You are both too exhausted to care much. You lie on the rocks laughing at your own foolishness. The older women shake their heads, but you can see them smiling too. As winter approaches, the diving becomes truly difficult again. The water temperature drops below 10 degrees Celsius. Even with thick suits, the cold seeps into your bones. The winter dives are shorter because your body cannot maintain heat for long. But winter also brings the best abalone season. The cold water makes them grow larger, and their meat becomes sweeter. The market price goes up. The hen ewe who brave the winter waters can earn significant money. Your mother decides you're ready for winter diving. This is both an honour and a test. Winter separates the committed from the casual. Many younger divers stop when the water gets this cold. They wait for spring, but you have come too far to stop now. The first winter dive is shock beyond anything you expected. The cold hits you like a physical blow. Your muscles seize. Your breath catches. For a moment you consider swimming back to shore and giving up. But then you see your mother diving beside you, calm and steady as always. If she can do this, so can you. You force yourself to take controlled breaths. You make yourself relax into the cold instead of fighting it. Gradually your body adjusts. It never becomes comfortable, but it becomes bearable. You learn tricks for managing the winter cold. You eat more food before diving to fuel your internal heat. You spend longer warming by the fire between dives. You move more slowly underwater to conserve energy. These small adjustments make the difference between success and suffering. One morning in December, you surface from a dive to find snow falling. White flakes drift down onto the dark water, dissolving the moment they touch the surface. The contrast is beautiful and surreal. You are in the ocean in winter while snow falls from the sky. This is your life now. By the end of your first year as a working henya, you have changed in ways that go beyond the physical. You carry yourself differently. You speak with more confidence. You have found a kind of strength that does not announce itself but simply exists, quiet and sure. Your grandmother sees this change and approves. Your mother sees it and says nothing, but her silences have always been her way of expressing pride. You see it yourself when you catch your reflection in still water. The girl who started diving last spring is not the same person looking back at you now. Years pass in the rhythm of tides. You're 20 now, then 25, then 30. The passage of time is marked not by calendars, but by seasons. By the return of migrating fish each spring, by the first typhoon of summer, by the changing colours of seaweed in autumn, by the bite of winter cold. You have become one of the strong divers, not the strongest yet, but reliable and skilled. You can dive to 12 metres now and stay down for 2.5 minutes. Your catches are consistently good. Other younger women look to you for guidance the way you once looked to your mother. Sunja is still your friend and rival. She married 2 years ago and now has a baby daughter. But she still dives nearly every day, leaving the child with her mother while she works. This is the way of Jeju. Grandmothers raise children while mothers dive. The pattern repeats across generations. Your own mother is in her 50s now. She still dives, but not as deeply or as long. She has earned the right to easier work. She focuses on the shallower waters, gathering seaweed and sea urchins. She leaves the deep abalone hunting to younger women like you. Grandmother Kang finally retired from diving last year at the age of 80. Her departure from the sea was marked with a small ceremony at the Bultok. The women gave her gifts and shared stories about her legendary catches. She cried, which surprised everyone. She said she was not crying from sadness, but from gratitude. The ocean had given her a good life. Now, on the beach each morning, You are sometimes the one who bows to the water first. This informal leadership emerged naturally. The older women are still respected, but they look to the middle generation to set the pace and make decisions about where to dive and when to call breaks. You have also become a teacher. Several teenage girls are learning to dive and you help train them. You show them how to breathe, how to equalize pressure, how to read the underwater landscape. You pass down the knowledge that was passed to you, adding your own insights gained from years of experience. One of your students is particularly promising. Her name is Mi-sun, and she's 15 years old. She reminds you of yourself at that age, eager but uncertain, strong but untested. You are patient with her mistakes because you remember making the same ones. Mi-sun struggles with her breathing technique. She surfaces too quickly, wasting air. You spend an entire morning teaching her the principle of controlled ascent. You show her how to measure her breath, how to rise slowly enough to conserve oxygen, but quickly enough to reach air before she needs it desperately. She does not get it right for many days, but then, on a sunny morning in April, she surfaces after a long dive with a perfect sumbit and a smile of triumph. She has caught 3 abalone in one dive. You praise her and she glows with pride. This is how the tradition continues. Student becomes teacher, becomes student again. The Henya community is changing in small but significant ways. Some younger women are choosing other work. Factory jobs on the mainland pay steady wages and do not require daily battles with cold water. The population of active divers is slowly declining. The government has noticed this trend. Officials come to Jeju to study the Henya tradition. They take photographs and conduct interviews. They talk about cultural preservation and heritage tourism. Some of this attention is welcome, some feels intrusive. A researcher from Seoul spends 3 months on the island studying the diving practices. She's young and educated and full of questions. She asks about sustainability and harvest rates and economic models. You answer her questions politely, but you wonder what all her charts and graphs could possibly capture about what it feels like to be underwater, holding your breath, searching for food in the dim green light. Still, some good comes from the attention. The government establishes protected zones where commercial fishing boats cannot operate. This gives the sea life room to recover from overharvesting. The Henya appreciate this. You have always practiced restraint, but not everyone does. The protected zones help ensure there will be abalone and sea urchins for future generations. Your life settles into patterns that feel like they could continue forever. Wake before dawn, dive until midday, rest and repair equipment, dive again in the afternoon, return home, prepare for tomorrow, sleep and repeat. But nothing continues forever. Your mother falls ill in the winter of your 32nd year. It starts as a cough that she dismisses as nothing, but the cough persists and grows worse. By spring she is too weak to dive. By summer she is too weak to leave the house. The doctor says it is something in her lungs. Years of breathing cold sea air and diving deep have taken their toll. Her body has given all it can give. Now it is giving out. You sit with her in the evenings after diving. She does not complain about her condition. Instead, she asks about your day. What did you catch? How are the currents? Did you see anything unusual? You tell her everything, painting pictures with your words so she can still experience the ocean through you. She offers advice even from her sickbed. She reminds you to check the seals on your diving suit. She suggests new locations to try. She warns about rocks that shift with the seasons. Her mind is still in the water even though her body cannot follow. One evening she tells you about her favourite dive ever. It was 40 years ago, before you were born. She was young and strong and fearless. She dove to 15 metres, deeper than she had ever gone before. At the bottom she found a cluster of abalone so dense they covered an entire rock face. She gathered as many as she could carry. When she surfaced, the other women could not believe her luck. But it was not just luck, she says. It was intuition. It was knowing the ocean well enough to sense where life would gather. It was trusting her body to handle the depth. It was the combination of all her skills working together perfectly for one moment. She tells you that you have developed that same intuition. She has watched you dive and she can see it. You know things without being taught. You sense the ocean's moods. This is the mark of a true Henya. You do not know how to respond to this praise. You mumble something about still having much to learn. She smiles and says that is exactly right. There is always more to learn. Even Grandmother Kang, who dove for 60 years, said she was still learning in her final season. Your mother dies in early autumn, during the season when the seaweed grows thick. The funeral is attended by every Henyu on this part of the island. They come to pay respects to a woman who gave her life to the sea and who raised a daughter to do the same. After the funeral, you dive alone. You swim out to your mother's favourite spot and you descend to the rock she worked for decades. You place a perfect abalone on the seafloor as an offering. This is not a traditional practice, but it feels right. You're returning to the ocean something beautiful that came from it. When you surface, you make the sunbit sound and it echoes across empty water. You're crying, but you're also somehow at peace. Your mother lived the life she chose. She worked hard and provided for her family. She taught you everything she knew. What more could anyone ask from a life? You continue diving through your grief. The work helps. The physical exhaustion leaves no room for the mind to spiral into darkness. The rhythm of breathing and diving creates a meditation that soothes your aching heart. Sunja is particularly kind during this time. She dives beside you even when the catches are poor. She shares her lunch when you forget to bring your own. She makes small jokes that gently pull you back toward laughter. This is friendship that does not need words. Your grandmother moves more slowly now. She's in her 80s and her joints hurt in the cold weather. But she still tends the fire at the bultok. She still packs your lunch. She still tells stories in the evening. She's lost a daughter, but she refuses to surrender to sorrow. Life continues because it must. The seasons turn again. Winter comes, and you dive through the cold, just as your mother did. Spring returns, and with it the renewal of life in the ocean. Summer brings warm water and tourists. Autumn brings the seaweed harvest. You realize one day that you are now the age your mother was when she started teaching you to dive. The thought is both strange and natural. You're becoming the older generation. Younger divers are learning from you. The cycle continues. You're 38 years old when the first big change comes to Jeju Island. The government announces plans to build a naval base on the southern coast. The construction will be massive. It will alter the coastline. It will bring pollution and noise and disruption to the ocean environment. The Henyu are among the first to protest. You have spent your entire life learning to read the subtle signs of ocean health. You know how fragile the balance is. You know that major disruptions can destroy ecosystems that took centuries to establish. You attend meetings in the village hall. You listen to government officials promise that environmental impacts will be minimal. You do not believe them. You have seen what happens when people underestimate the ocean's sensitivity. Some of the older Henya organise a demonstration. They wade into the water wearing their diving suits and hold signs protesting the naval base. Photographers come from the mainland to capture these images. The diving women of Jeju defending their ocean. You join the demonstration. You stand in waist-deep water holding a sign that says the sea is our life. The water is cold, but you barely notice. You're too focused on the message, too determined to be heard. The protest makes national news. Suddenly, people across Korea are talking about the Henya. Some support your cause. Others say you are standing in the way of progress. The debate becomes heated and political. In the end, the naval base is built anyway, but the protest is not entirely futile. The government agrees to additional environmental protections. They establish monitoring systems. They create buffer zones. It is not everything you wanted, but it is something. More importantly, the protest reminds the nation that the Henyu still exist and still matter. You're not just folklore or tourism attractions. You're working women with legitimate concerns about your livelihood and your environment. The attention brings other changes. UNESCO declares the Henya culture an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This is meant to be an honour, a recognition of your unique tradition, and in some ways it is. But it also brings more tourists, more cameras, more outsiders who want to watch you work. Some days the beach is crowded with people who have come to see the famous diving women. They expect performances. They want to hear the sunbit sound on demand. They ask intrusive questions. You find this attention exhausting. You did not become a Henya to be watched. You became a Henya to work, to provide for your family, to continue a tradition that has meaning beyond spectacle. Still, you adapt. When tourists are present, you dive in your usual areas and do your usual work. If they want to watch, they can watch. But you will not change what you do or how you do it for their entertainment. Some of the younger Henya see opportunity in the tourism. They give demonstrations and sell fresh seafood directly to visitors at premium prices. This is practical and you do not judge them for it. Everyone must find their own way to survive. Your own path remains focused on the diving itself. You're now one of the strongest and most skilled Henya in your community. You regularly dive to 14 meters. You can stay down for nearly 3 minutes. Your catches are consistently among the best. Younger women ask you for advice not just about diving technique but about life. How do you stay motivated when the work is hard? How do you handle fear? How do you know when to push yourself and when to hold back? You answer as honestly as you can. You tell them that fear never goes away entirely. Every time you dive deep, there is a moment of uncertainty. But you have learned to work with fear instead of being paralyzed by it. Fear can make you careful. Careful keeps you alive. You tell them that motivation comes from purpose. You dive because your family needs food and income. You dive because you are good at it. You dive because the tradition matters. These reasons are enough on days when the water is cold and your body is tired. You tell them that knowing your limits is the hardest skill to learn. It requires honest self-assessment. It requires accepting that some days you simply cannot dive as deep or as long as other days. The ocean will still be there tomorrow. Misun, your student from years ago, is now a strong diver herself. She's 25 and married with 2 children. She dives most days, and her catches rival yours. You feel deep satisfaction watching her work. You helped shape her into the Henya she has become. One morning, Misun surfaces after a particularly long dive with an enormous abalone. It is the size of both her hands together. The other women gather to admire it. This is a once-in-a-season catch. Misun is beaming with pride. You remember your first big abalone catch? The feeling of accomplishment that swelled in your chest. The recognition from the older divers. The sense that you had finally arrived as a true Henya. Now you are the one offering recognition, and it feels right. Your grandmother is 92 years old now. She no longer comes to the beach. Her body is too frail, but her mind remains sharp. You visit her every evening and tell her about the day's diving. She listens intently, asking specific questions about currents and catches. She tells you that she's proud of what you have become, not just as a diver, but as a woman. You have faced challenges and adapted. You have maintained the tradition while also evolving with changing times. This balance is not easy. She also tells you something you had not considered. You will be one of the last generation of Henya. Fewer young women are learning to dive each year. The work is too hard and there are easier ways to earn money. Within a few decades, the tradition may fade away entirely. This thought saddens you deeply. You cannot imagine a Jeju island without Henya. The diving women have been part of this place for at least 1,500 years. They are woven into the island's identity as surely as the volcanic rocks and tangerine groves. But you also understand that change is inevitable. You cannot force young women to choose a life of cold water and physical hardship if they want something different. All you can do is keep diving yourself and hope that your example inspires at least a few others to continue. You make a decision then. You will not just dive for the rest of your working years. You will also document the tradition. You will teach anyone who wants to learn. You will share your knowledge as widely as possible. If the Henyu tradition is going to fade, it will not be because the knowledge was lost. It will be because the world changed and people chose different paths. You start meeting with researchers and historians. You describe in detail how you read the ocean, how you find abalone, how you manage your breathing. You want these specifics recorded so that even if no one is diving in 50 years, at least people will know exactly how it was done. You also begin training a new student. She's only 13, younger than most start, but she is eager and her family supports her choice. You work with her patiently, teaching her everything you know. If she is the last student you ever train, you want to do it right. The years continue their progression. You turn 40, then 45, then 50. Your body remains strong from the constant work, but you notice small changes. Recoveries take a bit longer. Deep dives require more rest afterward. You cannot stay in the cold water quite as long as you once could. These changes do not alarm you. They are natural. Every Henyu experiences them. The key is adjusting your diving to match your current capabilities, rather than trying to maintain what you could do at 30. You shift gradually to slightly shallower waters. You focus more on technique and efficiency rather than raw endurance. You still catch plenty because you know exactly where to look and how to work. Experience compensates for the slight decline in physical capacity. Sunja is experiencing similar changes. She jokes that you're both becoming like the old women you used to watch when you were young. But there is wisdom in that comparison. Those old women knew how to work smart. They did not waste energy on unnecessary movements. They made every dive count. One evening, Sunja invites you to her house for dinner. Her daughter, now 14, wants to learn diving. Sunja asks if you will train her alongside your current student. Two girls learning together might encourage each other, she says. You agree immediately. The thought of these two young women learning side by side, pushing each other to improve just as you and Sunja once did, feels like the tradition finding a way to continue. It may not be the massive continuation of dozens of new divers each year, but two is better than none. Training the girls becomes one of the great joys of your 50s. You see them making the same mistakes you made. You watch them overcome the same fears. You observe their skills developing day by day, dive by dive. You're giving them something precious and they know it. On the day when both girls successfully dive to 8 meters and catch their first abalone, you feel a surge of emotion that takes you by surprise. This is legacy. This is how something outlasts any individual life. You're teaching them and through them. Your mother's knowledge and your grandmother's knowledge continues forward into time. You're 63 years old and you still dive nearly every day. Your hair is completely grey now, though you keep it tied back in the same style you have worn for 40 years. Your face is deeply weathered from decades of sun and salt. Your hands are gnarled and scarred from years of working with rocks and shells and sharp tools. But your lungs are still strong. Your understanding of the ocean is deeper than ever. You can read the water like some people read books. You know what the colour of the sea at dawn means for the afternoon currents. You know how the wind direction affects where the fish will gather. You know which rocks will have abalone today, and which ones were harvested too recently. You're now among the oldest active Henya. Many women your age have retired. But you're not ready to stop. Your body still works well enough. Your mind is still sharp. And honestly, you cannot imagine not diving. What would you do with your days? The ocean is where you belong. Your two students are now in their late 20s. Both are skilled divers with families of their own. They still seek your advice sometimes, but they no longer need constant instruction. They have become full members of the Henyu community. One of them, Sunja's daughter, has started teaching her own daughter the basics of swimming and breath control. The child is only 8, but she's already comfortable in the water. Whether she will actually become a Henyi remains to be seen, but at least the possibility exists. The Henya community has shrunk significantly over your lifetime. When you started diving, there were over 30 women working these waters regularly. Now there are fewer than 15. Most are over 50 years old. You're training no new students currently because no young women are interested in learning. This reality sits heavy in your heart. You're watching something ancient and precious fade away. but you also accept it. The world has changed. Young women have options their grandmothers never dreamed of. You cannot blame them for choosing easier paths. The tourism has increased dramatically. Jeju Island is now a major vacation destination. Cruise ships dock at the port and disgorge thousands of visitors. Many come specifically to see the Henyu. The beach where you dive is often crowded with onlookers. You have made peace with this attention. The tourists do not interfere with your actual diving. They stay on shore and take their photographs. Sometimes they buy your catch directly, paying premium prices. This extra income is welcome. You have also come to see value in being visible. If people care about the Henyu tradition, perhaps they will care about protecting the ocean environment that makes it possible. Every tourist who goes home talking about the diving women is someone who might think twice about ocean pollution. The Korean government has created a cultural centre dedicated to Henyu heritage. It includes a museum with old diving equipment, photographs and video interviews with elderly divers. You were interviewed for this project several years ago. Your words are now preserved for future generations. Seeing yourself on video was strange. You appeared older than you feel inside. But you were also pleased that your knowledge would be available even after you were gone. You explained in detail how to equalize pressure, how to read currents, how to identify good abalone rocks. These specifics might matter to someone someday. Your life has settled into a gentle rhythm now. You dive in the mornings when the water is calmest. You catch enough to earn modest income. You spend afternoons repairing equipment, visiting with friends, or simply resting. Evenings are for quiet contemplation. You live alone now. Your grandmother died peacefully in her sleep at age 97. Sunja remains your closest friend. You dive together most days, swimming side by side as you have for over 40 years. You do not talk much while diving. You do not need to. You know each other's rhythms as well as you know your own. One morning you surface from a dive to find Sunja floating motionless on her tewak. For a terrible moment you think something is wrong, but then you see that she's just resting with her eyes closed, her face turned toward the sun. She looks peaceful and content. You float nearby, also resting. The sun is warm on your face. The water gently rocks you. Seabirds call overhead. In this moment, you feel a profound sense of completeness. This is what you were meant to do. This is who you were meant to be. Sunja opens her eyes and smiles at you. She does not say anything. She just smiles. You smile back. After so many years, so many dives, so many days in the water together, some things do not need words. You dive again. Down you go into the green depths. Your body knows exactly what to do. You have made this descent thousands upon thousands of times. The motions are as natural as breathing. More natural perhaps, since breathing requires thought when you're holding air in your lungs for minutes at a time. On the ocean floor you work methodically. You check the usual spots. You find a cluster of sea urchins and carefully harvest half of them, leaving the others to reproduce. You spot a large turban shell and add it to your bag. You see an octopus and decide to leave it alone. It is not large enough yet. Let it grow another year. You surface and rest, dive and surface, dive and surface. The rhythm is meditation. The work is prayer. You're connected to this ocean in ways that transcend simple labour. You are part of its cycles. You are a note in its endless song. By noon, your bag is adequately full. Not the massive catches of your younger years, but enough. You signal to Sunja that you're ready to return to shore. She nods and gathers her equipment. Back at the Bultok, fewer women gather now than in years past. But those who remain are the dedicated ones. The ones for whom diving is not just work, but identity. You warm yourselves by the fire and share the morning stories. Someone caught an unusually large abalone. Someone else saw a sea turtle. Someone warns about a rough current on the western rocks. The conversation is familiar and comforting. You've been part of thousands of conversations like this, each one slightly different but fundamentally the same. You eat your lunch and let the sun dry your skin. You think about the afternoon session and decide to skip it today. Your body is tired and that is okay. You have earned the right to stop when you choose to stop. Walking home, You notice how the island has changed over your lifetime. New roads cut through what used to be fields. Modern houses have replaced traditional stone structures. Cars are everywhere. The tangerine groves remain, but even they are managed differently now, with modern irrigation and commercial harvesting. Yet the ocean remains fundamentally the same. The tides rise and fall on the same schedule they always have. The currents follow their ancient patterns. The marine life continues its eternal cycles of birth and death and renewal. Some things change, some things endure. At home you prepare dinner with ingredients you harvested yourself. Sea urchin roe, still fresh and sweet. Seaweed that you gathered last week and dried in the sun. Rice from the market, but cooked in the same pot your grandmother used. You eat slowly, savouring each bite. You have learned not to rush through life's small pleasures. A good meal, a quiet evening, the absence of pain. These things matter more with each passing year. After dinner, you sit outside and watch the sunset. The sky turns orange and pink and purple. The ocean reflects these colours back, creating a mirror of beauty. You have seen thousands of sunsets from this same spot, each one unique, each one worth witnessing. You think about your mother and your grandmother. You imagine them young, diving in these same waters. You think about the countless generations of Henyu who came before them, stretching back through centuries. You are part of this long chain of women who took their living from the sea. You think about the young women who chose different paths. You do not judge them. The world offered them options and they took them. But you are grateful that you chose this path. Diving gave you strength and purpose and connection. It gave your life shape and meaning. Tomorrow you will wake before dawn. You will eat your breakfast. You will walk to the beach. You will bow to the ocean and enter the water. You will dive and surface and dive again. This pattern will continue as long as your body allows, and when you can no longer dive, you will still come to the beach. You will tend the fire in the bulwark. You will teach anyone who wants to learn. You will keep the tradition alive in whatever ways remain available to you. Because this is not just about catching seafood, it is about maintaining a connection between humans and the ocean that is ancient and profound. It is about demonstrating that people can take from nature sustainably if they are willing to work within natural limits. It is about proving that women can be strong and independent and skilled. The last light fades from the sky. Stars begin to appear. You go inside and prepare for bed. Your muscles ache pleasantly from the day's work. You fall asleep quickly, as you always do. In your dreams, you are young again. You dive to impossible depths without effort. The water is crystal clear and filled with wonders. Your mother and grandmother are there, diving beside you. They smile and beckon you deeper. You follow them down into the blue darkness, but you're not afraid. You have spent your whole life learning these depths. You know them as well as anyone could, and when you wake in the morning, you will return to them again. The ocean is patient. The ocean is eternal. The ocean will be here long after you're gone, but for now, while you're still here, you will meet it on its own terms. You will dive into its depths. You will take what it offers. You will give back your respect and your restraint. This is the way of the Henya. This has always been the way, and for as long as you draw breath, this will remain your way. The tide comes in, the tide goes out, the seasons turn, the years pass, and through it all, the diving women of Jeju Island continue their ancient practice. Fewer in number now than before, but no less dedicated, no less skilled, no less connected to the sea that has sustained them for so long. You are part of this tradition. You are a keeper of this knowledge. You are a living link between past and future. And tomorrow, when the sun rises, you will prove it again by entering the water and descending into the depths, just as your ancestors have done for 1,500 years. The sea calls to you even in sleep, and you answer. You always answer, because you are Henya. This is what you do. This is who you are. This is your legacy and your gift and your sacred trust. The story continues. The tradition endures. The ocean waits. And tomorrow, before dawn, you will begin again. Picture this. You wake up on a sweltering July morning and your first instinct is to reach for that blessed thermostat. But imagine just for a moment that there's no thermostat to reach for. No gentle hum of central air. No window unit rattling away like a mechanical cricket. Welcome to the world your great-grandparents knew intimately. A world where summer meant something entirely different than it does for you today. Before 1902, when a young engineer named Willis Carrier first figured out how to control humidity in a Brooklyn printing plant, humans had been dealing with heat the same way for thousands of years. They got creative, they got resourceful, and honestly, they got pretty good at it. You might think they were just sweating it out in misery, but you'd be surprised at how ingenious people became when comfort depended on cleverness rather than electricity bills. Your ancestors didn't just endure the heat, they developed an entire culture around it. They understood their environment in ways we've forgotten, reading the subtle signs of weather changes, knowing exactly which windows to open at what time of day, and timing their daily activities around the sun's path across the sky like choreographers of comfort. Think about your own relationship with heat for a moment. When it's 85 degrees outside, you probably consider that uncomfortably warm. Your great-grandmother would have called that a pleasant day and maybe even worn a light sweater in the morning. The human body's tolerance for temperature was remarkably different when it was regularly exposed to natural variations, much like how your eyes adjust to darkness when you're not constantly staring at bright screens. The pre-air conditioning world operated on rhythms that seem almost mystical to us now. People rose with the sun not because they were more virtuous, but because the coolest part of the day was precious and not to be wasted. They took afternoon naps not out of laziness, but because even the most ambitious person recognized that fighting the peak heat was often futile. Evening activities began later and lasted longer, creating social patterns that persisted well into the night when the air finally offered some relief. Communities were shaped by heat in ways that went far beyond personal comfort. Cities look different. You'll discover more about this soon, but the social fabric was different too. Neighbours knew each other better, partly because everyone spent more time outside on porches and stoops, seeking whatever breeze might be available. The evening constitutional wasn't just exercise, it was social networking, news sharing, and communal heat management all rolled into one pleasant tradition. You've probably noticed how quiet your neighbourhood gets when everyone retreats indoors to their climate-controlled environments. In the pre-AC era, neighbourhoods came alive during the cooler hours. Children played in the streets until well past dark, adults lingered on front porches with glasses of sweet tea or lemonade, and the boundaries between private and public space blurred in the most wonderful ways. Food culture, clothing choices, architectural decisions, work schedules, social gatherings, and even romance. Everything was influenced by the simple fact that when it got hot, you had to deal with it using nothing but human ingenuity and natural resources. Your ancestors became masters of reading air currents, understanding thermal dynamics, and working with nature rather than against it. This isn't a story about how tough people used to be, though they certainly were resourceful. It's about how different life was when humans lived in closer harmony with the natural cycles, when comfort was something you actively created rather than passively consumed. It's about communities that formed around shared challenges and clever solutions that often worked better than our modern brute force approach of simply cranking up the AC and hoping the electric grid holds. As you settle in for this journey through the pre-air conditioning world, you'll discover that our ancestors weren't just surviving the heat, they were thriving in it, creating beauty and comfort and community in ways that might surprise you and maybe even inspire you. So let's step back in time together, when staying cool was an art form, and summer evenings were something people actually look forward to. Your ancestors were essentially climate engineers, and they didn't even know it. Before the advent of HVAC systems, builders were crafting structures that would leave modern energy efficiency experts in awe. They understood something we've largely forgotten, that the right building can be a natural air conditioning system, working with physics rather than against it. Walk through any historic neighbourhood, and you'll notice things that might seem decorative but were actually brilliant cooling strategies. Those deep wraparound porches weren't just for sitting, they were thermal buffer zones, creating shade that kept the sun's heat from ever reaching the main walls of the house. The wide, overhanging eaves you see on older homes weren't architectural flourishes, they were carefully calculated to block the high summer sun while allowing the lower winter sun to warm the interior. Consider the lofty ceilings of old houses, which may seem intimidating to those accustomed to modern 8-foot rooms. Your great-grandparents built those high ceilings because hot air rises, and they wanted it to rise as far away from them as possible. Those ceiling fans you see in historic homes weren't working against the natural convection. They were amplifying it, creating air movement that made 85 degrees feel like a comfortable 75. The most ingenious homes had what we'd now call passive cooling systems built right into their bones. In the south, you'll find houses built on tall piers that allowed air to flow underneath, cooling the floors from below. The famous dog trot houses, with an open breezeway running right through the centre, were essentially wind tunnels that captured every available breeze and funneled it through the living spaces. Your ancestors understood cross-ventilation like meteorologists. They positioned windows not just for light or views, but to create pathways for air to move through the house. They knew that a window on the shaded north side would draw cool air in, while a window on the sunny south side would let hot air escape, creating a natural circulation system that worked as long as there was even the slightest temperature difference between inside and outside. In hot climates, thick walls weren't just for durability, they were thermal mass, absorbing heat during the day and releasing it slowly at night, essentially smoothing out temperature swings. Adobe houses in the southwest could stay remarkably cool during blazing hot days because those thick walls acted like natural batteries, storing and releasing heat on a delayed schedule that favoured human comfort. Colour choices weren't just aesthetic decisions either. Light-coloured roofs and walls reflected heat rather than absorbing it, while strategic use of vegetation created microclimates around homes. Your great-grandmother's rose bushes and climbing vines weren't just pretty, they were living insulation, shading walls and cooling the air through transpiration. The Victorian era brought us some of the most sophisticated natural cooling systems disguised as architectural details. Those cupolas and roof monitors you see on old houses were actually thermal chimneys, designed to pull hot air up and out of the building. The decorative lattice work and fretwork weren't just ornamental, they provided shade while allowing air to flow through, creating natural evaporative cooling. Even urban planning was influenced by the need to stay cool. Cities were laid out with wide streets to allow air circulation, and generous setbacks between buildings prevented them from creating heat islands. Tree-lined streets weren't just beautiful, they were essential infrastructure, providing shade and cooling the air through evaporation. Your ancestors also understood the power of thermal zoning within their homes. The kitchen was often separate from the main house or located in a basement or outbuilding, keeping the heat from cooking fires away from living spaces. Bedrooms were typically on upper floors where breezes were stronger, while daily activities happened in the cooler ground floor rooms during hot weather. They selected the materials based on their cooling properties and aesthetic appeal. Hardwood floors stayed cooler than carpets, high-quality plaster walls had better thermal properties than thin drywall, and natural materials like stone and brick had thermal mass that helped regulate temperature naturally. These weren't just practical decisions, they created homes that were genuinely more comfortable than many modern houses. The constant air movement, the natural temperature regulation, and the connection to outdoor breezes and seasonal changes created living environments that worked with human physiology rather than trying to override it completely. Your great-grandparents' homes breathed in ways that our sealed, climate-controlled boxes simply don't. Your great-grandparents didn't just check the weather, they lived it, breathed it, and planned their entire day around it. They had an intimate relationship with atmospheric conditions that would seem almost supernatural to you now. While you might glance at your phone's weather app and grab an umbrella, they could feel a storm coming in their bones and predict the next day's heat by the way the evening air moved through their hair. The pre-air conditioning day began with what we might call a temperature reconnaissance mission. Before your great-grandmother even got out of bed, she was assessing the thermal situation. Was there still a hint of coolness in the air that could be captured and preserved? Were the windows that had been opened to the night breeze ready to be closed before the sun began its daily assault? This wasn't casual observation, it was a survival strategy disguised as a morning routine. You probably think of your daily schedule as being controlled by work hours, appointments and social obligations. Your ancestors organised their days around the sun's path and the thermometer's climb. The heaviest work, laundry, cooking and cleaning, happened in the early morning hours when the air was still cool and energy levels were high. By the time you settled in for your second cup of coffee, your ancestors had already accomplished what might take you all morning simply because they understood that working with the cool was far more efficient than fighting the heat. Midday brought what we might call the ultimate hibernation. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., when the sun was most merciless, sensible people found shady spots and settled in for activities that required minimal movement. This wasn't laziness, it was physics. Your great-grandfather understood that his body was a heat-generating machine, and adding human-generated warmth to the day's natural furnace was simply poor engineering. The siesta, which we often think of as a quaint foreign custom, was actually brilliant thermal management. While you might power through the afternoon heat with air conditioning and iced coffee, your ancestors recognized that the human body naturally wanted to slow down during the hottest part of the day. They worked with their biology rather than against it, conserving energy for the cooler evening hours when productivity could resume. But here's where it gets interesting. Your ancestors didn't just endure these daily heat cycles, they found genuine pleasure in them. The evening awakening, when temperatures finally began to drop and life resumed its normal pace, was a daily celebration. Imagine the relief and joy of feeling that first cool breeze after hours of stillness, the way evening air felt like silk against skin that had been warm all day. These thermal rhythms also influenced the scheduling of social life. Dinner parties began later, when the air had cooled enough to make cooking and eating pleasant again. Evening visits to neighbours, walks around the community, and outdoor games and activities, all of these began when the sun started its descent and continued well into the night, making the most of every degree of cooling. Your great-grandmother became a master of microclimate management within her own home. She knew which rooms stayed coolest at which times of day, which windows to open to catch the morning breeze, and which ones to close to keep out the afternoon heat. She understood that opening windows on the shady side of the house while closing those on the sunny side created natural air conditioning, pulling cool air through while allowing hot air to escape. The evening ritual of opening up the house was a precise science. As temperatures dropped, windows throughout the home were strategically opened to capture every available breeze and encourage air circulation. Your ancestors could feel the subtle pressure changes that indicated when outdoor air was finally cooler than indoor air, the exact moment when natural ventilation would begin working in their favour rather than against it. They also understood the art of thermal layering in their daily lives. Light, loose clothing during the day could be supplemented with light shawls or wraps as evening breezes picked up. During hot hours, they styled their hair up and off the neck, allowing it to flow freely when the coolness returned. Even the choice of where to sit, which chair to choose, and which side of the porch to favour, all of these decisions were made with thermal comfort in mind. Weather prediction became a survival skill. Your great-grandfather could read cloud formations, wind patterns, and atmospheric pressure changes like you read traffic signs. A shift in wind direction might mean relief was coming. Certain cloud formations promised afternoon thunderstorms that would break the heat. The behaviour of animals and the feel of the air provided advance warning of weather changes that could affect the day's comfort level. This daily dance with weather created a rhythm of life that was deeply connected to natural cycles, where human activity flowed with environmental conditions rather than trying to dominate them. Heat had a way of bringing people together that our climate-controlled world has largely forgotten. When staying cool required community effort and shared wisdom, social bonds formed around the simple necessity of surviving summer. Your great-grandparents didn't just endure the heat alone, they created entire social systems around managing it together, turning what could have been individual misery into collective comfort and even joy. The front porch served as more than just an architectural feature, it served as the hub of the community's cooling culture. While you might spend your evenings inside watching television in air-conditioned comfort, your ancestors gathered on porches as the sun went down, creating informal networks of conversation, shared cooling strategies, and mutual support. These weren't planned social events, they were spontaneous communities that formed wherever people could catch a breeze and share the relief of cooling air. Imagine a summer evening in your great-grandmother's neighbourhood. As temperatures finally began to drop, porch lights would flicker on and rocking chairs would creak into motion. Children would emerge from houses like flowers opening to cooler air, beginning games of tag and hide-and-seek that could continue safely in the gathering dusk. Adults would settle into conversations that meandered like the evening breeze itself, unhurried and comfortable. These porch communities shared more than just evening air. They exchanged cooling wisdom like valuable currency. Your great-aunt might share her secret for keeping bedsheets cool. Hint, it involved strategic folding and placement. While your neighbour would demonstrate his technique for creating cross breezes using strategically placed fans and open windows. Cooling knowledge was community knowledge. passed down through informal networks of neighbours who understood that everyone's comfort depended on shared intelligence. The evening constitutional, that leisurely walk through the neighbourhood that seems so old-fashioned now, was actually sophisticated heat management disguised as socialising. Your great-grandparents understood that moving slowly through cooling air was more refreshing than sitting still, and that community walks created opportunities for air circulation around their bodies while maintaining social connections. These walks weren't exercise in the modern sense, they were communal cooling therapy. Churches, schools, and community centres became cooling sanctuaries during the most brutal heat. Not because they had air conditioning, they didn't, but because they were designed with high ceilings, large windows, and architectural features that promoted air circulation. More importantly, they offered the psychological comfort of shared experience. Suffering through heat alone felt overwhelming. Enduring it as part of a community made it manageable, and even meaningful. Your ancestors created social rituals around heat relief that sound almost magical now. Ice cream socials weren't just sweet treats, they were community cooling events where shared cold provided both physical and psychological relief. Picnics were carefully planned for shady spots near water, where evaporation and tree cover created natural cooling zones. Swimming holes became social centres, not just for recreation, but as genuine relief stations where entire communities could find respite together. The sharing economy existed long before we had a name for it, especially when it came to pooling resources. Families with ice would share with neighbours whose ice had melted. Those fortunate enough to have deeper wells with cooler water would fill jugs for families whose wells ran warm. When electric fans became available, people borrowed and shared them like precious commodities. Community ice houses weren't just commercial enterprises, they were essential social infrastructure. Evening entertainment adapted to take advantage of cooling air and community gathering. Band concerts in the park weren't just cultural events, they were mass cooling therapy sessions where hundreds of people could gather in open spaces designed to capture evening breezes. Outdoor theatres, garden parties and community festivals all took advantage of the natural cooling that happened when the sun went down and people came together in open spaces. Children's play adapted to heat in ways that created their own social cooling systems. Games moved to shaded areas during the day and resumed in full energy as evening approached. Jump rope, hopscotch and tag became evening activities when the air was finally cool enough for active play. Swimming wasn't just recreation, it was essential cooling that happened in community, with neighbourhood swimming holes becoming social centres where entire families gathered for relief and fellowship. Your great-grandparents also understood that shared meals during hot weather required different social arrangements. Early in the morning or late in the evening, when temperatures were bearable, heavy cooking took place. Community kitchens, often outdoor spaces with good ventilation, became gathering places where the heat of cooking could be shared and managed collectively, rather than making individual homes unbearable. The social side of staying cool created bonds that extended far beyond summer heat. Neighbours who shared cooling strategies, families who gathered for evening porch conversations, communities that came together in cooling spaces, these relationships persisted year-round, creating social fabric that was strengthened by the shared challenge of managing summer heat together. Your great-grandfather's workday was unlike yours, with heat acting as an invisible choreographer guiding every step. While you might complain about a slightly warm office or adjust the thermostat a degree or two, he organised his entire professional life around the reality that work had to happen in whatever temperature nature provided. Managing temperature wasn't just about personal comfort, it was about survival, productivity, and creating sustainable rhythms that could last a lifetime. The agricultural world, where most of your ancestors likely spent their working lives, operated on what we might call thermal scheduling. Farmers weren't early risers because they were more virtuous than you, they were thermal strategists. The period between 4 am and 10 am represented precious hours when both air temperature and energy levels favoured productive work. Your great-grandfather could accomplish more in those cool morning hours than in twice as much time during the heat of midday. Harvest time reveals the sophisticated heat management strategies your ancestors developed. Grain cutting, haymaking and fruit picking weren't scheduled by calendar convenience but by the intersection of crop readiness and thermal reality. Work crews would start before dawn, race against the climbing sun, and take extended midday breaks that weren't laziness but practical physics. The afternoon shift would resume only when shadows grew long and air began to cool. Indoor work adapted to heat with equal sophistication. Your great-grandmother's kitchen operated on thermal logic that would impress modern efficiency experts. Bread baking happened in the early morning, using retained heat for multiple batches before the day became unbearable. Canning and preserving, essential work that unfortunately generated lots of heat, was scheduled for the coolest days available or done in outdoor kitchens that kept the heat away from living spaces. Laundry day was perhaps the most thermally challenging work your ancestors faced. Heating water, boiling clothes, and using hot irons could turn a house into a furnace. Smart housekeepers developed strategies that sound almost military in their precision, heating water outdoors when possible, doing washing in early morning or late evening, and saving ironing for the coolest days. Some families even had separate wash houses, small buildings dedicated to heat-generating work that kept the main house comfortable. Professional work adapted to heat in ways that shaped entire industries. Blacksmiths and metalworkers, who dealt with extreme heat as part of their craft, developed techniques for managing both the heat of their forges and the ambient heat of summer. They worked shorter shifts during hot weather, started earlier and took longer breaks. Their shops were designed with sophisticated ventilation systems that would impress modern industrial engineers. The concept of the workday itself was more flexible into the pre-air conditioning era. During the hottest weeks of summer, many businesses would close during midday hours and reopen in the evening, staying open later to take advantage of cooler air. Such behavior wasn't vacation, it was thermal adaptation that actually increased productivity by working with natural cycles rather than against them. Your ancestors understood something we've largely forgotten, that human performance varies dramatically with temperature, and fighting this reality is less efficient than adapting to it. Thermal comfort significantly affects cognitive function, physical endurance, and even mood, as modern research confirms their intuitive understanding. They scheduled demanding mental work for cool hours and saved routine tasks for times when heat made concentration difficult. Rest wasn't just the absence of work, it was active heat management. The afternoon siesta, which we often dismiss as laziness, was actually a sophisticated recovery strategy. Your great-grandparents understood that forcing the body to maintain high activity levels during the peak heat created fatigue that would affect productivity for the rest of the day. By resting during the hottest hours, they preserved energy for evening work when conditions improved. Sleep itself required thermal strategy. Your great-grandmother didn't just go to bed. She prepared for sleep with the same attention to cooling that you might give to adjusting your thermostat. Beds were positioned to catch evening breezes, bedrooms were open to night air, and even sleep schedules shifted with the seasons. Summer bedtimes were later, taking advantage of cooler evening hours, while wake times were earlier to capture the cool of dawn. The social aspects of work also adapted to heat. Quilting bees, barn raisings, and community work projects were scheduled for cooler weather when possible, or organised to take advantage of shared cooling strategies. Group work meant shared cooling wisdom. Someone always knew which areas stayed coolest, when breezes were strongest, or how to organise tasks to minimise heat generation. Your ancestors developed what we might call thermal efficiency, the ability to accomplish necessary work while generating and absorbing the least possible heat. Such efficiency wasn't just about personal comfort, it was about sustainable productivity that could be maintained throughout long, hot summers without exhaustion or heat-related illness. Your great-grandmother's wardrobe wasn't just about looking proper, it was an engineering marvel designed to make summer heat bearable while maintaining social respectability. Every fabric choice, every style decision, and every accessory served a dual purpose, keeping cool and looking appropriate. While you might throw on shorts and a t-shirt for hot weather, she had to work within social expectations that required much more coverage, making her cooling strategies far more sophisticated than yours. The fabrics your ancestors chose reveal their profound understanding of thermal properties. Linen, cotton, and other natural fibres weren't selected just because synthetic materials didn't exist. They were chosen because they breathed, absorbed moisture, and allowed air circulation in ways that kept the body cooler. Your great-grandmother knew that loose-weave fabrics created tiny air pockets that insulated against heat, while tight weaves trapped hot air against the skin. Colour science played a crucial role in pre-air conditioning fashion. Light colours weren't just fashionable in summer, they were essential technology, reflecting heat rather than absorbing it. Your great-grandmother's white cotton dresses, light-coloured parasols, and pale summer hats were essentially wearable cooling systems that modern research has confirmed as remarkably effective heat management. The layering strategies your ancestors developed would impress modern outdoor gear designers. They understood that multiple light layers could be adjusted throughout the day as temperatures changed, allowing for fine-tuned thermal control. A light chemise, followed by a cotton dress, topped with a removable shawl or jacket, created a flexible system that could adapt to morning coolness, midday heat, and evening breezes. Your great-grandfather's summer work clothes tell their own cooling story. Those loose overalls weren't just practical for farm work, they allowed air circulation around the body while protecting skin from the sun. The wide-brimmed hats that seemed purely functional were actually sophisticated cooling devices, creating portable shade while allowing heat to escape from the head. Even suspenders served a cooling purpose, holding the pants away from the body to allow air circulation. Hairstyling in the pre-air conditioning era was as much about temperature management as it was about fashion. Your great-grandmother's elaborate updos weren't just decorative. They lifted hair off the neck and allowed air to circulate around one of the body's most effective cooling zones. Those intricate braids and buns that look so complicated in old photographs were actually practical cooling technology disguised as beauty routines. Undergarments of the era reveal the sophisticated understanding your ancestors had of thermal regulation. While the idea of corsets and multiple petticoats might seem stifling to you, these garments were designed to create air pockets and allow circulation while maintaining the silhouette that social expectations demanded. Summer undergarments were made from the lightest possible materials and designed to wick moisture away from the body. Thermal reality completely shaped food culture in the pre-air conditioning era. Your great-grandmother didn't avoid using the oven in summer because she was trying to save energy. She avoided it because heating the kitchen could make the entire house unbearable for days. Summer menus were essentially cooling strategies disguised as meals. Cold soups, fresh salads, and uncooked foods weren't just refreshing, they were thermal management. Your ancestors understood that digestion itself generates body heat, so summer meals were lighter, easier to digest, and required less internal energy to process. Those elaborate cold salads and chilled soups that seem so elegant in old cookbooks were actually sophisticated cooling technology. Preservation methods adapted to heat in ingenious ways. Root cellars, spring houses, and ice houses weren't just food storage, they were community cooling infrastructure. Your great-grandmother might plan her weekly menu around what could be stored without generating heat, what could be prepared without cooking, and what would actually help cool the body from the inside. Beverages became medicine in the pre-air conditioning world. Sweet tea, lemonade, and other cooling drinks weren't just refreshments, they were thermal therapy. Your ancestors understood that certain ingredients could actually help the body cool itself, while others would make heat worse. Mint, cucumber, and citrus served not only as flavouring but also as internal cooling agents. Even social dining adapted to heat management. Summer entertaining moved outdoors not just for ambience but for thermal practicality. Garden parties, picnics, and outdoor dining took advantage of breezes and shade while keeping the heat-generating cooking activities away from living spaces. Your great-grandmother's summer dinner parties were carefully choreographed to minimise heat generation while maximising cooling opportunities. The timing of meals shifted with thermal reality. Breakfast might be substantial, taking advantage of cool morning air for cooking and eating. Lunch became lighter and simpler, while dinner was often delayed until evening, when both cooking and eating could happen in more comfortable temperatures. Your ancestors didn't eat by the clock, they ate by the thermometer. These weren't just survival strategies, they created a culture of elegance and sophistication that worked within natural limits rather than trying to overcome them. Your great-grandmother managed to stay cool, look beautiful, and maintain social standards without ever touching a thermostat, creating a lifestyle that was both practical and genuinely stylish. As you settle into your climate-controlled bedroom tonight, consider how different your great-grandparents' relationship with sleep was during the sweltering summer months. Night wasn't just a time for rest. It was the daily reward for surviving another day of heat, a precious opportunity to cool down, recharge, and prepare for whatever thermal challenges tomorrow might bring. The evening hours held a special magic that our artificially cooled world has largely forgotten. The transition from day to night was something your ancestors savoured like wine. As the sun finally began its descent, the entire household would shift into evening mode with the precision of a well-rehearsed orchestra. Windows that had been strategically closed during the heat of the day would begin opening in careful sequence, each one positioned to catch the first hint of cooling air and encourage it to flow through the house. Your great-grandmother had an intimate knowledge of her home's thermal personality. She knew which windows to open first to create the gentle suction that would pull hot air out while drawing cooler air in. She understood the exact moment when the outdoor temperature dropped below the indoor temperature, the magical threshold when natural ventilation changed from liability to blessing. This wasn't guesswork. It was science learned through years of paying attention to the subtle signals that told her when relief was finally available. The bedroom preparation rituals of the pre-air conditioning era would seem elaborate to you now, but they were essential technology for achieving comfortable sleep. Beds were positioned not just for convenience, but to catch every available breeze. Your great-grandfather might move the entire bed closer to windows during heat waves, transforming the bedroom layout to take advantage of night air movement. Bedding became a crucial element in thermal management. Heavy quilts and comforters were stored away for the summer, replaced by lightweight cotton sheets that could breathe with the sleeper. Some families had special summer sheets made from linen or cotton, so fine it was almost like sleeping under woven air. Pillows were swapped for thinner versions, and even mattresses might be replaced with lighter alternatives that didn't trap and hold body heat throughout the night. The evening cooling routine extended beyond just opening windows. Your great-grandmother might take a cool bath or splash cold water onto her wrists and neck, areas where blood vessels are close to the surface and cooling them could affect the entire body's temperature. Hair that had been pinned up all day would be brushed out and arranged to allow maximum air circulation around the neck and head during sleep. Children's bedtime routines were especially adapted to heat management. Lightweight cotton nightgowns replaced heavier sleepwear, and children might sleep with damp washcloths on their foreheads or arms. Some parents would lightly dampen sheets with cool water, creating evaporative cooling that could make the difference between restful sleep and a night of tossing and turning. For families fortunate enough to have multiple sleeping spaces, summer brought strategic relocations. Sleeping porches, screened areas that were essentially outdoor bedrooms, became havens during the hottest weeks. Upper floors, which were stifling during the day, might become comfortable at night when breezes were stronger at higher elevations. Some families would move mattresses to the coolest rooms in the house or even outdoors under mosquito netting when heat became truly unbearable. The sounds of summer nights were different in the pre-air conditioning era. Instead of the constant hum of climate control systems, your great-grandparents fell asleep to the natural symphony of cooling air, the whisper of breezes through window screens, the gentle creak of settling houses as temperatures dropped, and the distant conversations of neighbours also seeking relief on their porches and in their yards. Night work took on special significance during hot spells. Tasks that generated heat during the day could be accomplished in the blessed coolness of evening and early morning hours. Your great-grandmother might do her ironing by lamplight, taking advantage of temperatures that made the additional heat bearable. Baking for the next day could happen in the pre-dawn hours when ovens wouldn't turn kitchens into furnaces. The social aspects of cooling extended into the night as well. Neighbours might visit each other's cooling spots. Perhaps one family had a better cross breeze while another had a deeper well with cooler water for late evening refreshment. These evening gatherings weren't formal social events but spontaneous communities of relief, where shared cooling strategies and mutual support made the heat more bearable for everyone. Dawn brought its rituals in the pre-air conditioning world. Your great-grandfather would rise early not just to get work done before the heat returned, but to savour those precious hours when the air was actually cool. The morning routine included assessing the day's thermal prospects, checking cloud cover, feeling the air for humidity, and making strategic decisions about how to capture and preserve the coolness for as long as possible. The cycle would begin again. Windows that had been opened to night air would be strategically closed as temperatures began to rise. Curtains would be drawn to block the sun's heat, and the daily dance with temperature would resume. But those hours of relief, that nightly promise of cooling air and comfortable sleep, made it all bearable and even beautiful. Your ancestors didn't just survive the heat, they created lives of grace and comfort within natural limits that required wisdom, patience, and community. They understood something we're still learning, that working with natural cycles rather than against them can create not just sustainability, but genuine contentment. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your climate-controlled comfort, you might just dream of summer evenings when cool air was a gift to be savoured, and relief was something earned through the simple passage of time and the reliable promise that every hot day eventually surrenders to the cooling mercy of night.